Hello, everybody, and welcome to the WR Group Masters Chess event, one of the strongest round-robin events in Germany ever, I would say.
Ever.
And I'm very glad that I'm here. My name is Elizabeth Pates, and I'm joined by Yasser Sayran. Everybody should know him from the great Cairns Cups and Lang St. Louis events.
Thank you, Lizzie. A
It's
pleasure to be with you. And this
very
is our
first time. It's the first time we are together.
Exactly. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. As Lizzie was saying, this is an extraordinarily strong event, but what I really like about the event is the mixture of young players and old players. So for me, I'm saying Levon, please, do really, really well against this young,
He's the
incredibly
oldest,
talented.
right?
Yes,
And
yes.
then must be Wesley So as the second
yes,
oldest
and
player.
Anish is up there too, but it's incredible when you think about the junior players today and how strong they are. They're really, really good.
We have two Indian prodigies on the event with
Yes, Prague and Gukesh.
yes, I wanted to say with double Anand because nobody can pronounce his name.
I feel the same. And by the way, you have to protect me from these very awkward names. I'm
No,
really
I'm-
good where Joe and Mary is concerned, but they don't have enough Joe and Marys in the sections.
Well, I'm afraid not. But
No.
okay, the names are not that hard. I would say Pragnananda is the most difficult one,
Exactly.
and Jan Christoph, but I would just call him Jan.
Yes.
But then we have
absolutely.
another Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Nepo.
Nepo. Okay, that's
Nepo
fine.
is easy. And by the way, Nepo, of course, is the challenger. We have two challengers, a rather unique situation where the World Championship match is concerned. But Nepo is in the field.
Yes.
And the time control, Lizzie, let's just talk about that for just a moment.
Yes, the time control is special because we will not have the normal FIDE time control. We have the time control which is connected to the World Championship match.
Precisely.
So everybody has a chance to get used to the spirit of playing a World Championship match.
Precisely. And that World Championship time control, it's 2 hours with no increments for the first 40 moves. And then 1 hour with no increments for the next 20. So you have two time controls. And then you have a third time control, which is 30 minutes or 15 minutes and 30 seconds, pardon me, for the completion of the game. And our first round pairings, by the way, feature, well, every round's going to have some great matchups, but take us through the pairings for the first round.
So we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with white against the biggest prodigy of Uzbekistan ever, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh boy, now the name, okay.
Yes.
Abduzaturov Nordibek. So he is the biggest prodigy of Uzbekistan. He won the World Rapid Championship in 2021 in
Yes.
Poland. And also now he was very close to win the tournament in Vaikanse. But in the last round, maybe
faltered.
some nerves kicked in.
Yes, he literally led from the very, very start almost to the finish. He led his team to the gold medal Olympiad in Chennai. He has been enormously successful in the last few years. And he's up against, well, Nepo. I mean, come on, the challenger for the World Championship. And for Nepo, he explained in the press conference yesterday that he doesn't really get that much practice at classical chess, and that his last event, St. Louis, the St. Louis Sinquefield Cup. I mean, and now he's here, so he can feel himself.
Yes, he needs, of course, to play some games because otherwise it will be a little bit more tough to play a World Championship match against Sting.
Exactly.
And he was not in Vaikanse, so I understand that his gap was much longer compared to the other players, actually.
Precisely. And there you see on the screen these two gladiators that we've just been discussing. Nepo with the white pieces has played c4, and ooh, okay, c5. This is, for me, this is like an incredibly combative move. Yeah?
In
Like-
that level, I would agree with you.
Like everybody plays e6. Let me just take that move back on my screen here. Everybody, I would say this is maybe 60% of the moves, and this is like maybe I don't know,
Well,
30% of the moves, and suddenly we see this c5. And
which
sort
is
of,
like 5% of the moves
yeah,
in top chess,
exactly.
maybe even 2% of the moves.
Exactly,
But yes,
exactly.
on top level chess, usually we face a lot of time the Nimzo Indian, which is introduced by e6. As Yasser showed, we have the Grunfeld, which is introduced by g6, followed up by d5,
Exactly.
which is a very common line on top level chess. I think one of the biggest contenders in this line is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Giri
Yes.
Anish, right?
And by the way, Nepo himself is a big Grunfeld expert as well. So, yeah, hold on, I'm just
Here we
getting
have the Banco already on the clock.
Wow.
And
Yes.
the Banco actually is opening variation where it usually comes to a pawn sacrifice in the early stage. And the idea of the pawn sacrifice is to open up the b file to get pressure on the b2 pawn and also to develop the bishop on c8 rather quickly in combination with a knight on b8. Often those
I just love, I love Nepo. Sorry to interrupt you. I just love Nepo's pose at the board. Like he's just like, brain freeze. Like he's trying to remember his files. How
Well-
do I beat the Benko? Because it's such a rare guest.
Yes, and usually like top players would work on the main lines like Nimzo Indian, Slav, Grunfeld,
Benoni.
perhaps also like King's Indian, but I would say the Benko is probably not in their common like repetition daily routine, I would say. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, whenever you sat down and you played against Michael Tall, you always had to keep your eye on the fact that he was one of those players who enjoyed to play the Benoni. Today, they almost think that the Benoni is refuted, like it's such a dangerous line.
Mikhail Marin would not agree.
Exactly, exactly. And that's what makes chess so much fun, is you do have these people who have different perspective. Now, I remember I was playing Valery Salov in a Grandmasters Association, a World Cup. And I didn't know what to play against Valery's Juan d4. And I thought I would play the Benko Gambit because in all of my tools, I couldn't find a single game of Valery Salov with the Benko Gambit. So I thought I would surprise him.
Yes, sometimes it's actually a very good idea to come up with some surprises, especially if you play against certain type of players who love clear and easy positions and who
Exactly.
rather avoid dynamics. Then of course it's a good choice. However, with Nepo, I would say, especially in Rabbit and Blitz, he's a very strong tactician and dynamic player. So it's not
Exactly.
like you would get him in a kind of field where he would feel unsecure or not convenient.
Exactly. With Valerie, after the game, he explained to me that was his main defensive opening weapon as a junior player. So instead of surprising him,
You just observed his childhood line.
Yes, exactly. He is captured. This is the big question. Seriously, at this moment, yeah. Which key was you?
That like this is one, and this is the other, and this is
Okay.
up and down. So you just
I
need these
got it.
two.
All right, just these two.
Mhm.
So this is the big moment right here. You can play what is called the Benko declined with the move
Yes.
knight f3 or the Benko accepted, which is just what has happened. He has taken an a7, a6, e2, e3. This is really one of the main line stuff.
Yes, E3 is not, I think, the very main. I think, if I
They were-
remember correctly, it was either to take on A6 or to play B6, right?
Yes, I have played b7, b6 most of my career, including in a game I've played with Susan Polgar, blindfolded.
Wow.
Blindfolded in the Melody Amber Cup, and against Alexei Shirov, b7, b6. With Shirov, that game was a draw, but I have won against Susan. So e2, e3, okay, just the very simple idea. We want to recapture the pawn on a b5 should you capture it. And in the meanwhile, knight c3, knight f3, easy development for white, and we're expecting g6 and bishop g7 an easy development for black.
Yes, and the drawback, however, could be that with a pawn on e3, the bishop on c1 is a little bit reduced in his functions, so likely he wants to get the bishop to b2 if he manages, or he will slowly prepare e4 eventually.
Hmm. Yes, e3, e4 tends to be what they do, but as you say, eventually. Do you have much experience on either side yourself?
I can tell you like that usually, I mean, in the, let's say actually starting from this year, I decided to play only gambits, and I did this already in the Grand Prix. At least I tried to play as many kind of pawn sacrifices as possible.
Sacrilege, my God.
I didn't think about the Benko, but maybe it's a good idea for the upcoming Grand Prix. But I realized actually, especially like when you play against players, for example, like Hampi Konaru, she's a very strong player with understanding and with easy and calm positions, but the moment you get the board on fire, like, it's not convenient for her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why especially when you have these type of players, to play the Benko, in my opinion, or to play these kind of dynamic lines, can even be the Kit or the Benoni, is a very good idea, because those are structures which are much more dangerous and where you have to be much more careful.
Interesting. First of all, you do understand that as a commentator, my life's work has been, grabbing the pawn and holding on. So the fact that you're a gambiteer, I'm tasered over here. I can't believe it. Hopefully, at the end of this broadcast of 9 days, I will have converted you.
Well, I can tell you, for example,
grubber.
like Nordibek also loves to play the Evans Gambit. Evans Gambit.
Yeah.
Yes, he has a lot of games on that. So I'm not sure, but perhaps we can even face with white some of those gambits. With the Benko, actually, he would just, in my opinion, underline his style, because he's usually, especially in Rabbit and Blitz, I saw a lot of games of him choosing gambits or these kind of Dutchy lines.
Exactly. Now, just for our audience, just to break it down for a moment, the idea of a gambit, to my mind, when I was growing up and learning about chess, the idea was to sacrifice material in order to get quick development
and
bring
initiative.
Your pieces out.
Yes.
So you get dynamic play for the lost material. Now, what's very intriguing about the Benko Gambit, which is very, very different from every other gambit that black plays, it's not about immediacy and this dynamic immediacy and getting the play right away, because strategically, long term, the Benko Gambit, there's oftentimes the A file as
and
well as the B file are
yes.
open, and there's long-term pressure. So in that way, actually, the Benko Gambit is unique in the practice of gambits in chess. So it's very intriguing. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's just take a walk around the stage, virtually, of course. And which game would you like us to go to? Shall we go to
we just go by order, I would say. That we go for Wesley against Duda.
Right. Okay, and let's see how the players have reached this position. So Wesley is one of those players who is so practical. I mean, his approach to chess is, I will play my openings, I will get a slight advantage as white, and if you play very, very well for 40 moves, the game is a draw.
Yes.
But if you make some inaccuracy coming out of the opening or some inaccuracy coming out of the middle game, you're dead.
He's actually, in my opinion, quite close to Magnus Carlsen's style in this, because I also consider him a very strong technician and a very pragmatical and very correct, objective player.
Yes, he keeps his objectivity incredibly well. We were just talking about the Grunfeld. And we have a reverse Grunfeld. Wesley is saying, if the Grunfeld's a good opening, I can play it a tempo ahead, and it makes it even better. E7, E6, yes, we have C2, C4 on the board right away. And this could easily turn into a Talish.
Yes. Tarrasch, also Catalan structures, but
Precisely.
there is just a huge advantage, I think, compared to the normal Tarrasch, because the knight is not on c3 yet, and
Yes.
this could turn out, especially with some knight e4 ideas, like favorable for white in
Exactly.
this kind of move order.
Exactly. Now, when I was growing up, this was a very, very topical position for me as black. Okay? And I was really, really intrigued by a queen sacrifice. I'm wondering if it's like the generational divide and you're familiar with this queen sacrifice or not. As black, I wanted to take the pawn.
And then there was here the queen a4, right, as a main move.
Correct.
And I was just wonder where the queen sacrifice was. You know, you'll be laughing, but I was checking this line not long ago, like a couple of months ago, I think for the Astana Grand Prix. And my coach introduced it to me, and I said to him, "That's too boring. I want to play something more dynamic." So I learned it, and then I said to him, "Like, it's too correct. It's too objective, not for me."
I think I spent the summer of 1977 studying this position. I'm black. So at the end of the line, I have sacrificed a queen for a rook and a bishop and a pawn. But the bishop that I have captured is actually a very strong bishop indeed. And today, the position is considered advantage white, and you can take a look at your supercomputers and things like that, and they say advantage white. But in those days, we didn't have such a great certainty about the advantage. And
but
it's
also, like,
remarkably easy for white to go wrong. Sorry.
Yes, I wanted to say like that, okay, the computer evaluation is one thing, but I believe more in the practical advantage over the engine advantage, because you as a human have to be precise in order to keep an advantage. And sometimes a slight positional edge is better than a strong dynamic edge, because a strong dynamic edge usually means that you have to also like bring out the next couple of moves in a precise way to keep it.
Exactly. By the way, we did have in the live game d5 takes c4, queen a4.
And now bishop d7. That's what...
No, they're boring. That's, as you said, that's too boring. And this is actually, again, in those days, the move b7, b5 was also considered a very key mainline move here for black, as black is trying, interestingly enough, to clear this diagonal. So by moving the pawn and getting, for example, the queen to retreat, and what black does is clear the diagonal. He wants to trade everything on d4 and play bishop c5 and have a very easy life. So that was how you also had to prepare. Bishop d7, queen takes c4, takes on d4, takes on d4, rook c8. So, more or less, very well-known theory.
Yes, I was just wondering, because I remember up to this position after queen takes c4, and here I'm sure that in my preparation, like half a year ago, it was not c takes c4, but knight a5. Could that be? Is this a move here?
Knight a5?
I'm not sure. I'm okay. My memory is not that great anymore, but I know that it was not the position with c takes c4, and I was wondering if this move exists here or not.
The crazy part in today's modern theory is how many moves have become acceptable.
That's
we used to chop the variations to say bad, bad, bad. And you can only play this and you can only play that. Now it's sort of like the computer says, oh, you've got 4. I don't know about knight a5. It looks like, to me, I will retreat my queen. And the question is, are you playing for c4? Or what is exactly the knight doing there,
Maybe
Lizzie?
I'm also just confusing it. I
It's
don't
okay.
remember.
It's okay.
I just remember it was not that boring with c takes c4, because this position I would have declined right away.
Are you one of those players who, as Michael Tal said, before the end game, the gods have placed the middle game, and I love the gods. for making the middle game, or do you like endgames? Are you more comfortable?
It depends against whom, to be honest.
Really?
Yes, I'm very practical or pragmatical, like depending on my opponent. Against some opponents, I know that I should aim for crazy positions. That's what I was trying now
Chaos.
in the Grand Prix against Humpy.
For example?
I sacrificed the pawn. Okay, eventually I lost, but I had a great compensation for this pawn sacrifice. So I think still, even so, I lost the game. It was a right choice. Also against, for example, like Nana, I played a very wild game, even though
Yes.
she's also a wild player. But I know that defending is also
Not fun.
like not for everybody. And against, for example, the Chinese, I tried the opposite. Like I tried to play like very boring with the Alapin, you know. It's really, I really try to suit the style of my opponent or believing what is the most inconvenient. So I'm not a person who sticks to one main line. I'm a person who can play anything, and the good thing is like that nobody can prepare.
Nice. So, okay, so you adapt your style to your opponent. So, in America, the guy we all looked up to was Bobby Fischer.
Yes, he's
And
one of
Bobby
my
Fischer
favorites.
was like one of those players who did the opposite of you. He never even looked across the board. His idea was, I'm going to play the best move in the position, full stop.
Yes, I
all
know
the
that he
time.
was very pragmatical.
Yeah.
Probably Kramnik is similar to him in
Exactly.
the modern times.
In that way, yeah.
I liked about him that he was the one who was always playing the truth according to the
Exactly.
position, which was not Karpov style or Kasparov style.
Right. They had
That's
their
true.
own way of going. But this particular position, what we call 4 versus 4, on the king side, 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. On the queen side, 2 versus 2. You see it very often in Queen's Gambit Accepted, Catalan positions, readies, and so on. And one of the players who has so much experience is none other than Wesley himself. He plays it on the white side, he plays it on the black side. It's not everybody's cup of tea.
I
but
would be bored with both sides.
But Wesley's going to enjoy himself. Let's continue our walk around the stage and see what else we have. We have Anish Giri, the surprise winner of the recently held Vaikanze tournament. So Anish has been playing, I don't care, 20 years in the Vaikanze, and when nobody expected it, he came with a last round victory and has won the tournament. So he comes into this competition feeling great.
That's true. Let's see, what was the opening? It was some kind of
Exactly.
Fragosin.
Looks like a Nimzo Indian, Rubinstein Nimzo Indian with E2, E3, and A2, A3. Very, very rare. I don't think you see this combination of moves very often at the top level. A3 now. Takes. But because black has committed his pawn to D5 already, it means that these double pawns will always be easily liquidated by white. He won't have to deal with a Hubner system, a classical C6, C7, C5. C6. Okay, that move I find perplexing to be.
Well, I think I had it actually in one of my games once, and I
Really?
lost badly with white.
to C7, C6.
Yeah, someone played against me C7, C6, and I think even I went bishop D3, and then my opponent, she replied not castle, she replied E5.
Whoa.
And the idea, I think, of E5 is if you take now with a pawn on E5, you will take on C4.
Okay.
If I'm not, maybe I'm confusing it, but I
No,
have the
no, this is-
feeling that I had it already, and I lost badly this game. I don't think I took on E5, but I just had
So she would take with the queen, I suppose?
I guess I hardly remember, to be honest,
Okay.
but I know just that
It's a very intriguing position, I must say,
Yeah.
with this asset or liability. Is this pawn going to be captured? It's clear that this pawn
Is
going
gone,
to
yeah.
is gone. Intriguing. Bishop to D3. You were afraid of e5.
No, I
Okay.
played bishop d3 and I met then e5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did this mistake and I thought like that bishop d3 for this reason is imprecise, and the majority of players, if I'm not mistaken, are going a4 here. I mean, I can check
Which
it.
makes an intriguing move also. So
Yes,
the idea
it's bishop a3 actually.
you want to activate the bishop on the queen side.
Yes, and that's why I'm surprised that actually bishop d3 was played. Maybe I'm confusing it totally. I will check it up.
Okay.
But I know I lost the game badly like this. Or something at least very similar. So, yeah.
Wow.
Hmm.
Well, first of all, I'm mystified by the move c7, c6, just because the bishop on c8 is
Yes.
like in this intolerable position. You would have expected b7, b6, and maybe bishop
Yes,
a6.
and
but
I'm right. e5 is one of the main moves.
one of the main
And
moves.
that's why actually I thought that bishop d3 is less precise compared to the game with a4 in this moment.
I see. Now, I must say, well, all of these grandmasters are top grandmasters, so they know their openings inside and out. And for me, Anish is one of those players whose openings are actually world class, just full stop. I mean, he's
Yes,
just
I'm
really,
sure.
really amazing.
And it could be that the KEs now are making something new out of it. Just
Right.
I somehow remembered, and I played bishop d3. I just
And you got a bad position. And
I
you
lost
thought,
quickly actually. with
Never
white
again,
after
and
e5. Yes.
Yeah, and this terrible move, bishop d3, I won't make that mistake again. Intriguing. Okay, had the move e5
E5,
been played, is knight e2 a
I
consideration?
will tell you in a way because I mean, like I took on d5 and e4 was played and I lost, as I said, quickly.
Mhm.
But I think main move actually is, according to the reference, is a move d takes e5 with 12 games, and
Okay.
c takes d5 with I mean, not many games are played. 8
Not
games.
so. Both players are in pretty rarefied territory here.
Yes, so knight
Okay.
e2 actually probably is one of the main moves after e5.
I can imagine that that makes actually for me the most practical sense, because you want to if you don't want to capture these pawns, but you do want your development, so something like knight e2.
And e4 will be played, but then you
Exactly.
lack space. I mean, okay, you have the bishop here, but it's space.
But okay, for those players who like to play the French defense, a kind of reverse French defense, you castle, you will play f2, f3. You will break out of your cage, if you will. And maybe one day the two bishops will come into play. Let us see what has happened instead. After bishop d3, castles, knight e2, I think we're up to date with the players. The players haven't really progressed much. In this exact position, Lizzie, is e5 still a move?
That's a good question. I think now actually there might be some differences in terms of, well, the pawn sacrifice, which is related, but I will anyway quickly check because I just was aware of the move e5 in the moment I told you.
Mm-hmm.
But here actually, you mean after
Now.
knight e2, e5?
Yes. Does that pop up in the database?
Yes, 2 games, but I'm not
Only
sure.
2 games.
2 games, and actually 2 games by very strong grandmasters. I mean, very strong with 2,600. Dragoon and Kuracha played it
Mm-hmm.
against strong players as well, though it seems to be a move still.
Okay. For me, I find this very, very intriguing, because it was sort of like I have this kind of classical training, if you will, which basically said, play on the side of the board where you have your strength, your preponderance of strength, and don't battle your opponent where they're strong. So I see that in the center, white has this pawn grouping of c3, d4, c4. It's like I don't want to attack white in the center. I want to attack white on the flank with the move bishop to
A6 and attack the c4
take-
pawn, yeah.
So for me, this move e6, e5, I find it kind of counterintuitive, but I can imagine that tactically, if it works, then black will have a very happy time because his bishop will come into the game rather quickly if you can play e5, e4, and so forth. So, wow.
I mean, I'm
Intriguing.
quite sure that Duda is aware of the move e5 because I can tell you that also the Polish national women's team love to play this line with black.
Really?
Yes, I know
Okay.
that Sabatska is playing this line a couple of times since.
Okay.
Okay, not I never played it against her. I tried to avoid it after my loss, but I lost against the wife of Cornet, and Cornet is a specialist for the Ragozin. So, I mean, I
Okay.
lost still to someone connected to Ragozin speciality. But I'm sure that Duda knows about the plan e5. But it can be that the super engines nowadays suggest that this is a nice edge for white.
Yeah.
This I'm not sure because when I had it on the board, I think Lela was not that much developed yet. It was beginning of 2017.
Exactly. So, I mean, just to give a kind of a contours of the position, for me, white's play is very easy to imagine. As white, I simply want to castle. Just
Yes.
I want to castle. And then on a good day, I want to play f3 and e4. Just as you said, I want to liberate this bishop. If I could ever make the illegal move, bishop g5,
Yes.
it's a very nasty pin. So from black's side, I don't think black can be too
Too
easy,
slow,
too
actually.
slow.
Yes.
Yeah, and that his moves, whatever they may be, should be very forceful. Maybe a move like e6, e5 is called for in this position. I just fear that as black, that if I do something too slowly,
It might backfire because apart from f3, e4, we also have knight g3 with the idea of e4, which is
precisely.
also like fitting in. And even if you lose a pawn on c4, you don't care.
Exactly. So just to emphasize what you've just explained, a move like b7, b6, castles, just imagine I am doing something as white as ridiculous as this. It's better that black should trade the light squared bishop. But this is something where more or less this is the type of attack that
White
many
loves.
generations of players have feared. And I remember a very nice World Championship match game between Vichy Anand versus Magnus, where Vichy was attacking furiously on the king side, but it didn't work, and Magnus got him in the end. But it was a great game that I really enjoyed watching and even commentating on too, by the way. So this game, we'll keep an eye on this one, and then we'll move to our next game. This is our senior moment. Levon versus Prague, and fire on board. What have we got here, Lizzie? Let's
This is
do this again.
some English.
Yes, with g3. This is actually my territory.
It's Alap in the reverse.
Yes, exactly. And I remember I had played an absolutely marvelous game against Tony Miles. In those days, Tony was a very prolific player. He played all over the world, and we have played each other in Lone Pine, California, and I have played this line with knight c3 and knight h3 and knight f4, and I won just great, just a master game. But I did not play d5 as white. d5, knight h3.
And there are such moves like e3 in this position, or you can never do that.
I think it's something that both players are always calculating, right? I mean, it's like one of those things, you play e3, I take,
And then knight
you
f6.
have knight f6. And it's like you always have great pressure for the pawn. Does it translate necessarily as equality, or is it less than equality? It's just one of those great pressure. I don't know.
Okay, it's a pawn, but it's maybe like white doesn't have a problem in development, so probably the compensation on the long run is not so simple to justify with black.
Well, as you say, you've been studying your gambits, so
Yes, so for me,
you have to look
actually,
at
yes.
it all the time.
Yeah.
So knight c3, that kind of sidesteps e3 for now, because any e3 in this position will simply be met by bishop takes e3, whereas a moment ago the bishop on a d2 was in a pin. So knight c3 takes, and now comes
Knight
the nasty
f4.
surprise move, knight f4. And that immediately puts huge pressure
on d5.
Yes, precisely. And let's just take a look. Yes, shall we? How bad is it? At the moment, it's 2 pawns, right? After all, we've just went c6 takes d5, and d5 takes c4. So Prague has won 2 pawns. And let's have a look.
Knight d5 is one of the options, yes.
Bishop takes, knight takes, and now we stop. Because queen e5 and queen d8 are 2 perfectly reasonable
Moves, yes. So queen e5 probably I like more because it's better protecting the black squares. Queen d8 might run into maybe queen b4 ideas and rook d1. So I think queen e5 makes much more sense in terms of protecting black squares.
Okay. So, I can't believe this, but I've been thrust into the role of gambiteer, and now I have to somehow find a way of justifying the double pawn sacrifice that Levon has made.
Okay, the question is if knight d5 is the only move to keep the initiative, or if we have something else. But here, honestly, I don't see much of a powerful continuation, unless you play it just positionally.
No, I was going to play f4.
Okay, this I was calculating, but if I take on f3?
Exactly. And then castle. So in this moment, I'm really playing as a gambiteer, where I'm playing absolutely for the fastest development I can. And in a kind of a dream scenario, I would love for you to develop my bishop so that I will play bishop takes and rook e1, and we can call the arbiter.
Yes, but okay, probably I will not capture on e2 to be...
Be sportive. So shall we do it again? Captures.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Knight takes, or I think I did it a different way last time. Bishop
Okay.
takes d2. We will transpose to the position that we want. Let me clear the board for a moment. And I have played f4.
f4, yes. You wanted to take. I go along castle, and now I will just castle short side.
Yes, precisely. So again, you are definitely material ahead, several pawns in fact. But bishop takes c4, rook e1, that is obviously...
upcoming, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, let's imagine I will also sacrifice a pawn on c4. The question is if I do it with c3 or if I do it with knight c6. Just to
Okay.
keep my development. Maybe knight c6 looks more...
Okay, just to bring out the bits, as we would say.
Okay.
Bishop takes.
Now I'm thinking about b5 to switch a little
okay.
bit into
But
the dynamic for black, actually.
Yeah, feeling that you have better hit back.
Yes.
If you don't hit back soon, rook e1. But okay, we'll more or less pause around here, because what we are doing is we are doing the guesswork of the players, and what we're trying to find is how much compensation. There's a nice compensation, but how much compensation really is it, and is it advantage?
I mean, like, I have a positional problem with a pawn on d7, I agree, and white has slightly better control on the center. The question is if the c and b file gives me the compensation or not eventually for this disastrous pawn on d7.
So always in these positions, it's a question of like the king, right? How much pressure is black's king going to come under? So in my mind, I have this idea that you might play the move queen b8. Okay.
Yes,
Not
just
necessarily that it's a great move or anything like that, but you start to realize that after bishop d3, already you have to at least
look at
start
this.
to calculate these kinds of sacrifices. and it's very easy to see ghosts that something could easily go wrong, and your bridges are burned. By the way, I just want to say that there is a possibility for you, our audience, to ask questions of Lizzie and I. You can do so in the chat window. I think we're monitoring
Yes,
YouTube,
we are
aren't
monitoring the chat window. However, it's with a delay of 15 minutes, so
Okay.
just that should be aware. And I'm matching it
Right.
also here. But in general, like if the questions are of a general base, it's easier to
Right.
answer than about the position because
Specific, because
we are
may
15
miss.
minutes
Yes.
ahead of the transmission actually.
Exactly, exactly. All right, we'll leave these two to work, and then we'll continue to our fifth game, Andre versus Vincent. And again, it looks like, what do we have here? Yeah. We have again a Catalan, but this time it's an open Catalan, but now it almost looks like a Slav gambit.
Yes, this
You
is
know.
the typical Slav way of playing the Catalan, and it could also like transpose from different move orders. Yes.
Exactly. A7, A6, B2, B3, takes. Vincent is wonderful. He goes for the pawn.
Yes, actually, it's. I mean, like
I like this guy.
I can tell you that might be untypical if you regard that it's Peter Leko who usually is the main coach of Vincent. That
Right.
I don't think that Peter Leko was a person who loved to go for
Necessar-
pawn grabbing, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right. Well, he was also fantastic technical and endgame player. Queen takes d4. By the way, not just a pawn, but
It's
the double
two
pawn sacrifice. Bishop b2, queen b4. A nice tempo to be sure.
I can tell you this is all still theory.
Absolutely, no question about it. Queen c5, queen d3. It's sort of like sorry, I was kind of enjoying myself there for a moment, almost a dance with the queen. I was expecting queen to d6, so like wherever the queen goes, the queen goes back to b3, queen, but he did not play it. He played bishop to e7, knight to d2, knight to d5. Okay, with a dual purpose. First of all, to make space for his bishop, bishop f6, make space for his queen, but more importantly, I think, was to shut down this long diagonal here.
Yes.
So knight d5, I'm sure, as you said, Lizzie, we are still in theory, but even if that were the case, well, we now have Andre thinking.
Yes.
Do you know much about this? Because
Well, actually, like I can look in my computer because you will be maybe surprised now, but I think that the line for white is a preparation of the Russian national team.
okay,
I can tell you because I know that certain persons of the Russian national team, the coaches, have been working with this.
okay,
And maybe I can also say that, our national coach is also Russian.
and working.
So
with
I
the
think
Russian
there might be a connection.
Okay,
Let's say there might be
okay.
a connection because I'm sure that I have this line. I've seen this line before, and I
Mhm.
know that it's quite theoretical.
Mhm.
And up to Queen D3, I think everything is well known.
Okay.
And if you look at the time consumption, you see that Andre must be still kind of in his prep, whereas Vincent starts already to think a bit more because he spent approximately like 30 minutes
30 minutes.
compared to Andre.
And again, let's just remind our viewers, this is a very unusual time control. This is the time control of the World Chess Championship match, as well as the candidates. In fact, there is no increment in the first 40 moves or the first 60 moves. So the players will have 2 hours. Yes, and if the players leave themselves short of time, it can get very nerve-wracking.
Yes. So in general, I would say that here it's very important to keep a good defense because then In such positions, one imprecise move can lead to big troubles for black. And as for Andre, somehow I believe that maybe this is the moment when he starts thinking or trying to remember, that I'm not sure about. But in general, I'm very impressed by Vincent, because I know that Vincent is a very positional player, and he's also a very correct player according to his style. So I'm really surprised to see a sharp exception of the gambit here, and yes, we will see how it will develop.
Okay.
But it's going to be a tough game.
Absolutely. So, did we go through all the games then?
I think
Finally? Have we touched on all
no,
five?
we touched all the 5 games. Yes.
Wonderful. Let's just go back. I think of all of the... I was going to say Levon's game is actually... I'm the most curious about it. And again, after the move knight f4, it looks like Levon has played much faster than Prague, who is really thinking. Now, unfortunately for Prague, at this moment, could we really even say he has a choice other than taking the pawn? Because if you allow knight takes d5, I think, for example, castles, in my mind, this is an absolutely strategically dreadful move.
Yes, because we just lose the total control of one of the most important central squares, a square on d5. And usually I always try to teach my pupils, I mean, I have some pupils that always look at those 4 central squares, and the person who controls the majority of them is usually the person who's ruling the center, and the control of the center sometimes is much more important than the material balance of a position. And here we can see that d5 and d4 is under white's control. The e4 square is for now occupied, and only e5 is for the moment in black's position. So we have already like a 2+1 imbalance in a way.
But it's, to my mind, this is just overwhelming. The sweet center, that's what we call these 4 squares in English. The sweet center is controlled by white, and this absolutely has to be avoided. So that is why I kind of felt that it was forced to capture. You mentioned e3. If you're going to play e3...
I mean, do we have, in my opinion, 3 candidate moves, maybe 4. We can take on c3, we can play e3, d4, and that's it. And take on c4, right?
Yes, you can take on c4. You can play d4 and reach a position, I guess.
And then something like e3?
In this exact moment?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to take that, that's for sure.
And now I have to think. No, maybe I take once again, I think I can take on e3.
Okay, now where am I putting my lady? Let's put her on c3. So I'm trying to put a little pressure on maybe the e5 square as well as maybe the f6
Yes,
knight.
yeah, I agree with you. The f6 is a big problem, so I can't play like this.
No, this
that's not
this
possible.
feels
I
like
mean,
it's gone wrong, right?
No, I'm just trying to
Of course.
deal with the rules of the defense.
By the way, is that the way you were taught the candidate moves? You said, I can play e3, I can play d4, I can take on c4. So is that how you are trained yourself to think in
Let's
the
say,
position?
you know, you will be laughing. I mean, usually I was always a professional player, and since Corona I started teaching. And like for pupils, like it's much easier to put rules.
Yes.
So we are in the defense now. Obviously, after knight f4, we are under attack. So we have 3 main rules of the defense. The active defense.
Okay.
So active moves here are d4 and e3, which causes threat. Maybe also bishop takes c3.
Okay.
But bishop takes c3 is actually the second rule, cleaning the most attacking pieces, try to exchange them. So this is a category 2 with bishop takes c3. And category 3 is the passive defense or the prophylactic defense in just trying to protect, which is not given here.
Right.
So we can look for the active one, which is d takes c4 is also among the active one, and
D4,
of course
E3.
d4, e3, and bishop takes c3, cleaning one of the attackers. And that's how I get to the candidate moves, and that's always a good guideline, especially for less experienced players, because usually we feel what is a candidate move, but for those players who don't have the experience yet, it's very good to have these guidelines, and rules is always nice, especially when you're German.
Dang, can I become your pupil as well? I mean, I didn't have these. I had these ideas of candidate moves stop, but I didn't have these ideas of categories of defense. How what you just described.
Like
You
rules,
tiered
yes.
it. You
Yeah.
tiered it in this terms of
Three
active
rules,
and
yes.
prophylactic and passive, and cleaning the board, trading off.
Mm.
And yeah, I I I determined the candidate moves.
According to your experience, because you are a
Right.
strong player, but for
Patterns.
those patterns, we stick to that. We don't think during the game I should look for the active one, I should look for this.
Right.
But for a non-experienced player who can obviously not feel it, it's very good to put guidelines, especially also, for example, you have tension.
With the pawn.
According to the space advantage of the position. This comes another rule. If you have
Okay.
space advantage, then it's good to keep on pieces. So according to this rule, the pawn on d5 is in my opponent's camp, so I have space advantage. For
Better to
this
keep the
reason,
pieces.
is usually, just by the rule, better to take with a pawn.
Okay.
But it depends, of course. I mean, for me, rules are guidelines, and especially for non-experienced players, these guidelines are really treasures, because
Yeah.
it's much easier for them to take a decision because they can't feel it.
Yeah, and that I think is an important point to emphasize to our audience is the guidelines. They are guidelines. They're not rules, because one of the problems with chess and guidelines is every time you give me a guideline, in principle, the bishop is stronger than the knight. I'll immediately show you 1,000 examples where it's simply not true. So keep them as guidelines, not necessarily as
Yes, we
rules.
say every rule has an exemption. So
Many, unfortunately. So knight f4 takes on c3, takes on c3, takes on c4, and I think we are now up to date with the players. And there you see beautiful video cam there of Levon. Levon, by the way, for me, one of the most stylish players. I love his
you mean
fashions.
by his fashion, right?
Yeah. His clothes. He's great.
He's one of the most extroverted players in terms of
Yes.
fashion, I agree. But I can't really say that always the fashion fits perfectly together. So, to
No.
say it in a mild way.
No,
I mean,
no,
according
no.
to some designers, probably like he wouldn't get good rates, but at
Exactly.
least I would say it's brave. It's a nice way of
Yeah.
like getting a personal charisma.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He definitely sometimes just clashes. You know, there's the neon green shoes sometimes just don't go with the dark shirt. But okay, here he has a material deficit. And what would you describe as the candidate moves now from the white side?
Well, from the white side, usually like you have a bit of the initiative, so we should try to make moves which keep our opponent busy. The king is in the center. If you have a
Exactly.
move which keeps the opponent busy, that's the first thing we should look for,
Exactly.
like to avoid the short castle. At the moment, I don't see such a move, but
Mhm.
we have to check it. Maybe knight e5 could be a move, but still he can take and play short castle, so I believe that's not the move.
So just to emphasize your point, for example, knight d5, a very attractive looking move, your bishop on c3, you kind of want to emphasize that, hey, I want to clean up this diagonal, so knight takes d5, bishop takes g7 to stop the short castles, is unfortunately
Unfortunately
running
not.
into queen b4 check, and it's gone.
Yes.
So we cannot take the pawn, but we will recapture the knight, knight takes, and then as you said,
Still
short
play.
castles.
Yes, so that's why for this reason it's maybe not.
Protecting g7.
Yes, I mean it's protecting g7, but it's not maybe what white aims for. So another interesting move, just according to the rules of keeping our opponent busy, is g4.
g4.
Yes, because if castle, then g5, and the knight has some troubles of going somewhere, right? Because
Has
you
to
have
go
knight
backwards.
d5 and knight f6 motifs, which might be a little bit annoying.
Like, yes, something, even rook g1.
Yes, rook
just to-
g1 and knight
ju-
d5 cannot be prevented in any case, and this is tricky.
And this is, you start to at
To-
least
to be
calculate.
sneaky.
Yeah, you at least start calculating these types of things. And, okay, interesting. But g4 is a move that doesn't readily come to mind, especially when you've got the pawn on g3, right? You think to yourself,
but I just act according to the rules. The king is in the
Exactly.
center. Rule number 1, keep opponent busy.
Okay.
So you need something active. But after g4, I was wondering if black can play e3, which is the classical way of
Yeah.
active defense again, you know.
Exactly.
Answer an attacking try with a counter attack.
Okay.
And
And
here,
by the way, that looks like a very good reply.
because f3 might fail to some knight e4, knight g4 issues. I'm not sure.
Queen h4 mate. These are actually the mating patterns I learned almost immediately from the time I started playing chess. I was looking at these very early checkmating patterns. So let's go back. Again, I'm a pawn grabber, so wanting to recapture the material, comes to my mind. And so if we just went down this path of knight d5, knight takes d5 for just a moment, and you did, for example, castle, I would love to vacuum both the pawn on e4 as well as the pawn on c4 off
So
the board,
by
and
playing,
then with
yeah.
the two bishops.
Maybe I can play e3 even to fix, no, not bishop g2, but to play e3 to even not allow at the end. I
Yep.
will just go back.
Yep.
Like to play here in this position something like e3,
Okay.
and to fix e4 and to take on c4 with the bishop, giving some pressure on f7,
Mm-hmm.
and then take care about the e4 pawn even a bit later. That could be another option to play it, but not sure this is quick enough.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you in this position what you thought of knight d5. Let me get rid of these arrows. Pardon me. Just a moment. There we go. Knight takes, queen takes, castles. And how would you evaluate a position, just for example, like this?
e3, f4 probably, right?
Yes. And I have the two bishops. It's almost a certainty I will capture the pawn
On c4
on
is
c4.
mine.
And
If I get the pawn on e3, and probably
life
I
is
will.
great.
Yes, I mean, like it's very, very risky from the positional point of view that black on the long run is in big trouble.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, just kind of queen c4, rook d1, castle short, and then you say to black, okay, develop this guy and figure out your issues. This is a very, very intriguing game, and we'll definitely keep a big eye on this. For me, Nepo. Nepo is one of those players, Lizzie, that when I watch his games, I'm kind of in awe, because he can get on these streaks and he can play remarkably fast, a series of moves that I need an hour to calculate, and somehow I don't know where he gets his inspiration and he comes up with his ideas, but I find him to be a remarkably
He has a very
creative
good
player.
intuition. That's why he's especially good in the quick time controls, and
Mhm.
that's why I mean, like, if he feels the position, I'm sure that he can simply blitz out some moves. I have once seen him in the Dortmund Chess Classics, I think in 2018 or 19, and at some point he finished the game ahead of the initial time.
Yes.
It was like, even he started with 130, but he finished with 140. I was thinking, like, okay, I mean, this guy is just a magician, it's
right.
impossible.
He gets
yeah.
a 30-second increment. He plays 20 moves of theory. He plays, and he
Yes.
goes bang, 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 bang throughout. Now, that reminds very, very strongly of a young Vishy Anand, who very oftentimes played his entire game in 10 and 15 minutes, and his opponent was taking 2 and 3 hours. So it wasn't unusual for Vishy to have an extra 2 hours at the end of some of his games. It was really remarkable.
But a lot of top players used to play very fast because they
Yes.
know the theory up to move 20, and I'm sometimes wondering, I don't know how you feel about learning theory, but I forget after a couple of days.
Right. Whereas, first of all, we have to almost break it down differently, because really in my generation of players, we specialized. I didn't have anywhere near the versatility, the virtuoso of today's top players. It's like you sit down with any of these players, and it's like they can play the Tarrasch, they can play the Benoni, they can play the Nimzo Indian, they can play a Queen's Gambit Decline, they can play a Grunfeld defense, they can even play King's Indian. And it's sort of like they play all of these openings and defenses incredibly well. I specialized. I was a Caro-Kann player, I was a French defense player, I was a Perk defense player.
So you never
3.
wanted to move the pawn too much ahead.
No, very quietly.
I
Keep
can,
it.
I can
Keep it
tell
in
you like a
reserve.
funny story. Like, we had,
Please.
I mean, Robert Hübner was one of the greatest players in Germany when he was
Absolutely.
active.
Right.
And at some point, like, a friend of mine who was working with him suggested me I should have some training with Robert. So I asked him, and Robert said, like, to me, of course you will, with pleasure, like, give a training camp with me. And then he asked me, like, what actually was my intention about that, what I want from him. And I said to him, like, that I would like to know about my strengths and my weaknesses, like what kind of player I am, because
Right.
I was never sure whether I was dynamic or positional. I mean, I couldn't really understand myself. And then after the training camp, he said to me, like, that, he gives me one very strong advice: don't push the e-pawn, don't push the e-pawn too far in advance.
Thank you, Robert. For those of you who are unaware, by the way, the player we're talking about is Dr. Robert Hübner. And Dr. Robert Hübner is one of the greatest linguists in the chess world. He speaks an extraordinary number of languages, and he once took a summer off just so he could learn Finnish and speak to Heikki Westerinen.
Robert was sitting on a table with the whole national team, and he was serving like 12 languages, like Hungarian, Finnish, Italian. So this is, but I can tell you there is a new Robert Hübner of the modern active times who is also like capable of speaking a lot of languages. Guess who it is?
Of the modern players?
He's still playing, and he's one of the most successful player of his own country. But he's capable of speaking a lot of languages.
Potashnik? No, I'm
No.
sorry.
Okay, I will tell you the story. Like, there was an Olympiad in Tromsø.
Okay.
And everybody...
2006, yep.
Yes, and no, it was 2014, actually. The Olympiad in Tromsø in Norway was 2014,
I'm thinking
yeah.
Italy, and
Yeah.
it's correct.
No, but this is
2014.
important
Yes.
because back in 2006, maybe the player was too young to be capable of
okay.
all the languages. And then, I mean, almost all the teams met in Oslo.
Okay.
And I even happened to sit in my flight next to Hu Yufan. She was just occasionally sitting there because the plane was full of chess players, because
Right.
everybody went via Oslo. And suddenly I hear someone who says, like, Ni hao, Chem dobre, hola, hallo, hello, privyet. And I was thinking, this can only be one player.
Wow.
David Navarra. He was greeting the whole flights, is serving all the languages.
The Czech Republic. No, David speaks,
He speaks-
Mandarin?
He speaks also Mandarin. I mean, like, he learned it. And
That's
he's not so bad.
phenomenal.
He's not so bad. I mean, like, Hari Krishna said, like, that he's very modest about his knowledge, but he
Right.
said it's not that bad. But he also speaks
Wow.
very good German. He also
Yes.
speaks Polish. Like
Yes.
Czech Republic, Czech. He anyway
people,
speaks
yeah.
English. He speaks, I think, also he speaks Spanish and Russian. So I can tell you, he is speaking a lot of languages decently.
And I know his English is very, very reasonable as
Yes,
well. So
yeah.
that is, wow. For me, Dr. Robert Hubner, not only was he an incredible linguist, but he was also very erudite. His literacy, his knowledge was enormous in so many fields. And so, like, if you had a discussion about some topic, it didn't matter. Environmental degradation. He could tell you the latest studies that have said this and this is going to
Yes,
happen
of
and
course.
these kinds of things.
Yes, I mean, for me,
Eh,
Robert was one of the most amazing personalities
Exactly.
in his active times.
So one time, Robert said a sentence that just everybody laughed because it was so remarkable. Somebody asked Robert a question, and he thought about it for a moment, and he just said, "I do not know." And we thought, no, that's impossible. Of course he knows. He's just not telling us. So I do not know. That
By
was
the
great.
way, the audience actually, just before returning
Yeah.
to chess, was asking, what do we think, who is a favorite of this tournament, or who is capable of winning it?
Yes, again, I refer to our player at the board, Nepo. For me, he is a streaky player, and when he comes into a tournament and he starts on the right foot, if he starts with a win or two,
Yes.
watch out. I mean, he could just, stampede the field. So
Yes, he's the only
it's
one.
his form.
He's the only one who won the candidates twice. So I mean, like, I totally
Wow.
agree with you in this regard. Yes.
Yeah, he could stampede the field. So I see him as a standout player. But then I see actually an incredibly balanced field. I see a field where Anish Giri, again, very, very capable master, very Wesley So, again. So many of these players are capable of winning this
Yes,
event.
there are a lot
Now,
of players
the
who can do
question
that.
I would ask you is, if the junior players, the 5 juniors, who would you see as the favorite to do the best of the junior players?
I mean, lately I would go for Nordibek because he
Yes,
showed
he's-
great matureness despite his young age
Mhm.
in a couple of events now. I mean, in Vike he was very close to win it, and I mean, like, if you hadn't known that he is so young, you would think like this is like a player in the age of Levon, for
Yes,
example, like,
very
because
mature.
like very mature in a way, but still like having this kind of sneaky dynamic style with all this kind of fun openings. So
Right.
he's surely capable, and for Vincent it depends pretty much on his shape. He can be outstanding, sometimes he can be a little bit like he, in my opinion, needs more confidence. He is still in the approach to gain this confidence, and he must play more tournaments just
Like
like in
this.
Vike or like this. And once he has this confidence, because I think this is the only missing part, more confidence, I think he would also be capable of even winning such events.
For me, this was always the case. I saw chess as a game of confidence, and if you come into an event like this with a brimming with confidence, a great deal of confidence, you're going to do very, very well indeed. Let's pick up on this game of Jan, because it was the Benko Gambit. We were surprised by it, and after e2, e3, we saw e7, e6. Not the standard way of the Benko Gambit. The Benko Gambit really is more like, say, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, let's say knight f3, and just I'll put some standard moves for just a moment. And this is where, let's say, a4, d7, d6, e4, and exactly at this moment, Black understands that he's not going to win the game on the queen side anymore. Any captures on b5 is going to be met with bishop takes b5. And so to get counterplay, normally speaking, Black has to break in the center with e7, e6, which is why we can understand from more or less the very start that Nordibek goes for this e6 line. Knight
Yes.
c3, takes, bishop e7, knight f3, castles, b3. You were mentioning almost when we saw the Benko, how sometimes b3 and the bishop goes to
Yeah, well,
b2.
there's no choice with a pawn on e3. Also, I think
Exactly.
e6 is a kind of logical approach when we take into account that Nepo went for e3, because with e4 he would protect, like, in a stronger way, one of the most important central squares. So by logical means, it should be actually in this moment when you have a chance to attack the center and to try to gain dominance, e6 makes perfectly sense in the regard that e3 was played instead of knight c3 and e4.
And approved by Robert Hübner. Don't push the
You
e-pawn.
yes, forgot about Robert here.
Robert is smiling somewhere. b3, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen b6. Intriguing, essentially saying my rook is not going to be captured. Don't even think about taking the rook. Queen takes a8. Sorry. How come it's not allowing me to play? Oh, because I've made 2 moves in a row. Haha. Shame on me. Queen takes a8. The rook is not hanging. Queen takes a... Why isn't it letting me play queen takes?
Well, because
There,
the queen,
okay.
bishop b7, I guess.
Well, yes, but that that was exactly what I was going to point out, that the bishop on b7 traps the queen, but the system wasn't allowing me to take the rook. But now it did, and yes, there you can see that the queen is trapped, and this is not what White had in mind when he went for this line. Instead, after queen b6, we have bishop b2 on the board, bishop b7. We're up to date with the players.
Now the queen needs to go somewhere, and it might be actually useful to move the queen to f5
Exactly.
with some ideas like bishop d3. It's always good to develop with a tempo, and we
Exactly
should aim
so.
for quick development.
Yes, exactly so. So if we could play a move like bishop to d3, threaten a checkmate on h7, maybe provoke a little bit of
g6
weaknesses.
to open like the other diagonal could be a good point, yeah.
Now, in this moment, are we ever afraid of moves like queen a5 check? That might be a little bit disturbing, or are we satisfied that...
You mean like after queen a5 check, maybe I just go king d1 and I say like, I don't care?
So something like, oh, excuse me, let me just get rid of these arrows and
Yeah.
things. Bishop takes f3.
And maybe I take even with the g pawn
Okay,
to open
fair.
the g file.
And let's
I
say
call
check.
king d1. My king is super safe. I mean, for me, it's something which is not.
Super safe, not just safe.
The d pawn is managing
Yes.
the fate of my king.
Exactly.
But by logical means, sometimes, like less experienced players are afraid of such checks because the king is in the center, but we have to look at the truth of the position. And the truth is, apart from the queen on a5, there is
Nothing
currently
attacking.
no current attacking pieces in it.
Mhm.
While I have rook g1 and bishop d3, which in my humble opinion, it's much more annoying because g6 already may not work because of queen e5.
I'm even afraid of the immediacy of
Bishop takes g7,
bishop
yeah.
takes g7 type of sacrifices, and I am forced to agree with you that bishop takes f3 is certainly not a fearsome
Not a
idea.
good option, yes.
So queen
Queen
f5.
Yes.
Let's say if I take the pawn, then
Bishop
to
d3. Yeah.
And this is the problem that I'm running into.
Queen
I have
e5 always, yes.
I have mates on g7 and h8, and the e7
So
bishop
you
is
have
hanging.
to come up with something. I mean, if I take on b5, I doubt that he has time to take on b5.
Exactly.
Because
would
he
be-
should, okay, after queen f5, let's say,
Yes.
which makes to me perfect sense.
Agreed.
He should come up with something active or like something prophylactical. Maybe I can play c4 with the idea of bishop b4 check, but I'm not sure I have the time for this.
c4 just definitely stops bishop d3 for just
On
a
the
moment,
other
but
hand, you can get king f1, so I don't think I gain too much from this sacrifice.
I agree with that wholeheartedly
Maybe
as well.
maybe I can take on b5, but even then I can ignore it and play bishop d3, and we are back to the problem. Which
with material in the pocket for white.
Yes, also queen h6 is not what you want. Usually you want to have dependencies not with huge pieces, but with lower meaningful pieces, which means like if the queen has to protect the pawn, it's always a sad case.
Exactly. That's mistreating your most powerful piece by putting her in a position where she's performing a lowly defense, and like you say, you would rather have a knight on f8 defending the pawn on h7 than your queen. Clear. All right. So again, we're expecting Nepo to find the move queen f5, which looks extremely logical, and prepping bishop to d3. And again, I don't think we found any...
I mean, we have to do something maybe against queen e5, which could be something like even d6. So after bishop d3, we can play g6.
Not inspiring.
No, it's not inspiring. I mean, it was one of the things which actually I would hate to do because I would like to find an active defense. But I'm not sure where the active defense gonna be. Maybe queen e6. Maybe I should like try to exchange the queens because it's one of the rules. Weak king, exchange the attacking pieces. So queen e6 is probably the move which should be played.
And I have sacrificed a pawn in order to trade queens.
On the other hand, the a2 pawn is weak, and if you just think you have an easy extra pawn, I would say you're wrong, because, okay, white is also not totally developed yet.
Okay.
I mean, maybe queen e6 is a reason why Nepo is really thinking whether he should go for queen f5 or
Well,
not.
it's one of those things. For me, there's a dearth, an absence of a better move. I mean, bishop d3 is really unpleasant. Let's put it that way. So after queen takes e6, f takes e6, I invite you.
Thank you.
Yeah, an open invitation, as you like. Please take my pawn. But again, this tension that we've spoke about this tension before. If black tries to solve the tension, he kind of is assisting white with this trade. The bishop develops on b5. Again, you're welcome to take this pawn, but I would prefer white in the resulting position. So for the moment, after the move queen f5, I don't see a better move than queen e6.
Yeah, but that's sad indeed. I mean sad in a way that there should be something active. That maybe there is nothing active.
One more look at this possibility.
Ah, yes, we forgot about that.
Just so that, okay, this is actually a little bit different from the previous variation.
But still I like it for white, to be honest.
Me too.
Because a2 is not that weak, and the bishop...
We can make you a pawn grubber yet. We'll turn you from a gambitier to
Usually
a pawn
I'm
grubber.
a pawn giver, not a pawn grabber, but maybe one day.
All right. Very good. Very good. So, and do we have queen f5 on the board? We've put it on the board, but on our... As we see it, I think he's done it.
Yes, so I
Yes,
mean queen
okay.
f5 makes most sense, but probably we're thinking, evaluating like queen e6, queen g6 motives, or like options of in terms of
Exactly.
defense. But somehow I believe
Can I
naughty
mix a few ideas here? So I'm trying to get an understanding of the position. If I don't like queen g6, and we've already spoken that maybe the queen is being mistreated after such a case, but with the queens on the board, how do you fancy this position?
I mean, my question is, do I have to take on b5? Because I'm not the pawn grabber, if you remember.
Yeah, of course not.
Because like after, for example,
bishop to d3.
bishop d3, queen h6,
yes.
I would think about a move like knight e5 with ideas like knight g4, and I also protect my d3.
So
Guy.
not grabbing the pawn, but actually offering the g2 pawn. Very good, very good.
No, I
very
mean, this
good.
would be just in the spirit of attack. Maybe, actually, if bishop takes b5 just gives a better positional position.
That's different.
That's
yeah.
different, but
knight e5 is a move that attracted your eye.
I mean,
That's
that would be
fair.
the principle of attack, at least. That's
Mhm.
why for me, it's a move of consideration.
Oh, no question about
Yeah.
it. It's a strong candidate move.
Because also, like now, maybe I threat indeed knight g4, and if queen g6, I can respond with queen e5. Ah, no, I cannot yet.
The knight on g4 will
Well,
be
is
hanging.
hanging, yeah.
So a moment ago, you had described this moment where c4, with this idea to tickle, with the move bishop b4. Let me challenge you to produce your threat. You went knight e5 with the idea of checkmating poor Yaz.
Okay, let me think, because here are quite some candidate moves, actually.
Mm.
Okay, not quite some, but at least either I move my bishop to e4 or to c2. This is basically
Okay.
the option.
Bishop to e4 and or but bishop e4. What are your rules of the defense and cleaning and?
Well, I can say like I'm playing now for the central control, because after the exchange I own d5, e5, d4, and e4.
Very
And
good.
I'm also the lord of the white squares.
The Lord of the White. Wow, wow! I feel intimidated now.
I mean, that's why bishop e4 is. I mean, you are right in terms of attack. It's not good to exchange the attacking pieces,
Mhm.
but in terms of central control and square control, bishop e4 is not so dubious as it may look like.
Okay. Intriguing position, and we have a number of games, I think, that are heating up. Any interesting queries or questions from our chat?
Chat is very happy that we fixed the technical problems. I
Oh,
can
there were some
say.
technical problems.
Yes,
Oh,
there was. Yes.
I'm glad I managed. Big shout out to Andre over there for taking care of all of our
No, there
technical
were some
problems.
technical issues with the microphone and with a blurry
Ah.
background, but this is fixed. And the
Excellent.
questions I also we answered some of them already, so I think we are quite good in the overall media attention.
Outstanding, outstanding.
So yes,
Okay.
everything's okay. But some people were asking for Anish, even though it's 15 minutes ago. We can anyway
Yes.
look how Anish is doing, because this was the e5 stuff which actually happened on the board in some way.
Right. This is where you had mentioned that you had
The
a bad experience.
Yes,
A bad experience facing e5, but you had mentioned it specifically
it was a move earlier, yes.
before the move castles. The move castles was not played in your game, but you had faced e5,
Instantly. yeah.
and it didn't work out well for you as white. Gukesh has castled, and Anish included the move knight e2. So some questions for maybe the players when they have completed their game.
Yes, what is the difference between e5 instantly and short castle when e5 is actually the main move?
Exactly.
And here e5 was played twice. Okay, at least twice, but I'm
Mhm.
sure both of them know about e5, a move earlier.
Exactly.
I would bet almost everything, but not everything, but I'm sure
I'm
that they
pretty
know
sure
about
that-
it, yeah.
as well. So takes on e5, knight g4 on the board, takes on d5 because the knight is about to recapture on e5, and then the pawn on c4, the bishop on d3 would be hanging. So it's nice to get rid of this doubled pawn, if you will. C takes d5, knight takes e5, e4.
Well, opening up the bishop on c1, because you probably can anyway not lose the tempo by bishop c2.
Lose the tempo by bishop c2.
I mean, like
sorry.
reacting to to knight e5 in a way, because it looks too slow.
Doesn't it? It just feels like...
It feels wrong in a way.
right, takes on d5. But even so, I mean, I would make these arguments that the players who play the same-ish Nimzo with a2, a3, they wouldn't be unhappy with the two bishops. They wouldn't be unhappy with the fact that pawn is isolated and potentially vulnerable to knight f4. I would imagine that white still has the upper hand.
Yeah, the question is how bad is bishop g4, f3, bishop h5, and try. Okay, probably knight f4 is anyway played, and likely I will not manage what I want to do.
Yeah,
And the
unfortunately just a little too fast.
Yes, and
in this.
I thought like the provocation with the pawn on e3 might be a good way of compensation, but probably bishop g4 is too slow.
Right. Let's see. Let me just clear. I apologize for just a moment. I want to go back a move because we both had the instinct that bishop c2 was too slow, and yet upon reevaluation, reconsideration, it's not so. I mean, it feels like white has still maybe some kind of a plus.
Yes,
If we
especially like on long-term issues, once my bishops are free to move, yes, it's a plus.
Yeah. Okay, but that did not happen. Instead, we saw the move e3, e4, and Gukesh is a pawn down.
Yes, I mean, like this way, of course, white keeps the pawn because the d5 pawn is poisoned.
Okay, it's not a question that you didn't fall for this tactic in your life. The only question, Lizzie, is how many times?
I don't remember.
Because I remember it happening many times, and even once in an Olympiad to me, Predrag Nikolic. I had a very nice game against Predrag, and it's just at a certain moment I had a blackout, and I thought I was just grabbing a pawn, and I have fallen victim to this age-old discovered check, and it was like, could I have a lollipop? I mean, felt like a kid.
Sometimes, of course, it can happen that you blunder in a very, very primitive way.
Right.
But usually, like what maybe like audience or spectators don't understand is that those mistakes are often not chess related. They can be related to dizziness, they can be related to circulation problems, they can be related to other kind of blackouts, we call it,
Yeah,
but they are not like explained in chess terms actually, especially when the mistakes are of such primitive nature.
Right. It very often happened to me that I would come to Europe from Seattle, and I would be playing in the first round, and the jet lag was a huge, huge, huge problem. And sometimes I don't even remember the game.
Because of course,
hard.
like the jet lag is one thing, but it's like there are a lot of things. Also, like with women, it can be hormones. With other things, it can be like too much sports. It can be anything. So it can be lack of sleep. So it has a lot of different reasons. But I always try to say it to people who watch the games, and then they would see
surprised.
It would see such a blunder because when you look as a spectator, you look with a nice atmosphere. You don't have nerves problems. Maybe you have a glass of beer or a glass of wine, and you enjoy the process, and the engine is running in the back.
Exactly.
And
you go, how could he make such a
how can he make such a bad move? Like this is like puzzle.
Sees that right away.
But people tend to forget that chess is not only chess. Chess is also connected to emotions, nerves, energy, endurance, and a lot of different factors actually.
Let's take a very concrete approach for just a moment. So after the move e3, e4, imagine I take. Imagine I take. Okay, so far so good. All forced, b7, b6. So I imagine in my mind's eye that I want to put my bishop on this diagonal, which
C4.
hopefully forces a problem. Yes.
I will even go c4 now.
Exactly. So let's...
Maybe you have to go queen f6 here first, because bishop b2 can be quite annoying to allow.
Let's imagine.
Okay.
I'm such an easy guy.
Okay.
That I will do such things.
Knight d4, queen d4.
Queen d4. Okay.
Maybe you can go queen f6 here.
Exactly.
Okay, I will not go queen d4. I will go castle first. Maybe you're right, and I should be a little bit less confident.
Okay.
Even so, I'm usually on the black side. I'm not the pawn grabber, but but in general, yes.
Okay, so
we had the position after 97.
Where is it?
It's here.
There it is. Okay. Knight
d7. Yes, and here, after 97, I would go for short castle.
Okay.
So I wait with my decision.
A big moment of...
I still like white a lot. I think white has a nice plus. But
Exactly.
maybe
Well,
I'm wrong, but
again, I'm the pawn grabber, and so I'm just about to believe that it's strange. These bishops of opposite color positions can really boil down to who has the initiative. It's a very, very
yes.
strange thing about bishops of opposite color positions. If I could get in the move knight e5 in a nice way, I think all the problems are
Are
gone.
solved
If you
because
get in a queen d4, this attacking idea that absolutely begs to be played in the position, right? This long diagonal, and you get it in a nice way, it can be also completely winning. But okay, that is let us say a first go, a first
yes,
blush.
so white either can gain here great advantage or black finds a way to keep the compensation.
You
Maybe
mentioned
something like bishop g4 here.
Yes, you mentioned a time ago that you like the move bishop g4
Hmm.
because you like the idea of provoking f3, which was a kind of a
Yeah,
weakness.
here it
And
could be
so
even like a sacrifice coming. You know?
you can feel it, yes.
I think it's. I think objectively it's not enough because I don't have enough attacking pieces after bishop takes f3, for example.
Hmm.
But in blitz, for
In
sure, it's an
blitz?
option.
Okay. By the way, do you fancy yourself as a blitz player? Do you like to play blitz?
Well, let's say like I used to be quite good in blitz when I was younger. I mean,
Mm.
younger was like 5, 6 years ago. It was much better.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I feel that there is a huge advantage being young in
Right.
blitz because you have a very quick perception. Like you
Right.
see a new situation, you have sometimes
Right.
just 2 seconds as a bonus time, and for young players, it's easier than to keep
Right.
the control or like to immediately react. The reaction
Right.
speed is better.
I completely agree with you. And in my case, it was about 2 months ago that I really felt that my blitz went down a bit.
So I don't know. I mean, like there are like players, for example, like Alexandra Kostyanyuk, who can still like win World Rapid and Blitz tournaments just like this.
Hmm.
But I mean, like I must say, she's a marathon player, and maybe this is the only way to compensate. She's a marathon, not player, a runner.
Runner.
So she's very, very competitive, even in terms of cardiology sports, let's say.
I
So
see.
maybe this is a way to compensate
That's
age, and probably the only way.
that's needed. So after a move like bishop g4, if we were to make castles, then we're very happy in trading, as you say, the clean defense, trade everything off. Queen takes d5, and I think all of black's opening problems
Are
are,
solved, and maybe positionally speaking, even black has a slightly upper hand. Yeah,
yeah, I would.
it's probably electroish,
Yeah.
but
But okay, so I
yeah.
think what we're discovering for ourselves, at least, is that some kind of bishop g4, as opposed to going with the bishop a6 idea, is the right approach for black to take in this
Yes, we have to
position.
be. We have to somehow fight for
Fight!
welcome to the WR Chess Masters, and I hope you will enjoy. We have the best players in the world. I hope they will play well, and we will have a lot of interesting chess games. And yeah, enjoy the evening and the show.
to those two players, and this is a move which should be considered if you ever want to play this line.
And why is that the case? Because after the move bishop h6 was put on the board, Duda had to play this absolutely awful lame move bishop f8. You never want to play a move like bishop f8 protecting the pawn on g7. The problem is if you play castles, you can just resign. Bishop
Yes.
takes g7, king takes g7, queen g5 is absolutely dead, dead, dead. And after bishop h6, bishop f8, it's like everything that black did for his development
Is on gone
is
forever.
is wrong. It's just wrong. I mean, white can do moves like rook d2,
and rook d1. It's fairly simple. You don't need to be even 2,700
to
play it.
understand
Yes,
how terrible it is. So we think that Wesley is just cruising right out of the opening into a winning position. We also had a very interesting game. I liked it very much, this move by Andre back here in his game with Vincent. After the move here, we were just about this moment. And knight e4 is in the database. There are other moves in the database. Rook c1. And then after, oops, excuse me, rook c1. And after the move queen b6, I really like this move. It's not intuitively obvious, this knight on e5 retreating to c4, but you want to open up the diagonal for your bishop so that after takes, knight takes, let's say the queen moves. We're not exactly too sure where. Let's just tuck it away for a moment on
Yes,
a7.
we will take on g7 and move our bishop somewhere with a tempo.
And
Oh no, we take on h7. You're right, actually.
and it just you pick up a rook for two pieces, but it's not that. It's like the pawns, the rook, the rooks.
The activity of
exactly,
pieces for
and
white.
exactly, and this queen on g7 is such a menace.
And Harry, the h pawn will be running without any mercy, I'm afraid.
I think you may have worked with the Ginger Grandmaster to come
I
up
just
with
know
that.
that he likes Harry and Jerry.
Okay, but yes, exactly. In these positions, you do like the H pawn running, and I really like this move. And Vincent, in my opinion, is really kind of on the back foot exactly at this moment. Do you have a recommendation for Vincent? Because I mean, you've more or less you have to take.
Well, you have to take because you need to at least put white in a kind of proving situation, because once you're in trouble, you should take material.
Absolutely.
So this is a basic rule of being in dynamic trouble. Just take the material and hope for the best.
Exactly. I'm wondering if maybe Vincent can try to mix it up with
Yes.
something like Queen c7 and Bishop f6. The idea, at least in this case, is you're not necessarily grabbing this pawn on h7 with a tempo. I'm not a fan of black's position, trust me. But
Maybe I can just play rook b1 because you can anyway not defend h7 unless you play f5. Only move.
the
And
problem
rook takes b7 is
yes, yes,
so
yes.
I don't think this is working either.
No, it just feels like white is really enjoying the proceedings here. And finally, it was the game of Levon. Where are you, Levon? Where is Levon? I think he is this game. Yes. Levon has carried out a mixture of the ideas.
So he even
That
played
w-
g4.
Yes,
But
exactly.
a little bit later than I was expecting it.
Exactly. You mentioned
G4 is an idea, but we already proved that e3 is a problem, so that's
exactly,
why, yeah.
exactly. So this is why Levon started with the move e3, and then after knight c6, g4, which I find, I mean, I find it easier. I guess it's some kind of a prejudice that I must have. If the pawn was on g2,
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine myself finding the move g2, g4
Easier.
a lot easier than when my pawn is already on g.
Because
It's
then
like I've developed my pawn. I've already
yes,
put-
you
put-
don't need it maybe. Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
got the
put
point,
enough
yeah.
energy in moving my pawn already. But g4, with this idea of opening up this diagonal even further with the move g5 and kicking out the knight, that was met by h7, h6. Levon grabbed his pawn, d7, d6, and I think we're up to date, are we? I'm just looking at the web camera.
Yes, we should be up to date. I think there
Exactly.
are no more moves played actually.
Okay, so I'm staring at this pawn on g4 under attack, and wondering, is now the time to play knight d5? I'm always dreaming in such positions that that my opponent will not have a good answer for my dark square bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm putting too much blind trust that my dark square bishop will be unchallenged. Yeah.
But okay, here I can block it with knight e5 potentially, even though e4 is then under attack. But I attack g4, so it's not so simple.
Mm-hmm.
So the bishop on c3 is not yet a black square killer, I would say, as long as I have a blocker like knight e5
Okay,
in the position, right?
Well, shall we just continue the line? I've got a check on a4. If you block, I'm not saying it's.
I'm not sure I want to block with a bishop, but you're right, of course.
Then I've got. I'm feeling like I'm enjoying this position a little bit more than maybe.
Maybe you enjoy it for my taste too much. I don't want to even, I want to go back.
Yes, exactly.
But I'm not sure that I can actually have better options here. I mean, maybe knight e5 instantly is too early or premature. Maybe I should first castle and have knight
Okay,
e5 in
yes.
the pipeline, right?
Exactly. So something like, I like that. I think you're right. Something like castles, so that if I do go a little berserk with h4 and g5, then your blockade of the knight makes more sense.
I'm not even sure I should keep on the attack, but start now my positional approach instead. Even like h3, it looks a bit weird, I agree, but maybe knight e5 is not yet.
And now I'm kind of happy. Well,
No, well,
oops,
not
wait.
okay. But even the g4 pawn is maybe not important. I can
Exactly.
play queen c2 or something
Exactly.
if I'm afraid. And then I go long castle, and I have a very nice position because I have f4, and then you are not in
Yes.
control of the black
The-
squares anymore.
Yeah, this was precisely my thinking too, that when I get a situation where I have this unfettered diagonal wide
Yes.
open, that the compensation is overwhelming. So I like that, Lizzie. So
So yes, I mean, like here Levon has a choice even at some point to switch from dynamic into positional advantage, and this
Mhm.
is actually a very comfortable situation.
right.
So he's also
Looking good at this.
looking good. So we have Wesley So looking quite good because
Yes.
it's an opening trap apparently which Duda fell into. Levon looks quite good, and I heard issues on the chat discussing Nepomniachtchi against Absudaturov in terms of some perpetual move chance. So maybe we should also
We'll switch. I just wanted to speak
switch,
to
yeah.
this game of Wesley So versus Duda for just a moment, because, okay, just to let people know, I have retired professionally from chess in 2003. And people always ask, why don't you come back? Why don't you come back? Why don't you? Because yes, sir, you could compete with these guys and blah blah blah. And it's like precisely this game is why I don't come back, because this game between Wesley So and Duda, it sort of like typifies
Nowadays
professional
chess.
chess nowadays.
Yeah.
If you make a misstep in the opening,
Yeah,
These guys
you're
are so
done.
good, you're done. You're out.
Yeah,
You're gone.
yes, and especially
And it's like in chess today has become so precision, so precise, that when I'm playing my openings today, how can I compete with these guys who've been playing chess with their computers and they're checking their database every 3 hours to make sure that nobody has changed the opening
well, that's
theory?
why Yasser, like, you should do it like me. You should just change your opening for every game.
Every
You
game.
don't-
There you
you
go.
don't get into these troubles.
That's maybe the answer. But this is the problem, is that chess today has become so extraordinarily precise. You can't make a single misstep against any of these
Yeah.
monsters in the next room, by the way. They're just over there. It's a beautiful playing hall here at the Hyatt in Dusseldorf. But yeah, I mean, if a top player like Duda can be literally lost in, 20 moves, how can an old hack like me, come back into chess and possibly compete with this? You were mentioning Nepo. I think we did not look at g6 for a very
Well,
obvious reason,
we thought Queen e5 is the issue.
and we didn't go any further.
Yes, but now let us think. What?
How do we defend against checkmate?
That's your turn.
Well, thank you very much.
I have an idea actually. It's maybe
Please.
f6, queen takes e7, and knight c6, and then we rule on the party. Could be
Say what?
queen e7 and knight c6.
Isn't that a whole piece?
So like I had done like knight b4 issues, but no, I missed queen d6, so this doesn't
Oh, thank
work.
goodness. I was a little bit worried there that I was missing a queen trap. So what are we missing? I mean, for sure, g6, queen e5 is the most obvious. Again, checkmate in 1 precipitates f6. Oh, it must be a rook? Are you
I mean,
kidding?
Yes, it must be something. It was not knight c6, but it was
Our queen is somehow
trapped.
trapped.
Yes.
Oh, that's inspired.
So that's why actually f6, and like Nepo saw it, maybe that's why he was thinking about
He's
queen
paused.
f5.
Yeah, he's paused.
A bit longer.
That is a remark. I mean, wow. That is really. I don't. It doesn't come immediately to mind, this pattern from my games, but that really is an unusual looking queen trap to my eyes, because it's so easy. Once you see the move queen e5, you shut down.
Yes, and that's a problem. This
You just say,
kind of
I can't play like this
typical
because
human automatism, yes.
yeah, you can't play like this because checkmate and the bishop's hanging. And it really takes a very special force inside of you to say, look further, look deeper, deeper,
Yes.
to
Or a good
see these
intuition, which probably like,
next moves. Yeah.
yeah, which Nordibek had in terms of a queen trap, because the queen on e7 just simply doesn't have moves. That's why I was
Exactly.
thinking about knight c6, and I was so happy that I found this trap. Yes, I was close, but queen d6 was the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, but this move rook, and is that it? That just means
This is a
draw?
draw, yes, but is it played in the game?
it's played in the game.
Ah, it's played in the game. Okay, then we have the first.
Let me update that.
But the question
No,
is,
it is not played in the
I
game.
mean, it's not like that queen e5 is a forced option here. I mean, you can play on with queen
No,
f4 or
I
something.
love the move queen e5.
To
I do like
provoke.
f6.
And
I
now queen g3, perhaps even to
Oh,
threat on
even-
g6. No, I mean, like to
Very.
put some more
What is
pressure.
he? That's very aggressive.
Well, that's my style. I told you I'm the pawn giver, not the pawn grabber.
Well, in this case, I could see that you're ready to sacrifice.
Yes, especially
the
it's a
cleric.
threat now because it's a combination of knight g5 as a pawn on f6 will be pinned after the king would be on h8, for example, knight c6, just to show it. And here we can bring in another piece with knight g5.
Now, this is a checkmating threat I can really support. And what Lizzie is saying is that the knight on g5 is not going to be captured thanks to the pawn on f6. So that's a very nice line, and that's why, you were so tempted by this move, Queen G3. You liked this sacrifice against the pawn on G6. And I must say, it definitely feels like white is the one in the driver's seat here, pushing the initiative. So.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, definitely. Is that the Wesley So game, by the way, that you have up there? Because
yes, I have the Wesley So game, but I realized actually that the other problem is that we are muted.
We're muted?
Yes, since we are back on the stage. That's why I was just telling our technicians to do something about that. Because apparently we are muted since we are back, so we must be muted for
some time.
They say it's very funny. They say like that the sound is they can do lip reading and sound is overrated. So
as I hopefully we have our sound back. We'll just get Andre to confirm that. But I always said when I was doing these audio commentaries for ChessBase back in the day, can you hear me? Because doing a lecture without sound, it just doesn't work as well. Okay, so I think we're back.
Yes,
okay.
We are back.
So do we have more moves in this Wesley So game? I don't think so.
I'm not sure actually, because I think Duda did look very happy. And the bishop still stands on h6, but
yes.
he did a move because it's not his time, according to the transmission.
Bishop
or maybe it's white. No, it's white to move after bishop f8, actually.
Still. And we had looked at rook d8, and we had just basically said...
rook d2 looks very
rook d2. And we just basically said a feeling of game over. Black is paralyzed on the king side. The bishop can't move, the king can't move, the rook can't move. And white is ready just to... I mean, it's true, you can at least take away the pressure down the d-file by trading a pair of rooks, but you haven't solved your basic problem. What are you doing on the king side? You're going to have to play a move like knight d7 one day, and the bishop will end up retreating, probably with a tempo. Even the queen can slide all the way across the board, so it just feels awful.
Yeah, I agree.
Awful. Let's see what Vincent and Andre are up to.
There nothing happened yet.
Nothing.
Because maybe knight c4 was unexpected.
And so Vincent is coming to grips with a variation like this. We didn't know where to put the queen, c7 or a7. Give me some guidance here, Lizzie.
Well, my intuition doesn't like any of those. I mean,
I like your intuition. I don't either. I don't like
probably
Black's choices at all.
queen d8 looks most safe. Let's put it this way.
Safe?
I mean, safe in terms that maybe now... I know I still don't have bishop f6 even here, right?
It's certainly possible. In any case, I was going to take the rook and
have rook b1.
Probably just move my rook, yeah? The reason I was trying to put the queen on a7 and or c7 was I saw this rook b1 coming from afar, and I said, ooh, I'm going to have to keep the bishop on b7 protected.
Yes. Okay, let's go back. I mean, I'm thinking maybe like we don't have to go sacrifice a rook this way. Maybe you can sacrifice a rook on f8. Not to lose a tempo.
Okay, so...
Like you take on c4.
We take on c4. Okay.
We pretend we have a good square for the queen.
We're not sure where it is.
Okay, let's say c7 or a7. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
And now we play rook f8.
Fair.
Because we don't lose the tempo with queen takes h7, which means the queen is not activating immediately. And if you take on f8, bishop f8, at least I have the most important square d6 protected. I guess this is likely more about the truth. Whether queen
Seems
c7 or
fair.
queen a7, I don't know, but maybe queen c7 looks more natural.
Seems fair.
But at
I'm not
least
sure if
now-
I should take on f8 right away or play queen h7. I don't know how big the difference is for the
It's
moment.
about tension, rules of tension.
Rules of tension,
If you
that's right,
don't, I mean, you don't lose a material if you don't do it. So actually, psychologically speaking, it's harder for black to always think about when is he going to take on f8 or not. So if you have a
Exactly.
choice, actually, psychologically, it's always better to
Keep-
keep back the obvious move if you can do it any other moment, because your opponent needs to be occupied about this
Mhm.
all the time.
The difference that I'm seeing, Lizzie,
Might
is that
be,
maybe
yes.
because I'm
Mm.
giving
The knight takes f8
precisely.
option. Yes.
Yeah, and maybe that
changes everything.
that might be
Yeah.
in the favor just for the moment for black. So
yes.
if we do have this whole line, once again we go
Then we should
down,
likely immediately react. Yes, you're right.
rook f8, we take the rook. Probably we're forced to recapture
And now
with the
we
bishop.
don't even maybe have to take on h7, because maybe we have something more active,
Ah,
like
I
rook
understand.
b1 now, or e4, or different
I
things.
apologize. I think I understand something that I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting that I don't have to take on g7 immediately, but I can first push you
Back
to a
to
lesser
the-
square.
Yes, you're right.
c8 would mean interference with castles long.
Yeah.
And d8, well, that's back to the line that we just looked at with something
Mhm.
like this, yes?
Yes, and this is of course a much better version because I win plenty of tempo. Yeah.
Yes, and so bishop e5, it's an important
It's funny because I
Zwischenzug.
thought like the Zwischenzug I need after rook g8, you know, like to do it vice versa. But
Right.
since rook g8 is anyway answered by queen takes h7, you are right. It's more clever to lure the queen to d8 if you have a chance.
Exactly. For Americans, it was always a badge of honor that we were proud of ourselves as chess players when we could say Zwischenzug and Zugzwang. Where like it showed
Yes.
some understanding
Yes, but
that we
still,
knew
like
these
you know, this
German
it's
words.
Zwischenzug. That Z is more hard.
We won't talk about accents and proper pronunciation. By the way, another word that we were very proud of in America as chess players when we understood the concept of Luft.
Luft, yes.
Yeah, we make Luft.
Actually, I never knew how you said it in English until I heard it actually somewhere in Russian. They also, I think, call it Luft. To
And-
be honest, but then I was thinking like, we don't call it Luft, we call it Luftloch, which is the whole of an air and not
Oh.
the air.
So say it again, what you say.
We say Luftloch.
Luftloch.
Yeah, Luft is like the air, and the
Yeah.
Loch is a hole.
Ah,
So, and objectively speaking, if I play g3 or h3, we can't speak about air, but we
Right.
speak about the small territory of air, and that's
Right.
why we put it Loch for the whole.
brilliant. See, I didn't know that. I just thought Luft meant
Air, but
Air
air is
and-
everywhere. But the precision of this particular air you do for your
H2,
king
H3 is
is-
the H2 square.
is like a hole,
Correct.
and that's why we call it Luftloch.
Wow.
You learn for life.
Boy, I mean, we should be charging premiums for this stuff. This stuff is gold. I mean, truth bombs are raining across our program here. Do we have the up-to-date position? No, Vincent. This move has really caught Vincent.
Yes.
He's like, okay, he's quite stunned by this move because he's already almost taken the entire first hour
Yes.
of play. Again, just to remind everybody, they are playing an unusual time control. 40 moves in 2 hours with no increment, and then they will move on to the second time control of 20 moves in 1 hour. So it will be a very, very classical game. Do we have a game finished already?
Yes, I think Nepomniachtchi made a draw.
Aha, and that
He
was
went for the draw.
so that was in some ways quite a nice escape, because in truth,
It looked very suspicious.
after
for
Queen
black.
F5, we were really getting into whites. But why do you think
He declined
that
the draw.
he did exactly? Why he didn't go for your aggressive Queen G3?
That's a very good question. I would love to pass on you.
I was first.
Okay, let's be like serious. Maybe bishop d6 to start with,
Okay,
to
fair.
keep you busy.
Okay, and as much as I would love to grab the g6 pawn, the time is wrong. Okay, so I run away.
Okay, if you run away to h4, I have maybe time for c4.
Aha.
And then I will also like put your king a little bit on prey. And I have also like
Okay.
queen a5 check and c3 coming, and then your bishop is out of question.
Out of business.
That's
yeah?
why I thought like we have to play queen g4 to keep the threat on g6.
Fair.
So that's why after queen
Queen.
e5, f6, let's say queen g3,
Okay.
and
After
here
your
bishop d6, queen
you didn't
g4.
like my queen h4. You
But
like queen
maybe now I can play queen f5, as ridiculous as it may look. No, not queen f5, f5 I meant.
as ridiculous as it may look. And
Yes, the queen needs to go somewhere on the black squares, let's say h4. And now again,
c4.
well, you have knight g5, so maybe I need to be a bit more precise whether I take on f3 or whether I can do it without. But this is a critical position because knight g5,
Is maybe an issue.
maybe not.
Okay.
But I think it, well, okay, let's say I play c4.
Well, one thing I just wanted to point out, Lizzie, that I didn't point out the other time, is I can take on c4, and the idea is when you take with a double attack on my bishops, I do capture with check.
Yes, I never actually intended to take this
Oh,
pawn.
good, good. I was trying to win the pawn, and you were trying to give it to me.
And when I want to give the check, but the question is like
Okay.
how crucial
So-
is a jack?
So up to this moment, we're both in business.
Yeah, c4, bc4, queen a5 check.
Okay.
it doesn't look,
let's-
so
let's
bad.
move my king. A little bit uncertain as to which square, f1 or e2, so I'll pick one for the moment.
Okay, queen b2,
Sorry?
queen b4. Sorry, I mean I have
Yes.
some notification.
Okay. I understand you're tickling me, so I'll make protect.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be frank with you, I'm not sure I see yet the biggest problems for white, but there must be, because otherwise why would Nepo already agree on a draw with white?
Exactly. That was what we're trying to discover. I mean, we may have to actually ask him directly because this position feels like white's the one who is.
It's still fine. But babe, okay, we don't have to go queen a5 check, we can also go with a bishop. I mean, we have a choice here, right? So let's go queen e5,
Yes.
f6,
Yes.
queen g3. And okay, let's quickly
Pause.
check here, pause here.
Because you can start with queen a5. That might be.
Yes, queen a5 maybe immediately may have some good sense.
I mean, knight d2 is one, but okay. I liked your idea of just setting up.
After knight e2, we have not to cope with bishop takes g6 anymore. That's an important thing. I mean, once you play knight e2, then bishop takes g6 is not a threat.
It's just a
It's
perpetual.
just
you
a
think.
draw.
I see. Okay, so king e2
It's the only way to try to play for a
maintain.
win.
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah.
no.
I'm expecting a drum roll and da-da-da. King g7.
But maybe I can simply play rook f7 and say like, I don't
Do
care.
your worst, huh? Do your
I mean,
worst.
because okay, by pawn structure and by space, black is not doing bad at all. The question is just whether you have some
Yeah,
tactical sneakiness with knight g5 or queen e5, but likely you may not have, and then actually Nepo is right, because dynamically he might have the initiative, positionally he might be worse.
Right, because of the structure and
Yeah.
just covering a lot of the bases. Well, this game was really a tricky game, an awkward one to commentate, because from our perspective, it just looked like white was pushing the envelope and doing very nicely, and then this queen trap to keep the balance was an
Yes.
inspired find. Well, bravo, and we have our first result. in our competition as a draw.
Yes.
All right, where are we with the with the Vincent game? Still, Vincent
Thinking.
is thinking,
Maybe
and
we go back to to
Wesley and Duda, Bishop F8.
Rook D2 was played, or was it our moves?
That
No.
was our move. We've been, but we suggested this about 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
Wesley still is catching up there. What about Anisha's game? Just a
Yes,
second.
because we haven't been there for quite some time.
And don't tell me nothing has happened
This is hard to believe,
after E4. Gukesh has been in the tank
but
for a long time, because here we have been for quite some time ago. We
this can be by
talking-
calculation, because like if both players had 2 hours per game, we are speaking of 1 hour 40 minutes altogether, and actually it's 2 hours 20 the games
that
are
has
running.
passed, so we
So-
don't have an up-to-date on the
After-
clocks.
We don't have the update on the clocks, but we have exactly this position.
No.
We have
This
the
was
position we had, yeah.
This was the position that we had expected some time ago. We saw the move E3, E4 by Anish quite some time ago, and remarkably enough, Gukesh has not responded in a while.
Okay, I will just
Double check.
double check actually if there's something we missed. We are speaking. No, there had been played moves.
Moves have been played. We
Yeah.
haven't. Our board hasn't been updated. Our apologies for that. What moves did they play after E3, E4?
I can tell you 1 second. So we had the move E4, and actually E4 was responded in a way which actually makes sense to respond. When you fight for the center, you play which move?
I take on D5. I'm fighting for the center.
Well, you didn't quite fight because D5
Yeah, I'm not
is not
playing
untouchable,
F5.
but yes, that's what he played.
No way,
he
really?
played a 5,
Okay,
yeah.
that's remarkable because that's exposing the king.
And then actually after F5, castle was played, which makes sense because if you take on F5, queen takes D5 can be quite annoying with a double attack on G2, D3, right?
Is that actually so?
I mean, if
So
F5,
if we play F5, because I do have this move Knight F4 that somehow protects what you said is you're attacking D3, you're attacking G2, but remarkably I do have a move that
okay, I take on D3 with a check, and then I claim that here in this position I take and have taken on F5 and first take on D3 I thought, and then I
Right.
take on F5 to get the tempo, no?
oh, but I didn't win a pawn. Somehow, I'm sorry, I was trying to fight.
I thought like that.
I wrongfully thought I had won a pawn.
No, what I meant is like if you take,
Yes,
queen takes D5,
Yes.
knight F4, I take.
and
You
queen takes,
take.
queen takes.
I can even give some intermediate check, but let's skip that. I just thought like in the easy way
You're absolutely right, of course.
that here actually black should be fine.
No question about it.
Maybe
was
better even.
exactly here. Somehow I thought that white had another pawn. Like I've got to take an extra pawn
But
off
the
the
pawn on
board.
B2 is not existing.
Exactly. So that's my bad. So instead, after
F5, he went for castle.
castle,
So knight takes D3 was played.
queen takes D3.
Queen takes D3, Fe4,
Yes.
the queen E4,
Yes.
C takes D5,
Okay.
queen D3.
Okay.
This move is a bit awkward because it runs
Queen-
into bishop F5.
It sure does, but I guess Anish didn't have a better square for his queen.
Well,
then?
yes, bishop F5,
Yes. Queen B5.
queen G3,
Queen G3. Okay.
and knight C6, and bishop E3.
Bishop E3.
Still, I would say it's fairly equal, no?
Fairly equal, but it's one of those, again, these bishops of opposite color positions are very, very often determined who has the advantage by whose king is weaker. So let me just
Yes.
let me give you an example that after rook c8, knight d4, I think to the uninitiated eye, you would say bishops of
draw.
opposite color is a draw. But to myself, I look at the position and say, even though it's not completely obvious that I have a winning checkmating attack against black's king, I have the feeling that my king is safer.
Yes, and
And
this
therefore
is a very
I have the
important
advantage.
issue.
Exactly,
Because
exactly.
when you play with opposite colored bishops, then usually the advantage goes to the side of the stronger bishop or of the safer king
Yeah.
when queens are on the board.
It's funny, they're not updating the board yet. But yes, this is a position that Gukesh needs to avoid. Let's see. Okay.
So he has to go back to the moment of bishop e3, which we had in the game. So we can go further.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't work actually. I'm
Yeah,
not sure why
exactly.
it doesn't work, but okay, we are in this position after
Don't
bishop
play.
e3, and we
Right.
should not maybe allow the exchange of the knights in general.
Precisely.
But maybe bishop d3 fails to bishop h6 as a tactical threat. Otherwise, this move could be interesting to even consider to get rid of the knight and keep
Mhm.
the knight on c6, which protects very important the square on d4.
Okay.
But it doesn't work tactically, perhaps because of bishop h6, no?
And now, because my bishop is attacked, I would have to. I'd
Go
have
back.
to blockade. Yeah.
Maybe bishop g5 actually is more annoying.
True.
So,
True.
I mean, it looked like it doesn't work tactically in any case.
Exactly. Exactly. So yes, the not to allow this, but bishop to d3, bishop to g5. Oops.
Yes, so that's basically meaning that, yeah, I mean, objectively speaking, it should be close to equality, but definitely practically speaking easier for white, because the king of black is not as soundly safe compared to the white's king.
Exactly. Did you have in your practice a game where you managed this bishops of opposite color attack?
Even in an ending, I played a
that
very important game
you're-
in the World Cup,
Mhm.
where I changed the queens and I had opposite colored bishops. But it was so easy to play, and
Right.
I won the game, even though
Right.
everybody would think like there's no danger, and probably my opponent understood quite late
Right.
that the danger is there, and then it was too late and she had already problems, and
Right.
it was a very nice situation because it was a world KO knockout system. And you know,
So
like
victory
I
gave you
play
the
I play
victory
for
of the
two
match.
results, and whenever you play for two results,
It's a success.
it's
a
very
good-
nice,
It's
you know.
very nice.
And I love to
success.
play for two results.
Yeah, of
because-
course. So I remember this very nice story by Bent Larsen told me. He was playing Stoltenberg, I think it was a Swedish grandmaster, and Bent had a difficult position and sacrificed a pawn to force a bishops of opposite color ending. And he was very surprised that his opponent agreed to go into this bishops of opposite color ending a pawn up. Bent thought he
When-
could hold the game, but he lost it.
Yes, this is sometimes psychologically when you think you're too close to the win, still you have to draw the game. And
Exactly.
especially in this KO system, sometimes this can be a very sneaky psychological tactics.
Yeah. Bent, after the game, by the way, he said to his opponent, well, why did you allow me this ending? And he said, but young man, don't you understand? In such positions, I can never lose.
Yeah, but actually, I like this approach. I would always sign like going for two results, you know?
Exactly. I cannot lose. Again, this was, I'm not getting updated
No, I can
games.
give you the updates also in this position, of course, because I have
Okay.
it here. That's why I'm coming here with all my equipment.
Very good. You're a lady who's well prepared. I'm impressed, Lizzie.
So it was not rook d2, but rook d3,
Okay.
which actually, like, you know, sometimes when you have a choice between two rook squares and they are equally good because they're doing the same, they are standing on the d file. As a kind of hint for less experienced players, it's often good to serve the opposite color of your opponent's like attacking piece, and here it's the bishop. That's why maybe like rook d3 can be a little bit more precise in terms of
Mhm.
any attacks with the rook, and the rook
Mhm.
on d2 could perhaps be at some point attacked with the knight on e4 or with the bishop to b4.
Right.
And besides, the b2 pawn is very likely to be poisoned. That's why actually rook d3 is probably even better than
More flexible.
more flexible.
I
yeah.
remember Viktor Korchnoi spending like an hour and 20 minutes on, he didn't know whether a check with the queen on g5, checking a king on d8, or queen on h4 check was better. And he was spending all of his time trying to figure out which was the better square. Rook d3 was the choice, and then what happened after rook d3?
So after rook d3, actually in the game knight d5 was played.
Okay, that's a big concession, I would say.
Yes, but it's already like sometimes when you're having a bad position, it doesn't matter if you do concessions or not, because a bad position
Bad
can hardly be
position.
worse.
Exactly. Knight takes.
Yes, e takes d5 and now bishop e3.
A tempo against the queen. The queen
Yes.
is invited to capture pawn on b2. I suppose bishop to d4 will
Or
be the
rook
intent.
d1.
Or even just simple rook d1, yeah?
The question is if rook d1 would allow...
Oh, shoot. I always...
yeah, no
Why?
problem.
Why is it jumping?
So, I mean, the question is like if I play rook d1, if I can go bishop e7 and I manage to castle. That's the only question we have to...
Well, I will never want to see you castling.
So that's why bishop d4 is probably the right move. But this is basically the way of choosing candidate moves. Like
But then in this case, it's sort of like, to my eyes, the move rook d2 might be better served. But hold on just a second. Let's go back here. Rook to d3. I'm not going to play bishop to e3. In this moment, after
but your
takes...
bishop is hanging, no?
Absolutely. He must have some idea of rook e3 check, perhaps? What do you think? Rook e3
I
check?
mean, rook d3 also has some advantage of rook b3 at some point.
Exactly.
Could be like also some...
a nice Zwischenzug on
Yeah.
that side of the board. So again, instead of bishop to e3, you've just mentioned a nice...
Well, here I can take likely on h6, no? With a rook.
So queen
It may
a4 check, queen
rook
c6.
Yeah. That's why rook b3 here doesn't work.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Let's go back here to this moment. I was trying to get an idea if I could do something a little bit suspicious. You have to take my bishop, I think.
Yes, I take your bishop with a pawn.
Exactly.
You have one check, but I have king d7. You have the check on a4, but then I can go king d8.
Okay, just a second. My queen is covering.
Mhm.
So check on c8 provokes king d7. My rook is hanging. I want to go... No, queen f6 doesn't work. Sorry, I was trying to make a combination like this, but I think I've done it all wrong.
You
This
want
is-
to take on f7? And
Yes, it just doesn't work.
Maybe it's too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, the question is like in the final position, which is on the board, whether like after queen takes b2, there is simply bishop d4, and then I still threat rook e3 check and also rook d1, because you will likely never be able to castle anyway because of the g7 pawn. No?
So you're saying bishop e3 was actually played on the board?
This bishop e3 was played, and
And,
now the question. I mean, he played queen b4 actually, but I think queen takes b2 probably doesn't work.
Because what you were saying, bishop to d4?
I thought that here I can play bishop d4, and you will anyway never manage to go bishop e7 and short castle because of the g7
pawn.
Yeah.
So just for example, if we just put the queen back a square, you'll never have bishop e7, as you say, queen
I
g4.
mean, you have it, but you don't have castle, which is so important.
Is crucial.
The
Absolutely.
crucial one, yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't take on b2, but instead he has played queen b4. Is this
yes,
on the
he
game?
played queen before. Yeah.
This isn't necessarily helping, right? If I go here.
But at least the queen is not attacked, and I have a spare move. This is the point. With queen takes b2, bishop d4. The queen needs to move. Now I can do something else,
Okay,
which
fair.
may not help much, but I have at least the option.
Let's just see here. It just feels like Black's position is so bad that the disaster is ready to strike, and I don't know exactly where. Rook d4 is a tempo that might force you to play queen b2. I don't know.
Maybe a rook c4, but maybe it's not enough.
Can I also ask maybe another salient question? Queen h5, why is my queen so good on h4 that it can't be maybe better placed?
Yeah, bishop e7.
Okay.
I want to castle,
Yes, you do.
and my dream comes true.
The dream is alive. It's true.
And I don't see how you prevent castle actually in a good way.
I was going to try to...
With the position from the positional point of view.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
yes.
trying to make you stop from castling by keeping the e7 bishop under...
And you are right, actually d5 is anyway falling, so it's at least a pawn.
Yeah,
And even a pawn might be just enough to win the game, actually.
exactly.
There's no point to mate anymore.
Yeah. And again, whoops, I keep going the wrong way there. Sorry, apologies for that. Where is it? Where were we?
We were exactly in the moment
Here.
after queen b4, queen h5.
This is one of the worst... Wesley So is one of the worst players to have this type of position against.
Because he
He-
has to choose whether he goes for positional or tactical
And
approach.
he is so good in these types of technical positions, I want to say. And it was something that we talked about at the opening of the show, how many of these players are potentially the victors of the tournament. And I can say if it's a low-scoring affair, somebody doesn't go with a blistering +4 or something like that. Wesley is the type of player that can make a very comfortable +2, and when things are really humming along, +3, +4, and he just cruises to a very nice first place. So tell me, what is the current position?
The current position is still the position after one move less. I mean, like after queen b4, we are here. I'll just do it.
Yes.
We are here. And it's...
White to play, then.
no, it was... yeah, the game continued. It was bishop e3. No, he took on... Wait, I will just be double sure that I'm not telling you... No, he took on b2, actually. Sorry, it was my mistake. I went too far.
So we
with my
have to go
eyes.
back
Yes.
one move?
Yes, we go back. Sorry, this is...
That's what I mean. I press the back button and I go...
You go back entirely.
far.
So it was knight. No, it was rook d3.
Yes,
Knight
95.
We took,
Takes.
and actually, like, you know, there is a point for Duda. I mean, since he's already dynamically, tactically lost, and
Yeah.
then he should take the material because
Of course.
he can't be more lost than he is lost objectively.
Exactly.
So at least with material, he has a chance that White needs to prove the advantage. Actually,
My trainer, Nikolai Minev, would say, if you're going to suffer,
yes, just
you
take-
might as well suffer with an extra pawn.
yes, and we have the position now after rook b3.
Aha.
So b7
Which is
is
something...
on 3.
Yeah, it was a theme that we have seen before, as White is eyeballing this pawn on b7. And I'm assuming queen e7. I don't see... Is that Wesley? I see Wesley on our screen, but is it Wesley's? There's Duda.
No, I think Duda is still to move, but
Okay.
probably queen e7 is the only choice because you need to hunt down the attacking pieces.
Exactly.
But
So-
now, funnily speaking, if I take on e7 and I take on b7 and I win either a7 or g7, isn't that objectively speaking not enough to win the game? Because you don't even have bishop f6, as I have a nasty check on b8.
Yes, I would say that
This is just a technically winning, because if
position.
a7 is falling, I think it's not that difficult, because d5 is also weak and I can play
Yes.
e3.
Yes. So does it? That is why actually he is considering the move Queen e7 as maybe just technical.
Well, he played Queen e7 and he took on e7 with a king, which makes sense because he needs to protect the g7 pawn. But also this position, I think after rook b7, rook a7 is...
I remember doing analysis with Victor Korchnoi, and he would say of the move king takes e7, yes, sir, it's so ugly. And I go, yeah, but what do you want me to do? I mean, it's so ugly. King takes e7.
But okay, I
rook
think
takes
the
b7.
point is like if I play king e6 and I take on a7, maybe he hopes to escape with bishop c5.
Fair. Fair.
And this is, I mean, here the pin rook c1 is not enough. And this is a way to hope for a rook ending.
Agreed.
But even this rook ending should be
not
just
a
winning.
it's not a rose garden, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe this is another one of our nice tricks. This is turning the pin inside out. Ouch. Ouch.
Yes, I mean, like
Exactly.
it doesn't work always.
Always. So king e6, and if I'm not a pawn grubber, and boy, this could be a very unpleasant.
Yeah, rook a6.
Rook
And you have bishop
A6.
c5. Yeah.
Hmm. Not fun.
Okay, maybe I have to play f6 here and have king f7 in the worst case, but okay, let's put it short. I think, especially against a player like Wesley, it's
Wesley.
hopeless.
Hopeless, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's an accurate statement. Okay, so
Maybe we
that
go back to Vincent, because this was, at least from the tactical point of view,
yes.
one of the most exciting positions.
I'm wondering if we can't get an update on our board, because we're going to have to, every time we switch, we're going to have to play all of the moves. I think we're going to be taking a break after this game to get
Yes,
our
yes.
technical side up. After the move knight c4, what has Vincent done?
So he took once, which was clear, and now he went for this Zwischenzug knight b4.
Knight b4.
Yes.
Oh my. Okay, a move
Yeah.
we didn't look at actually.
And now queen b1 was sneakily played.
Keeping an eye still on the h7
Yes.
pawn. Yes,
Queen
very
c5,
clever. Queen.
bishop g7,
Yes,
rook g8,
yes.
queen h7, and
Okay.
he took on g7.
Simple chess. Okay, so from a material count, white has rook and one pawn versus two pieces. But the problem is black's king is an issue. The bishop on b7 is an issue.
And okay, right now the knight on c4 doesn't have any serious threats, but even if you go knight e7 and long castle, f7 and e6 are also falling.
Sorry, say that again.
I mean,
please.
like, even if black would try something like knight e7 and long castle, f7, e6 are also falling.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. So knight d7.
Maybe a5 to pretend knight b6.
It's not a pretense. that's very serious. That actually
I mean, to be
Is
a little
terrible.
bit, annoying.
I mean, that is more than a little bit annoying. Let's see, the last position. Okay, so knight d7, a5, not the only move, but it's a good way of demonstrating how difficult the position is for Vincent. This move knight b6 is on white's agenda, and yeah, this is just very, very unpleasant for... Excuse me, there is one small trick. I do have bishop... No. I don't have bishop f6.
In the worst
Sorry.
case.
Do I have bishop f6?
Let me think. Well, I mean, maybe a5 was a bit too optimistic, because you may have that move.
Yes, I think I do. So we go back. We try to improve White's ambitions here.
So after 97.
Sorry. I'm trying to find where I need to be.
Yes.
Queen takes, knight
and
d7.
97, yes.
And maybe we have to just move
Rook
our
b1.
rook.
Yeah, why
Okay.
not?
And again, as you were saying, if Vincent could make an
Maybe
exit,
rook f8, queen f2, it's not that simple.
queen f2, not
It's not terrible, but the question is, do I need that?
right. Again, I feel these are the positions where the rooks are actually, with so many open files, the rooks are really in their element. Yeah, you have these very, very nasty threats of rook d1, queen takes e7. Even quite possibly something could go wrong
Yeah,
on
so
the
like
f
you have to
file.
go back queen c5, but maybe then I have some annoying knight move. Yeah. No, it looks like after 97 that
White is for choice.
white
Uh,
for sure is winning, yeah. Not
What
winning,
we're going
but
to do,
better.
folks, first of all, thank you very much for joining Lizzie and I as we are in the first game. We are going through some small little issues that we just want to take care of. And right now, for some strange reason, I'm not getting updated on the screen, even though the PGN files are working great. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see if I can't ask what we can do about this. Our PGN is not updating. So, for example, yeah, okay.
Nadirbek, welcome to Düsseldorf. How many times you've been to Germany? Have you played here before?
I have been in Germany 3 times. So recently I've played my first Bundesliga game for Fürnheim. Yeah, yeah, I find Düsseldorf very beautiful. We had time to walk around, and yeah, I find it's very beautiful. Yeah, I'm enjoying so far.
Are you happy to play in such a strong event? I mean, of course, it comes right after Weekend. You didn't have that much time to rest, but how excited you are to play here, to participate in this tournament?
Yeah, I'm very excited to participate in the first WR Chess Masters, already established as super tournament with such a strong lineup. It's always will be tough. But yeah, I'm looking forward to play, to show my best chess here, and continue my play from Vaikanze.
Yeah, and actually today you had such interesting pairings. You played with number 2 in the world, now challenger in the World Championship match, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and you played with black pieces. So you decided to go for Benko. What an aggressive mood!
Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect first move d4 from him, so I just briefly saw Benko before this tournament, so I just went for it, and I remembered some details, but overall, after b3, I was on my own, so. And I think hopefully I figured it out rightly, because it's very risky opening, so you have to know the many details. So yeah, I'm happy to manage to play it well.
Yeah, so at the end the game finished in a draw, and overall how did you feel? This is the first day, of course, round 1, and how did you feel yourself in the playing venue? Everything was fine. How was it?
Yeah, the conditions was very good. So far, I'm really enjoying this event, and yeah, I would like to thank the organizer, Vadim, who invited me to this tournament, and yeah, wish him good luck.
Thank you so much, Nadirbek, and all the best of luck.
Welcome back to our commentary, and we have already one finished game.
Yes, a draw.
of Nepomniachtchi against Nordibek.
Yes.
Let's call him by his first name. It's a
It
lot
makes it easier, right?
And Nordibek played a quite aggressive opening approach with the Benko, and then
gambit.
maybe tricked his opponent into some nice perpetual queen huntings.
Very much so. Certainly tricked the commentator team. I can tell you it was a very inspired queen trap that Nepo fell for, and the game that just kind of went very smoothly for Wesley So, right out of the opening into a very nice
Position.
position.
And Duda actually probably fell into some sort of opening trap,
Absolutely.
which, to his excuse, 18 other players fell into. And I think the strongest
That's
one,
a good excuse, but
the
still.
strongest one was your countryman Van Velde. I think he also suffered in this position.
Oh,
actually.
he also. Oof.
If I remember correctly from the
From
database,
the
I saw
database.
Van Velde with black pieces
And it was
appearing.
something like a 96% score.
Yes, which was not. I
That's-
wonder who made it draw, actually.
You're right, somebody did. Duda's fighting for his life. He played the move h5. Okay, we're just looking at it for the first time, but boy, that pawn on a7 sure looks like a tempting one to my eyes. Instead, very easy move, rook b1. I mean, pardon me, Wesley is considering to play moves like rook to e8 check, followed by rook b8,
Yes.
winning a piece. That looks also very nice. Along came the move h4, and
There is a
Wh-
mating threat with rook c1. That's the idea. So if I play now this, what you said,
like it would be a death-defying trap, like
it's
resign.
not yet. It's not erratic. It's not mate yet. No, isn't it?
No, it's not mate.
I can play h3, and now I can deal with f3 or something. It's not. But maybe have
Exactly.
bishop c5 and some tricks like this.
Precisely. This was exactly what Duda was hoping
I can still
for.
make some perpetual, no, with rook d8.
Rook to d. I mean, I think you're still better, by the way, but you could do something like that. It's so bad that even if when I fall for your tricks, I am having a winning
Yeah.
position. But in any case, Wesley certainly felt like he can play just the very easy and calm king g2, which he has done. Duda is still facing the same problems as a moment ago. Rook e8, bishop takes a7, and it's all advantage
I'm
white.
not even sure you can keep the piece on the long run. I mean, you have to play
Me
something
either.
like f6.
Yes.
Let's assume I go. Yes, that's a good question. I mean, because
Just do it.
if rook b7 simply, yeah,
Yeah,
and I
just
can
do
take
it.
on a7 and go rook a8 at some point,
Yeah, if we do it like in this fashion,
then I
Uh,
have bishop c5 coming in some way.
is it true?
You want to do it like this? Okay, then it's even better. I
Yeah.
agree.
I will just be an exchange up, and pawns will start dropping as well. So definitely we think Wesley is cruising to a very easy victory. Let's pick up the action between Anish and Gukesh. This one kind of sadly fell a little bit off our radar. When we left it, we had seen up to this
the moment
moment.
after bishop e3.
And I was explaining that one of the problems is that Black's king is slightly less protected. The pawn on f7 is missing versus the pawn on f2, and that vulnerability in a bishops of opposite color position could be serious. So what has happened? Well, knight c6, bishop e3. This is the position I more or less was aiming for with white. I wanted to
But
get
maybe
rid of the
not
knight.
knight takes c6, because now at least the pawn structure is a bit flexible.
Strangely enough, this is still, for me, a dream position from what I had. I'm not saying in any way, please
It's
let me
when-
emphasize that Gukesh is lost or anything like this. I'm just saying that to my mind, this is the maximum that white could have achieved.
That's true.
And he's achieved it, and he does have an advantage, to be sure.
Yes, I can even calmly play like h3 and king h2 if I'm bored. Just I have to avoid the
Exactly.
queen exchange. That's
Exactly.
important.
Exactly.
So this is the only thing I have to take care of.
In a candidates tournament that I played in Montpellier, I put my pawn on h3 as white, my king on h2, but I had pawns on g2 and g3 against Michael Tal. So my king was perfectly
Safe from all
safe,
his sacrifices.
and then the bishops of opposite color I've won in that way. So yes, bishop f2, so advantage Anish, and it's one of those positions where it's very, very deceptive. You might have the feeling as black, you're perfectly okay, and then you wake up at a certain moment and you realize
You're not okay.
it's really bad. So Anish might be feeling himself like he's in a situation of two results. Do we have some moves in this game? By the way, I've just seen on our screen some moves have been made.
Not so
But
many, you know.
No?
I mean, bishop f2,
Bishop
bishop
f2?
g6, and twice a capture on d5.
We
If
do
this
have
is the
we do have
update,
some
yeah.
move. Bishop g6 was the move. Sorry.
Yes.
Bishop
which
g6,
makes sense
c
indirectly.
takes
A
d5.
bit protective against g7 pawn.
Yep. C takes d5. C takes d5. And also recalling this, I think it was the 1984 World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, where Gary is playing these Tarrasch lines, bishops of opposite color, and Anatoly Karpov won a fabulous game in the World Championship match. And again, I'm thinking h3 and bishop.
Maybe even h4 and g4 at some point could be ideas to
Mhm.
expand on the king side. I mean,
Right.
I can start with bishop d4, then h4. The queen at some point goes to g5, maybe provoking h6 of black. But it's, I agree with you, it's for sure a shot of two results for white.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
black has to always be aware of some slight danger against his king.
Exactly. Okay, so Anish is on the grind, so to speak. And let's see what we have here with Vincent. So when we have left it, more or less, we were here, right? It was queen, bishop b4. Okay, takes on g7, takes on g7. Knight d7. Queen h8 check. Bishop f8. Our little move a5.
5, yes, and actually a5 has the advantage that now with a queen on h8, there is no bishop f6.
Exactly.
So that's how he actually eliminated the option.
Exactly. It's you know, it's funny, but it's those little nuanced moves that really are the difference of the top grandmasters.
Yes,
They
of
find those little windows where they can increase their advantage, and it makes all the difference in the world. Charming, in fact. After a5, there's no castles because of knight b6 check, a move we already discussed. Rook b8, rook b1, bishop c8. And I would just say that, to my mind, Vincent is suffering. You can see that the minor pieces are all kind of huddled around the black king
Yes,
that
the
isn't
knight on
completely
c4
safe.
is a monster.
And the knight on c4 is like, somehow those are those Catalan knights that are just somehow incredibly powerful, and you just feel like the knight is more powerful than a usual knight.
Yes, but actually question, why do I need rook b2 for?
Okay, what would you like instead?
I mean, like maybe I'm not sure what rook b2 is doing, because
Mhm.
okay, maybe rook d2, but I can always block the d file. Okay, maybe not in the long run with, I thought like I had knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
but I thought I could always go like h4.
You mentioned a long time ago that Harry the H-pawn might
Yeah.
have something to be said for it here.
Yeah.
And, instead of a move like rook b2, h4 is very compelling. It's possible, I mean, it looks a little bit weird, but it was possible he's annoyed by knight a2. So the difference is that, okay, I want obviously to attack the rook,
And
But
if you
I would
take-
love if you would be so kind as to allow me some kind of a perpetual, and
Okay,
I
so
will
rook
run
b2
out of the
ahead.
yeah, I would run out of the playing hall with a smile on my face if I could get a draw in this position. So rook b2 might have been just aimed
Prophylactic
at
against 92.
yeah. On the other hand, it's not the first move you kind of think of because
Yeah.
after all, you
That's
do
why I
leave yourself
didn't
in a
like.
pin.
That's why I
Yeah.
didn't like it, but there is no way to exploit the pin right now.
Yes.
Because 95 doesn't work.
But let's just go back for a second because again, it's not the first move that comes to mind. This rook b2. I suppose knight b6 has different flaws. Queen takes a5. Yes. No.
Yes, I mean in the worst case you just take material.
Okay, but let's say, how am I going to get over there? I have some very bizarre ideas of getting my rook on a good day here. Is that,
Yes, but it looks
To-
slow, but maybe you're right.
well, it's, okay, I'm not
Queen
100%.
a2?
Queen, oh, I was hoping I can take a knight.
You want just to take that piece. Yeah.
I may be a pawn grabber, but when I
You're
get
also
my
a
chance,
piece- Get
I
also a
look up.
piece grabber, yeah.
But yeah, okay, because again, the move rook b2 is not intuitively. You don't like making these
He's kind of
pins, yeah. But okay, rook b2. He says,
Okay, sometimes it's a
do
good
something.
Yes, actually, sometimes it's a very wise question to ask yourself, what does your opponent want to do? And with rook b2, he usually, I mean, he's definitely blocking the knight a2 plan, as you said.
Yes,
But
stopping.
despite that, what is black actually doing?
Right.
I don't see a decent move which doesn't really like. I don't see an
Spoil
improvement.
things somehow, yeah. Okay, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I'm just thinking that if we do get a position like this, at least with my rook on b5,
You have queen h5.
Precisely.
But maybe I start with bishop f3 in this moment if you go rook b5.
fair. So
Anyway, I give some Luft to put it in your language.
my language, my goodness.
It's German, but English version of it.
Well, if I go back to America saying Luftloch,
Luftloch. Yeah.
they're going to look at me like I'm really, really strange, and I'm going to say to them, dudes,
You learned for life.
Look, get your German right.
And also knight e5, I think. No, knight e5 now works because I don't have rook takes b4 anymore because of knight takes f3 check.
Right.
So actually, bishop f3 doesn't seem to work. It runs into knight e5.
Okay, knight e5. I was just, by the way, when I played the move rook b5, I was just looking for a move that doesn't necessarily hang material, and maybe the rook is better placed on the b5
I
square
think
than the
Winston
b8.
played queen g5 actually.
Oh, okay, let me just update my board. Yeah, there we go.
Because I saw
It flashed.
Andre
Yeah.
actually thinking.
Okay, queen g5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now at least there is some threat.
True, and he has queen g7 also as a potential niceness.
So maybe the position is not that bad anymore.
Okay, well, let's just ask the question. Suppose I attack the knight. Let's just suppose.
So you can't play queen g7 because I just take the piece, right? I mean,
Yes, I trade queens and take your knight, yes. So I'm kind of thinking that you would play c5.
Mhm.
Yeah. And let me just double check that this is not... I don't see an issue for the moment. It looks... Somehow okay.
likely- There is not
Huh.
the issue because I thought like if I attack the queen on g5, you have queen f6 always.
Exactly.
I have knight e4.
Knight
But
e4,
then-
queen g7. Oh, wait
well,
a minute.
then I thought like I can take on c5 and on b4, but it's just a pawn. But maybe it's
How sacrilege! Just upon it.
no. But actually, like the b2 rook is hanging, so it doesn't work
True.
either.
Yeah,
But I
think-
can give a check on h4, which is quite annoying.
But somehow black is still,
In control.
well, control is strong, but there he
Queen
hasn't
f4.
he hasn't been forced to make any massive concession. I still don't like black's position. Don't get me wrong. I think white is the one pushing, if you will, rook b2, queen g5. But it just feels like there should. If I just play e3, as you say, sometimes you just ask your opponent the question, "What are you trying to do?"
Queen g7 now.
I don't know if this works again. I have check.
Yes, here you're right. Here I'm losing the piece after rook, bishop, knight takes c8 and queen g7 and rook b4.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That is exactly
this
right.
doesn't work.
That's right.
But how about after e3?
Yes.
I already forgot what I wanted to say.
Well, queen g7.
Queen f6?
Queen f6.
But then actually, like, it's also knight e6 check and the
The
same
same.
story.
You saw it the first time. I can show it to you again. Second and a third. It's
Just
not
to
a
be
problem
sure.
for me. I have the control.
Maybe at some point I will remember that there was some issue with the knight on b4. No, because you suggested like queen. No, we had queen g7, so I thought like maybe queen f6
Right.
makes a difference.
No. So, oops, sorry. That's not what I. Oh, I think I have an update. I apologize. No,
No,
queen
they
g5.
don't. No, he's still
E3.
thinking.
So no queen g7, no queen f6. Maybe we just start with c5. That way we
Yes.
can't plunder the piece.
That's already a good start. But we plunder a piece because, like,
Oh,
we
we
take
still?
yes, because knight d6, knight c8, and rook b4. So maybe
That's
like
another way of blundering the piece. I
this
mean,
one I could tell you.
let's see it again. Wow.
Let's see it again.
Well, we are discovering that there's still issues that.
Like a lot of ways to plunder a piece.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hmm.
So no c5 either. So
Okay, what's left?
e3, just to keep the rook. We haven't looked at f4, but f4, if it could provoke queen f6 or queen g7, we're geniuses, right? Because then we win the piece.
But
brilliantly.
f4 at least gives some potential checks on c5 and a little bit of less stability. I mean,
I
a
understand
little
you.
bit. That's why actually I prefer e3
Oh, you do.
because as
Okay,
long
fair.
queen g7 doesn't work, why not?
Okay, that is fair. Let's just do this again. So e3, no reason to allow these c5 checks to disturb us, our tranquility.
Yes, so we need a move for black. Maybe we should flip the boards, this would be easier.
Yeah, to see from black perspective. So we're rejecting queen g7, we're rejecting queen f6, we're rejecting c5. Not that
Well-
I'm a big fan.
Oh,
Not that I'm a big fan, but the knight on d6 was really scary.
yes, actually now I have bishop g7 as a threat.
Exactly.
Yes, this move is slightly...
Annoying.
Let me think if I have knight b6.
Knight b6,
Yeah.
attacking the knight on b4, but inviting bishop g7.
Yeah, I take on c...
8 with a check.
well, I have... Well, then you can take back, but maybe I have queen g8 in the worst case.
Ah, you mean after bishop g7?
Yeah.
If you take on c8, I take back, and I take on b2. That is why you
Yes.
suggested queen g8. Gotcha.
Yes, you have to calculate now knight f8. It's not over yet. But then I can take on c8, and at least you cannot take on b2.
But
Because
not only that, but b4 is hanging.
no, but now my queen is hanging, no? After knight f6. And my queen is
Oh,
trapped.
not knight f8, but knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6. Just here, if I can take on c8, and the huge
Yes.
difference is my rook on b2 is not hanging anymore.
Got you. I understand
So-
what you mean. Yeah, and that's terrific. That is
So
That
knight
it's winning.
b6, I mean, after king e7, knight b6 could be... I mean, maybe we are missing something tactically, but it's at least...
I think we just had a new move. So let me just clear my board. And instead of e3,
You played rook d2.
and instead of f4, he just played rook d2.
So he doesn't want to win the piece.
we attempted to lose it in 3 different ways, and
But now at least queen g7 and queen f6, does it lose a piece?
which is a great.
That's a good question, but maybe not, no? But okay, I don't have to...
Now that you mention it, though, if you wanted to trade queens and then at least do it with a gain of a tempo, potentially. Knight d6 check. Well, these are. I think in Vincent's case, what he's really trying to do is create some kinds of tactics and keeping the chaos going alive, because it's not a positionally it's not a fun position for him to play, but white has to be accurate. Actually, I mean, if you
It's
allow
not so simple, yes.
exactly, if you allow black a few moves of consolidation, he can get out of his difficulties. By the way, I see that Vincent
Is
is-
slow on time? No.
well, he's doing something that I personally think is a very, very bad habit that I see a lot of people do it. They fiddle with their piece.
Yes. And why you
captured-
believe actually it's a bad habit? It's interesting for me because I know Shanzaya.
Yeah.
She's here.
Yes.
She gave a symbol today.
Yes, I
But
saw
she's
that.
doing... She
Also
even
this-
sometimes takes the pawn on the way of going her rounds.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
She's not only playing with it during the game, but sometimes
Yeah.
she even takes it with her.
Yeah. So I think it's a very, very bad habit for a very, very, very simplest of reasons. So when I was playing chess and being a professional, the rule was very simple. You cannot distract your opponent. Stop. So you didn't eat at the board.
Yes.
You didn't take a candy and...
But do you think actually that distracted doesn't make sounds to play with the...
Yeah, well, if I'm sitting there at the board and I'm fiddling with a piece and
I can
I'm-
give you a...
Yeah, an orange, and I'm going...
Yeah, okay, but you step it on the table, right?
Okay,
You have
or
to do it like a
even
little
if
bit
I'm
like a
doing-
jungler.
Okay. But it's something that's distracting. And
Yes,
so you
for the
couldn't
eyes,
do
I
it.
agree.
So you can't do it because you simply couldn't distract your opponent. Stop. So I was a kid, and I lived in Seattle, Washington, and up in Vancouver, British Columbia, there was a tournament taking place. I couldn't go because of my schoolwork, and Grandmaster Paul Carez was playing.
Mm-hmm.
So I went up on a weekend with a group of my friends, and I was like a hawk. I was watching Paul Carez, this great gentleman of the chess world. And Paul moved with a kind of beautiful, flowing precision, and everything he did, from his moves to the way he gently pressed the clock, was made in such a way as to not to disturb the opponent.
Mm.
And I was thinking to myself, okay, I can't play the good moves like Paul Carez, but at least I can imitate his style of not disturbing the opponent.
Yeah.
So that became the rule. Rule number 1, don't disturb the opponent, and I find this fiddling of the piece to be a distraction. Your take?
Yes, actually, like whenever like someone did it against me, I never realized actually it was not for me anyhow a kind of distraction. But what I realized, and now you will be laughing, like because it's something which would not likely happen in the men's competition world,
Okay.
is that once like one of the strong ladies had a kind of shirt
Okay.
which was sparkling with all this kind of
Oh,
sparkling.
yeah, like a disco shirt or
Yeah,
something.
like sparkling shirt. I mean, the shirt itself looked very nice, but whenever you looked at the shirt, your eyes got irritated.
Okay.
And actually, in my opinion, this was
Really distracting.
This was for me distracting because I couldn't just look straight because
Right.
always I had this sparkling effect on the eyes.
Yeah, I
And-
must say, in my practice, it hadn't happened, but go on. This sounds very exciting.
No, but this is something which I realized was for me, I mean, not annoying, but I understood it was not so easy to handle it. For example, like when you do commentary, you are not allowed to wear these kind of sparkling effects because of the transmission, and it might be actually also like for the eyes of the spectators a little bit irritating, let's say. But it's according to the FIDE rules, as long it's formal, it's not forbidden. But I realized that now in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, okay, I didn't play her on that particular day, but she had this shirt on, and I was even like by just looking at her, I thought like that.
Yeah.
It's not so easy, let's
Not
say.
so easy. Okay, that's yeah, I must say that's a funny
That's something
situation.
which you
but-
know will not beat. I mean, unless maybe
Right.
Levon has a very creative day in dressing style.
Right.
But usually
then you
no.
that's kind of like an applause. But yeah, I like this idea of an incredibly sparkling shirt. Okay, but by the way, we do have a
95, yeah.
95, and I'm a pawn grabber, so
Yes.
forgive me for being the first to look at a pawn. But imagine I have played in this position after knight d5, knight check, yeah,
Yes, King E7. I was calculating this already.
and then f4.
Before, and then you exchange the queens.
I am thinking.
Maybe knight of Queen f6 is more precise because I can get the knight to f6. The other one
Yes.
looks maybe better.
So
but
just a second. So
knight e6.
knight d6 check, king e7, f4,
Yeah.
queen f6.
Yes.
I just wanted to say this was my planned
Yeah.
pawn grabbing style. I have lured your rook into a pin.
Yes, but also I could take immediately on c6, no? I didn't need to
Ah.
take with a knight yet.
That is correct. You could end this moment. That's interesting. I can't get it to. Okay. Check here. F4. Queen g7. Queen takes g7. King takes g7. Here I wanted to take on c8 and take on d5. But you mentioned the more obvious grab. Rook takes c6, protecting the knight
Yes,
on.
because the bishop on c8 is anyway not such a great piece.
That's
Objectively.
an understatement. It's a terrible piece, correct. It's a really, really terrible piece. So that means there are issues here for Vincent. So, he did not play f4, he played e4. And we were about to, let me just do this, I was about to suggest your variation. I just wanted to double check it. Queen f6, knight check.
Knight e6, king e7, queen takes f6.
Correct.
And
Which
now, well, probably the d knight, but it also has issues, of course.
The D knight.
I'm
Both knights
blundering.
both knights are on the D file.
Okay, but you got the right knight.
Okay, in any case, but yes, there is a rook B1 check, at least in this case, right?
Yes, I mean I have to be a bit more precise.
Mm-hmm. So that's interesting.
But in any case, e4 was played. Maybe this is just stronger because you keep all this kind of tension plus the space in black's position is anyway not great.
Right. So E4.
The knight needs to move, I would say.
Yes.
The question is where the knight is going to move.
Let's put it on a protected square.
Yeah, but
But now now you have e5 and knight d6, and the knight will also be protected on this very impressive square d6. Sorry, I'm just saying that
But can I take on e5 here? Oh, you have f4. Okay.
I'm just saying that in such cases, something like this, with the knight, ensconced on the d6 square, this is dreadful and
That's not so simple. If I go queen h6,
not so simple.
yes, because I have knight takes e5 at the end. If you take twice on, I mean, if I take on h6, bishop h6, rook takes c6, and knight takes e5. Maybe.
There's a check, no?
I have to check on c8.
Takes on takes. Yeah.
Knight
So
takes
your
e5.
idea was knight takes e5, and thanks to this bishop actually doing some good work for a change.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there is this little
King d7.
Zwischenzug, yeah?
And knight b6 check, and I'm pinned. No, I can't play this move.
But maybe this.
I take on c8. And then okay. But do I win the ending? After no, I can't take with a bishop. But there's knight f3 check at the end.
What?
If I
Sorry?
take on... you take with a rook, okay.
Yes, exactly right.
So of course it will also not work in a way.
So it's like, but it's not a surprise that all of these tactics are working for one side, because black never got developed. I mean,
Yes,
there's
so
a
if-
reason why you open the position when your pieces are ready.
So was knight f6 played actually? No, queen h6 was played in the game.
Queen h6 was played. Okay.
Well, this
This
was...
looks... Am I missing something? This looks really terrible.
Well, I have knight d6 as a candidate.
Sorry, if I just play this move for a moment?
Then I have the threat of knight d6 still.
Yes, so if you play, for example, this one, I was going to jump
You
with
have
this
to
one.
go king e7.
And this
You
must be...
take-
Oh,
Oops.
that's a mouse slip, I apologize. Oh,
So-
sorry, queen g8.
You
Knight.
have f6. Knight
That's
d6.
Yeah. These are the type of positions that when they occur on the board, everybody in the playing hall comes over. It's like the vultures all suddenly are in it, and you're on the other. You're on the wrong side of the brilliancy. So you're like, you're being schooled. What's the
I
easiest
still,
win?
well, I'm not sure it's a win actually yet.
Oh, come on. Let's start with the threat of mate and one.
Okay, maybe f4 is yes, it's a
gotta
game
be-
changer.
That's got to be one of the
I play
wins.
c5.
You play c5.
But in the worst case, I can simply take on d5, and I would say that should be enough.
We would say in the American way that the king is trapped on the open highway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like there's going to be a real traffic problem there. And by the way,
e4 was played, and actually Vincent already answered.
what did
Queen
he
h6, and then what did he move the queen further away to
Not
a1?
to g8?
To a1. Could
That
it be?
queen to a1.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That immediately evoked an incredibly nice memory. I went to Sveti Stefan. It was the match Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky, but the second match that they have played, not the first, in Reykjavik. And Bobby won a brilliancy in game 11. And Boris had made a wrong move, and I had suggested to Bobby, we were analyzing together. There was Eugene Torre, Svetozar Gligorich, myself, my wife, Yvette, and a gentleman from Montenegro, Grandmaster. I forgot his name for just a moment.
For Montenegro, I mean, I can't help you in this because it's not much duration, to be honest.
Exactly. And I had stumped Bobby, and Bobby was like, oh man, no, not the brilliancy that got away, no. And slowly, all the grandmasters in the room were warming up to my side, and they were taking my position, and Bobby found the move Queen H8 to A1.
It's a move you can miss. It's a quite long diagonal,
Right? And he says, you guys are dead, I got you, and he starts laughing, and he had destroyed us all. Like, it was really kind of ironic that this legend from the past, has...
Actually, like, to explain this move, maybe he just wants to play f4 and e5 and says, like, he will play without the black's queen and he will just kill kill black in the center.
Yes.
That's maybe the easiest positional plan, just to exclude the queen from the protection.
True.
And that's a devilish plan in a way.
True that as well. But forgive me for just asking, sorry, what was the refutation to Queen G8? Because the threat of Knight D6 is pretty powerful, and I am...
Queen G7? Oh no, this is hanging actually.
This is hanging, yeah. Sorry to be the annoying...
Maybe he thought like that with knight d f6 he didn't see a forced win and decided to play easy, especially with the time they had left on the board.
This was the where we kind of just said, okay, f4 must be winning,
but maybe it's not as simple because of knight g4. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. It looks simple, but actually after knight g4 and I take twice on e5, there's not an immediate mate.
Okay, I'll say, get out of here.
Well, probably the position is lost. I agree with you, but
okay, it's very interesting. He did play Queen A1. Let's be clear. We were looking at a sideline there, and after Queen A1, moves are coming a little bit quickly. Have kept my eye on the clock, but it's 12 minutes to 14 minutes.
And they have 10 moves to do, and they don't have an increment.
Yes, remind our audience that it is a time control that's not very common, of 2 hours per side for the first 40 moves with no increment. So you feel this pressure because the players are so used to the increment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and now suddenly it's taken away from them.
I would also feel better with the increment, even having less time, because I know that in the worst case I can get the 30 seconds.
By the way, do you know who introduced the increment?
Nope.
Bobby Fischer.
Yes.
He made the Bobby Fischer chess clock.
Yes, that's 3 + 2 is
Yeah.
a Bobby Fischer time control. Yes,
exactly,
I got it. Yeah.
Exactly. C5, tell us about the position. What's your feeling at this moment?
Well, I think that he still just tries something like to exclude the queen from the game, and he already excluded the queen sort of from the game because
offside.
Yes.
Offside. Yes.
So maybe I even have time for rook d1 here.
Okay.
Threading slowly stuff like e5 and rook d8 check.
And especially if you can one day land the bishop either brilliantly on c6 or
Also
maybe
like queen
on a
a4.
good day.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But I like your idea of rook d1 with ideas of e5 and okay, in this moment knight g4 is a good move. I agree with that. But white is
tightened, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe even if I'm like doing the Karpov here, instead of rook d1 I go h3 to prevent knight g4, knight e5 ideas.
And you're just threatening e5 possibility, and
Yeah.
where will the knight go after such a...
Yes, maybe this is even more annoying.
Yeah. And Vincent with 14 minutes, he's in trouble. Let's keep an eye on some of the other games for just a moment. This is the Wesley So versus Duda game. When we have left it, we have felt that Wesley was going to win. this
And
bishop on f8, and he actually did.
won this bishop on f8.
It's not a great surprise for us, but Duda at least is trying to suggest. No,
Some
he's not
ways.
suggesting anything. I think that
Okay,
he
you have to
will-
play something like rook h7.
Yeah, and he will be quite
Yeah.
content to. He's a piece. It's a whole bishop. I mean, it's not even.
Yes, probably even win with the e3 bishop, but I mean with the e3 pawn.
Hmm. So that game is definitely being decided in Wesley's favor. This is the game between Levon and Prague. It kind of got away from us.
It changed a lot.
It certainly has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But the ending is, of course, superior for white.
Yes. Well, the extra pawn to begin with, but also, well, maybe if Prague could get an e4 and rook g2, this
He has
pawn.
some chances, of course. You need to
Yes.
find counterplay because from the positional point of view, he's a bit rusty.
Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. I would say that the one position you want to avoid is white playing e4, king f3, f3. So everything is secure, then it's just play on the queen side, and that's just too much. Where is Anish? No, that is the Wesley So game. Where is Anish?
Anish is
How
there.
come
No,
I
no, no. Up.
Up,
No, down.
down?
Yes, here.
There. Ah, this is the bishops of opposite color with Gukesh. Let me just clear the board for a moment. So, let's say, classically speaking, Anish is doing everything he's needed to do.
Yes, also to exchange one rook is always, like, in most cases, a good thing to kill the opponent's dynamic and make it easier
Exactly.
for his ways of improving the position.
Right. But, sometimes you do everything right. It's like a beautiful orchestra. You hit all the notes.
Yes, and h4, h5 is still...
You still have to win the game. So
Yes,
I mean-
but I think it's slightly becoming more and more annoying. But okay, you have to think about queen d6, but likely you cannot afford it because I can take and have rook b7, and that's
Yes,
maybe too much.
No, I think that is absolutely right. That is absolutely too much, Lizzie. After rook to
b7,
this is a
yeah.
dream position, but maybe queen f5, h4 queen f5. I'm not forcing the trade of queens, but
Maybe I should start with g4 then to stop it. Of course, it's a commitment.
oops, sorry. Let me just refresh the board. Sorry. Queen e5. We do have a move. a4 bishop.
c4. I can go to a5. Yes, this can't be wrong.
And again, it's like one of those things that these top grandmasters do. Somehow, the a pawn was never disturbing black, but now that it's on a5, it makes it
A bit
more
more.
more awkward to sacrifice the pawn on a7 because suddenly the a pawn
Yes,
on
of
a5
course.
is more
I mean, like,
dangerous.
it's of course clearly an improvement for White's
Exactly.
position, even so a slight one, but
Right.
a one.
Exactly. So Anish is still turning the screws in this one. And Vincent, ooh, this is different. So we have a few moves here.
So knight d6 was played.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then a little bit of a surprise, rook b1, basically saying you're
Oh.
actually weak on the back rank as well.
yes. I mean, he plays it in a very positional manner.
Definitely.
I thought like that actually Esipenko was more of a wild player, but he's doing the Karpov today.
Definitely.
In a way.
And he's doing it impressively. This move, rook b1, was not, I like the ideas of h3, e5, and keep the momentum going, but, and by the way, that took him some time, I think he was around 12 minutes.
Yes,
so
he
Rook
was,
B1 was
yeah.
not the easiest move that came into his mind.
Still, I think, I mean, if he manages F4, E5, and H3, game is over.
By the way, I didn't ask you that at the top of the show. Do you have any personal favorites in this tournament?
Well, actually, none of my close friends is playing in this tournament, and
Okay.
probably like from the top players, I think the one I personally have the closest relationship to, I wouldn't say close, but we are talking a lot, is Richard Rapport.
Aha.
And I would have loved to see him in this tournament,
He
but
would be a most welcome guest in any
yes,
top
but he
tournament.
is not here. I mean,
Yes.
I think he even was invited. He told me this. We
Right.
discussed it in the World Rabbit and Blitz, but somehow he had his reasons or his whatever.
Conflicts, what
Yeah.
have you. Okay.
So since he is not in this tournament, it becomes more difficult. But yes, I mean, obviously, like it's always good that the German is doing great because okay, we are in Germany and
Right.
we are German players.
Exactly.
But to be honest, like to none of the players actually I have any kind of close relationship. Probably from the players in this tournament I spoke most to in my life is Nepomniachtchi.
Okay.
So, but I'm not like
Rooting for any
expressively
particular-
rooting for someone. But of
Exactly.
course I hope that the German is doing great because okay,
Yes.
this is Germany and
Yeah.
this is logical.
Wonderful, wonderful. Absolutely. Yeah, for me, I also don't have any personal favorites. I would just love to see great chess. I always like this this line that Garry Kasparov gave. He said, "When Levon Aronian is playing well, the world's a nicer place." It's just great. And for me, Levon is a very creative, inspired player. So whenever he's playing well, it just, yeah.
And he's actually half German in a way because
Yes.
he had
His parents are living here,
Yes.
and he himself speaks German, so yes.
but that's good. Actually, I remember he speaks some German, but I'm not sure how good he actually speaks. I'm not sure he ever
I was just
learned it.
listening to him in the opening ceremony, and maybe he was just saying hello and goodbye, but he was saying it
No,
in
I
German.
think
so
he can speak, of course, some German, but just I'm not sure it's very fluent or not.
I
I'm
see.
not aware of that. I don't know.
And I wouldn't be a good judge either.
Well, you speak Dutch, don't you?
No,
No?
no. It's,
Oh, now
it's-
you're disappointing me.
Oh yeah. Well, let's not go there then. I mean, boy. Okay. Again, I'm looking at the game between Anish Giri and Gukesh. Again, it's just like one of those positions where you just see that black is on the back foot. He's responding to all of these threats that are being made in his position. And this last move,
Sometimes,
Queen G3, it's so...
they are not tactical tricks now, but there are sometimes the motive of Queen takes H6 and Rook H8 and Queen takes G7 and Rook H8. I mean, there are some tricks, but they don't work yet. Those
Yet.
tactical tricks.
Yet. And I mean, every time you try to play a move like Rook E8, there is a problem with G7. Every time you play a move like Rook B7, we can trade and we can stamp the queen back on E5 so that we get to play H4. It's just not fun. And
No, fun, it's definitely the wrong word to put it.
yes, we say that white is the one having all the fun. And,
Yeah, maybe Queen D6 can also, like, at some point be a serious threat.
We just came from, interestingly enough, he just came from E5. So he could have started if he liked it with Queen D6.
Yeah, okay, true.
So he played Queen G3, but again, you spoke about this, Lizzie. Sometimes you just give your opponent the position and say,
Yes.
okay, it's your turn.
Yes, it's your turn. You're right,
And-
actually. There's nothing to rush. He has all the
Yeah.
time in the world.
And
But
you,
somehow, yeah.
And the opponent starts thinking, and he starts seeing ghost, and what am I supposed to do? And yeah, it's just not fun. Okay, where is? Somehow I was kind of expecting us to be a handshake in the game of Wesley So, and that handshake has not been forthcoming. which is really a surprise.
Okay, he's fighting, but like now in the Grand Prix, I saw also like that the winning position is not yet a winning point.
Correct.
So sometimes there can be surprises even on the high level.
Yes.
So
And it's sort of like, don't think the game is over
until it's over.
until the arbiter signs the score sheet.
Yeah.
I mean,
Might
be
be a point.
paranoid. Be paranoid all the way to that moment. Only when the arbiter signs the score, then you can relax.
But question is rook h3 now a way to get back the pawn?
Yes.
I know it's white to move, so white
And
can
that-
do something about that.
Yes, and that's what I was saying, that you're right, rook h3 is definitely on black's agenda, so the move rook b7 to fix the rook and then one day I'm going to play e4, and I will bring my bishop either to e3 or f2, and life is good. That is very, very clear. Wesley So, Gukesh. This is Prague and Levon,
But he managed the e4 move you two are talking about.
right? Okay, so was that a good move by Prague? I'm just looking at check, just for now. You have to go king a4, right?
You think this
looks
is
a little-
better than king a6? I mean, I don't like both moves to be
No,
frank,
me
but
either. But okay, but king a6 I had to just reject simply because of rook check.
Yes, and I just get a very decisive pawn, which is just finishing the game.
Precisely.
Mhm.
So you have to play this undesirable move, let's say. But okay, but then, okay, show me the way.
To the next.
Let's keep our.
Yeah, let me.
It feels like this king is walking into a checkmating pattern, but okay, let me just make a suggestion. Yeah,
a6, king
yeah.
b3.
You take. I push. Have you walked into a checkmating pattern or not?
I would say no. And besides, if you're not clear about this, it's not a good idea to play the game like this.
No?
Well, it's a way of... okay, you mean like after king c4, rook d5, and you claim that there's no way... No, there is a way. This way you want to mate.
No.
But you have rook a4, I don't think this...
No, it's not. You're right. It was...
It was... but, I was thinking like to play something like rook d2 here.
Rook David too?
Yes. Just to...
Oh, pardon me. He did play rook b6.
okay.
Also
So-
very simple. So he
Yes,
wants...
so king b3 is probably the only move which would still fight.
Okay.
Okay, first
Shall
question
we?
is if I just take on c6, exchange these guys, then bring the pawn to a6.
It's true, because this pawn on h6 is not going anywhere.
Mhm.
This must be simple.
What
Simply
about
winning.
the rook h1? Then I have also like rook e6 and rook takes e4 in the worst case, but
Yes. This is actually getting easier and easier, actually.
king b5,
Mm-hmm.
a7, rook a1,
And now let's...
take on g5. Yes, it's 2 against 1.
yeah,
I'm
the harvest, yeah.
convinced. Yeah.
It's
True.
So Levon, well,
Will
having
like
just
this?
mentioned, having just mentioned him. Okay. Gukesh had to make a rather awkward concession. He put the pawn on a6. Immediately when I see this pawn on a6, I think about the construction of how do I get my rook to b6 so that you're forced to trade and I can...
Takes this pass pawn, right?
Yes.
I mean, maybe I can go immediately rook c6.
Exactly. That would
Because
be
then also sometimes you have this very nice threats of capturing on h6 and
Exactly.
some good moment.
Exactly. It's again, it's just feeling like step by step, slipping for Gukesh.
I have the feeling if I would make a bet now with you that we will see 4 results today apart from the one draw we had at the beginning.
Wow, that would be
because
Starting with a bang, huh?
yes, but I mean Wesley So is objectively winning. Geary is much better. Aronian is technically winning,
Winning.
and Esipenko, at least before we switched
As
back,
we left, yeah.
was also very close to score.
Okay, let's just see how. Let's just see the last move or two. How do I go back here? This one, maybe. Okay,
Yes,
so he has
we
played
saw.
rook b4. And trade, rook c6.
Queen
Queen
b2.
Yeah.
Okay, Queen f8 maybe has to be played.
Because I'm just munching this pawn and
But okay,
doing
Queen f8, maybe e5 at some point.
very, very nasty things. Hold on, sorry. Queen b2, queen f8. Sorry, Lizzie, you were saying e5?
I was thinking about e5. Maybe I have something better, but
What can I do? I'm
knight
not-
e5 maybe and trade
Knight, sorry?
d5.
Knight d5.
Yeah, okay, suggest something else.
Ooh. The problem I saw, excuse me, after queen f8, e5, knight d5. Let me take this guy and drop my rook.
Yes, that's
here.
another story, which is maybe quite
And it
annoying.
just- I
because
just felt the minor pieces are dead, and the king is, unfortunately for Vincent, very exposed.
also, like for example, like just to show some tactical trick, like king e8, queen b4, knight e5, and rook d8,
Oh,
stuff like this. So
I
he will
can
never.
see that you were very good in the Puzzle Rush competition.
No, actually, I'm not that quick anymore.
Really?
No,
Oh,
I mean I
I-
don't have chance against young people.
uh-huh. Ray Robson in America, he's just remarkably gifted in this type of competition. By the way, knight g4 is on the board.
Yes, he wants
Uh.
to get to e5 and h3, knight e5, getting an important tempo.
No, he has played
Queen
queen f6, I apologize.
Well, this could be actually.
So he's tempting him to play rook takes c8, yes?
And then queen's.
So something like queen here?
Yes, and then no, b3 doesn't work. Queen c2, you have a check on a1.
Okay. Check on a1. The
Bishop
is-
f1.
I was expecting something like bishop b7.
Now, yes.
Yes.
But then yes, and you have b3 at the end. If I take on g4, you have take on
B3.
c6, or like or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this
And then
b3, and it might be
woo, the
a
worst
bit,
is gone. The worst is
yeah.
behind him. He has
rook c2, which is nice because I get b4 pawn, and actually still this position technically should be winning for white because I have an h pawn, and this is always a bad situation for
the knights.
yeah.
So the knights, the worst pawns for the knights to deal with in any knight ending are the H and A pawns. It's really strange. I was raised with descriptive notation: pawn to queen 4, pawn to king 4, pawn to knight
Okay.
to king bishop 3. So we're raised with descriptive notation, and then we learn that algebraic is much better. End of story. But
still-
sometimes in descriptive notation, you can say the rook pawns are more disturbing to the knights, the rook pawns.
Yes.
Then instead with algebraic, you have to say the A and the H
we would
pawns.
say, like in German, the edge pawns.
The
The pawn
edge.
on Randbauern.
The edge pawns.
Yes, a pawn on the edge. This
on
can
the
be the A
boundary.
and the H pawn.
Right. So, yeah, there were certain things that the descriptive actually had. There were very, very few moments where the descriptive was actually more useful. They're rare.
But
Yeah,
still, I believe
algebraic is much
somehow
better.
that Vincent sneaked a little bit out.
True that. His position's bad, but it's been bad for so very long and maybe he's fighting his way back into the game. By the way, 2 minutes to 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, they
How many-
changed the queens, and now I think he will take on knight e5 and rook takes b4. Maybe
Correct.
knight c6 and rook a4 or something will be played. Yes.
But again,
Rook-
it's
yes,
one of
rook
those
a4,
things.
Knight c5 and a knight c5.
Oh,
maybe
knight
isn't-
c5, rook c4 is a
it's not-
sneaky.
It's not a good idea.
Yeah, that is where the knights get entangled. But your whole point, as you were mentioning, is it's not really what's going on here. It's really how are you going as black to deal with this very, very slow, but in many ways kind of unstoppable advance of the h-pawn.
Yes, you can try to stop it somehow with a king, preferable, right? King
Yes.
e7.
Get your king maybe over to g7, but f4 e5 is going to...
No, I agree. The position is still
Ah,
very
he's done it. e5. I was about to say, you cannot allow white just to play f4 and e5 and get a bind
Yeah.
on the position. So you have to play e5 yourself. He's done it.
Maybe h4 to have the ideas like bishop h3 and to get rid of the piece.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
But still, it's not that easy as.
Well, again, time trouble, but I'm not really sure how many moves they have played.
Well, I can check.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, just double check for a moment. 39. Yeah. So it's not an issue at all in this game. Now.
Yes, now the time control is over. Yeah.
Yeah, I like these kind of moments where you can play king h2, h4, f3, bishop h3. You make these slow but absolute progress, steady progress.
Still have the feeling that actually, like Vincent was never as good as now, compared to the positions beforehand, where I think he was in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So he can be happy with the current outcome.
No, it's still...
In a way, it's still not. I mean, I agree, it's still annoying. But if you compare it with before, I think
Right.
it's still like an improvement, right?
By the way, I find the move f2 to f3 to be some hyper prophylaxis. I mean, it's like black isn't even close to attacking the pawn on e4, but he's already defended it. I guess he just wanted to absolutely make sure he wasn't going to blunder the pawn. But f2, f3, my goodness. Okay, I think it's time to play h4 with the idea of king h2 and bishop h3. By
Yes,
the way,
I was
as we
just
make the time
curiously
control,
checking the
Yeah.
other time control situations, actually.
let's take a look. This is Levon's game, and pretty much we have called this rook ending
Over.
lost.
Yes, and I
simply
think
lost.
this is just lost, yeah.
That the case, everything is wrong actually for black. First of all, down material. Secondly, the king is actually nastily cut, and white's king is ready to just do damage. So we think that Levon is winning. We think that Anish has been squeezing.
Yes, the tactics with rook h8 doesn't work yet. With queen h6 also not. But it's always good to pay attention to this tactical motive.
Exactly.
So this doesn't yet work.
But it's, as you say, it's this awareness is going to
Yes.
help you in your practice when you see these patterns like instantly. Okay, this is one of those moments where it would be great if our pawn was on h5, Liz.
But then it's even like not yet made it. No, it is.
Instantly made.
No, no,
yeah.
it's not, because I can take. No, I cannot take with the king on h6. You're right. Yes, in this way.
Yes. So
No, I can. It's not yet made. With a pawn on h5, if I go queen takes h6, there's king takes h6, and I run towards g5. So I need my pawn to f4 as well.
f4 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we talk.
Then we talk. Nice. Okay. And then let's see. Okay, Wesley. Wow. I mean, for all of those people out there who, resign prematurely, I think you can take some joy from Duda. Duda has been down a bishop for the better part of 20 moves, and he's
Yes.
not resigning.
Yeah, why not? You never win a game by resignation, right?
Ooh, very good. Do you know who said that?
No.
Me either. I just wanted to...
But there was like some grandmaster who said this, but I'm not
Yes.
sure, and probably a famous one, but I don't know who it was.
I mean, nobody ever won a game by resigning. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
almost like Barnum and Bailey. He had some great quips as well. But yeah, you never won a game by resigning. Okay, so there's nothing really to say about this game.
Well,
I
this
mean,
is
it's
still
just-
like lost, in my opinion.
Yes, just it's a whole bishop, and with the fact that you've even got this pawn on g3, you can't even dream of ever getting rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, rook and bishop versus rook. Pardon me.
That's true, because the g3 pawn won't be of the exchanging.
It's only fair to ask you, because I unfairly ask all the people I work with. Have you ever played rook and bishop versus rook?
Yes, I did. I was defending, and I was also like twice on the attacking side.
How did you do in the 3 games?
I won once with bishop and rook. I made a draw with bishop and rook, and I made a draw against
The
it.
rook, yeah. So I was always very proud of myself, because I had it 7 times in my practice, and I always scored the maximum.
Nice.
Nice. Until Hikaru beat me.
Ooh.
Yes. Hikaru scored a win against Magnus Carlsen with the rook. He beat the rook and the bishop.
On time?
Yes.
Because there are not many options, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean,
It was one of the Fisher Random
yeah, but
games that was rapid chess, but somehow it didn't have increment either. And at a certain moment, Magnus, who was trying to win, suddenly Hikaru said, "No, I'm not going to let you make a draw." And he physically couldn't make the moves. G takes f6, so
you will take on a5.
happily so. And
Yes.
at a certain moment, you just have to say, well, hold on, is there any trick? Is there any trick with f5? No, of course not. There's
Yes, also have king g2 and king h3 in the worst case, right?
exactly, but it's just even the rook
Yes, but this
is actually even covering the f5 square, so that just
yes,
yeah.
I think this is probably the moment when he will resign. Probably.
You know, one of the things I was just saying about Jan Nepo was this idea that Nepo, when he gets on a roll, he's so dangerous. He comes out of the gate with a win-win-win, and it's a flash. But you can also talk about, for Duda, this is like the worst way of starting the tournament, right? Like, I mean, you just
yes,
like
okay,
lose.
but he was with black. It's not like that.
Yeah, you're losing with
it's the end
white
of the
and something
world,
like
yeah.
that. But it's still, it's a setback. And a lot of these champions, like how they respond to these setbacks is really, distinguishing them. Like Garry Kasparov, for example, was one of those players that he was absolutely at his most dangerous when he lost. Like, he did not want to play Gary the next day because he was absolutely a beast coming back. Duda, you see the pain expression. Reality is setting in.
So I think Duda is looking in a way that
He finally stopped the clock.
he stopped the clock, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, in a way, like, he didn't have a game today because he lost out of the opening.
Correct.
Actually, so yes, I got the point. But on the other hand, if you lose because of the opening prep or because of an opening mistake, at least it's because of that.
Yeah, but again, it's this horrible, horrible feeling you have that you didn't play. That you
Yes.
just, you're an idiot, and, like, why are you studying chess? How could you do this to yourself? And yeah, it's not a nice, like you say, on the one hand you say, I lost out of the opening and an excuse, but this other hand of saying, no.
So also Ahonyan, by the way, won the game. So
Did he already?
Prag
Yes.
resigned as well.
Let's see where it happened. Because it's not a surprise, of course, but just we were somewhere around these parts.
Yes, you had King. Yes.
And King C3, Rook A4, Rook. So if you now go back to A4, then the pawn is going to go to C6.
And running like
It's very,
a
very,
jumper, like
yeah.
Forrest Gump.
Yes, yeah, unstoppable, right? Takes.
And
And
now
now,
the opposition
6-1.
rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So takes and King C3, and you have to give way. Very nice. So I think
it's a maybe
as
good
we get
moment.
ready for a break, I may just slip out, and Wesley So may actually come to take my place. How would you like to
That's
interview
fine.
Wesley? Have you met him, by the way?
I spoke to him actually once. I took an interview from him a couple of years ago, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, so
Who
I
were you-
know him a bit, slightly.
He's a very, very sweet man. I like him a lot. We're very, very fortunate to have him. And what an Olympic team player he is, by the way. He is an extraordinary.
Team player.
Yes.
But look, he doesn't lose a game. I mean, of course, this is a perfect way.
as the captain of a team, you put him in, and you're like, Wesley, please take a seat. He is very, very impressive. So our congratulations to Levon. And by the way, should Levon come, then I would like to interview him. So we'll have that
Okay.
as a possibility.
Okay. Levon will come to the
Oh,
studio.
brilliant.
You just called it, how you say, like in English, we call the devil and the devil appears.
Yes.
Something like this
Yeah,
phrase you have
he'll-
as well, yeah?
Yeah, he
If
will
you
be
speak
more
of
than
the-
pleased.
If you speak of the
The
devil,
devil,
the
he
devil
will
appears.
appear.
That's
Okay.
like what we say in German language.
Nice. Well, Levon will be very proud that he got such a honorable position. F3 and Bishop F1, a very different approach by Andre to his game with Vincent. I was kind of advocating for H4, King H2, Bishop H3. Andre is like, no. First of all, the pawn on A6 is really tied down. The
But
knight
if-
on C5 is going to be controlled, so I can just simply drop back with my rook.
But what about knight b7? No, it doesn't work yet, but this is a way of
That
course.
was exactly what Andre's idea was he wanted to stop the threat
knight
of
b7.
knight to b7. That's exactly right. So, anticipation, yeah?
Yes, but if now bishop d7 with the idea of knight b7 to get out of the pin?
Okay, h4, knight b7, bishop takes.
a6, and you take on a5, and I'm getting closer to the truth of the draw.
But it's 4 versus 2. Everything's on one side of the board.
Some chances.
Yeah, what you've said about Vincent in the past. He had a bad position. He's still nursing a bad position, but maybe it's one of his better moments in a bad position. Well, we can still hope for Vincent that he can save the game, but he's really, really awkward. And Anish. And so far, do we have 3 wins or just 2?
We have 2 wins, and Anish and Vincent are still playing.
Exactly. Whoa. Oh, for a moment there I said, what is Anish doing? He's not allowing queen f4. And then, of course, I realized it's Anish to play.
Yeah, that would have been quite some surprise.
Yes, indeed. That was for sure. So, if I understand things, we need to stop queen f4.
Bishop e5 maybe,
Bishop
but then maybe I
E5.
can try to push d4.
It would be nice, except it hangs the bishop.
No, it doesn't hang, no?
Why?
Because the queen is protecting. No, there's 2 pieces. Yes. Shame on me.
No, not at all. I mean, it's not as bad as allowing bishop takes h7 check. But
Yeah.
but yes, bishop e5 or queen d6. I wouldn't be surprised if the queen was actually on d6 a moment ago
Yes,
and
that's
just
what
came
I
from
thought. Yeah.
d6.
But if I play bishop e5, there's maybe queen d7, no?
Okay.
But then queen c5 is the idea of queen f8. Could
Still
still
feels
be
like
very
I'm
tricky, yeah.
I'm squeezing my way into black's camp, yeah?
Yeah, it's still looking quite tricky.
It's just such a difficult defense. I don't begrudge Gukesh at all in this one. And for Vincent, the same. He's, hanging in as best he can. But again, it's not been a pleasant game for him. Something out of the opening, that move knight c4.
I will check it in the break and I will tell you because I have the line in somewhere here in my computer.
Okay.
I have it. I just have to see up to which moment I have it, but I remember I have it.
Mm-hmm. Lizzie, I just wanted to ask, as a top women player playing in these World Cup tournaments and competitions, how much time as a professional player do you put into study and work and do you consider yourself a professional chess player? Let's put it like that.
That's already like a very tricky question because it's before Corona for sure. I was a professional player and during Corona I became a coach at some point and I now give a lot of webinars and now I do both. Like I commentate, I give lessons and I'm playing. So I would call myself semi-professional and likely I'm approaching the end of my career. Just I happened to qualify last year for the Grand Prix series.
Right.
So I had my second autumn.
Wind?
Or what you say like in German, like the second autumn or like my second spring or whatever,
Right.
So last year was actually one of my most successful years, I think, of my career.
And you just
not
had
last
a
year,
competition
2021 actually.
where you gained rating points in the
Yes,
World Cup
and
series?
so now I play in the Grand Prix. I have one leg to go, then maybe the World Cup. So, but anyway, I'm not planning to do this on a long run because I start to actually not enjoy the process of preparing and learning all these lines.
Yes.
I just consider myself too old, for keeping all these lines as a memory. So yes.
Well, it is worrisome, and even we have such greats as Magnus Carlsen who are saying, my God, it wears you out, preparing just the preparation for the World Championship match.
Yes, but Magnus actually reached everything he could reach. So I understand his point of view to actually find another hobby even, because he needs some new kind of thrill or competition. So
Right.
I have fully understanding for him. I can't say myself I reached everything because I was never a world champion. Okay, my
Right.
best part was third medal in the rapid.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I think, especially as a woman, there are other priorities in the mid-30s as well, like family, and
Mm-hmm.
I also have other hobbies, so it's not like that I need to play on forever.
Right. Okay. Okay, good to know. When you were playing professionally, how much time did you
Did I spend
put into this competition?
Okay, at some point before like World Cups, for example, I was training for at least 10 days beforehand, like
Okay,
with
that's very
intensive
serious.
trainings.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I never did so much at some point because, okay, as I said, always had also other hobbies. To be frank, like one of my coaches said, like I'm super lazy, but my talent actually was still like covering this laziness.
It was what Boris Spassky said about himself. He said, despite my intense laziness, I could overcome this weakness.
But let's say like when I was in the 20s and I had my best age, actually like the support of women's chess in Germany was not existent. Now we have great supporting ideas and programs and sponsors, but when I was in the 20s we didn't have that.
I understand.
Women's chess became more important in the last, let's say, 7-8 years. But
Wonderful.
these are the years, at least in my country, but these are the years now which are not good like for me anymore because I'm old, but at least for the next generation this is very good that we have this.
Absolutely. We've been waiting for a guest to arrive, but it hasn't. We should take a break because we still
Yes.
have the games to go on. And as soon as our guest does appear, I promise you we will resume our broadcast of this, the first game of the WR Chess Masters. See you on the other side of the break.
So are we off?
Yeah.
I never know if you're off or not.
I'm not sure if we're off either. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Tournament. Round 1 is still underway, but we have one of the winners, Levon Aronian.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Very, very nice game.
Thank you, sir.
Levon, explain to our audience, move their minds and hearts, what happened in today's game.
I think it was a sharp game, and some mistakes in the opening led to a very unbalanced position.
Okay, tell us about the
And
opening.
so yes, it was the English G3.
Okay.
White is avoiding to put any knights on C3 or F3. You know, it's one of the ways to try to be tricky. And Black is normally doing C6 to be
Right.
tricky themselves.
Exactly.
So this is some sort of a tabia. D5, bishop b4 check.
Mhm.
Bishop d2, queen a7.
If I can disturb you?
Yes.
So before the game, you wanted to play the English. You came to the game, you would say, I will play c4.
Yeah.
Was this position a surprise that it appeared on the board? This was part of your prep? Or was your prep for somebody else?
Well, normally, I mean, in the last game that English happened against Prague, he answered with the symmetrical variation.
With c5, yes.
Yes, and therefore I didn't pay too much attention to this line, but I knew more or less details.
Okay.
But it turns out that I forgot.
Important detail. Please,
Yes.
tell us what you forgot.
So yes, knight h3, knight f6, knight c3, and this c take d is a rare move because mostly Black goes king castle, and I knew that there is this position: bishop g2, c take d, knight f4, and here Black has to take, and Black is okay here.
Okay.
So when he took
At once,
I thought, okay,
thought,
knight f4 has
I
to be
have-
played.
Yeah, I have some way of refuting
Yes.
his move order.
And now there has to be some solution, which I didn't really find. I wasn't really sure how to proceed here. I thought maybe knight d5 is the move,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in order to...
Open the bishop on c3.
Yeah. But now definitely not bishop g2,
Because?
because it transposes to the same variation.
And then you didn't punish him for
Yes.
for his mistake.
So I was thinking something about queen d4.
Very clever.
But then, you know, it's one of those things when we're analyzing, quite often we don't check the bad moves or dubious moves, and then they happen on the board, and then you're not sure what you're supposed to play.
Right.
I kind of contemplated about this. I thought, oh, this should be slightly better
This
for
is-
me,
Yeah.
you know, but I
You're
wasn't
not convincing
entirely.
yourself. Yes.
And then I saw this idea with g4. I thought, okay, what the heck.
But I like the idea that you found. I thought g4 was inspired.
I thought that, well, you know, it's a trap. It's a beautiful trap that if Black goes 95, then this is deadly. I thought it's beautiful.
Yeah. I was thinking of this player who was sacrificing 2 pieces against Polygaevsky. It's one of the great games of all time. Polygaevsky lost on the white side. Oh, what was his name? He played in these Soviet championships.
It's okay.
Nizhmedinov.
Nizhmedinov. huh?
Nizhmedinov. He would smile at you for
No,
such
because
an inspired
this.
game.
Look at these pieces. I mean, bishop b4 is coming. Knight f6. I mean, Black
Beautiful.
can barely play a move
Exactly.
because if he goes b5, I take,
Mhm.
and now the queen is lost nicely. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes. So-
nice.
And then, okay, king f8, then knight e4 comes. I mean, this bishop and the knight, they're scary
Fantastic.
people.
Yeah, a queen sacrifice for 2 minor pieces looks beautiful. Knight e5, g5, like you said.
But of course, nobody's going to fall for my cheapos.
Unfortunately.
Yes, h6.
And sadly, there's not a brilliancy prize. Otherwise, he might have won.
Then I
Okay.
thought bishop c4, d6. Okay, here rook g1 looked logical.
Right, defend the pawn.
And here I thought that Prague started playing strangely, because I thought knight e5 makes the most sense.
Right.
And then bishop e2,
Provoking bishop e2.
and something like bishop e6.
And go on, just play.
You know, just in order to meet h4 with g5. Knight e6 fe.
Okay.
Takes, and it should be. I mean, it visually looks good for white, but in reality, you know, this knight covers
A lot
everything.
of squares are protected, yes.
Yeah, so it should be fine. I thought knight e5. I thought that something like this will happen. Then I was kind of thinking, you know, maybe some check, bishop d7. I wasn't really sure what I'm going to play here.
Okay.
You know, something like queen b4, queen a3, then long castle, trying to tickle the d6 pawn somehow.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
But then instead, so he went bishop d7,
Mm-hmm.
and after knight d5, it looks kind of comfortable for me. Okay, I thought he has to play rook d8 here.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's the only move, you know, because now he wants to play bishop e6, and yeah, I can't do anything like this because there is this tactical nuance.
Nice.
Bishop d5, so I'll have to take with the rook, but I don't want to sacrifice an exchange.
Right.
Too early for that.
Round one.
Yes.
Sacrificing the queen is allowed, but sacrificing the exchange.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, he had. I think the position was okay, but instead he played bishop d7 with x5, and this long castle was I thought was a very bad decision
Mhm.
because black's position is not that bad. I mean, nothing really criminally
Terrible,
wrong
really
happened.
Right.
And after this is just you know, I have nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
I have a draw at least anytime I want.
You feeling it's a two-result game now?
Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure. And then after he took, okay, 95. I honestly, I mean, it might sound like I'm mocking Pragg, but
Not at all.
I blundered this million times.
Mhm.
I thought he blundered queen takes f7. I thought he forgot that the pawn is hanging.
Just simply.
Yeah,
yes.
because I really didn't believe that he would go to this extremely passive position.
Mhm.
Because this is, you know, I don't think you can hold
no
this.
happiness at all. Yes.
Yeah. And, well, after all of these moves, king e2. I mean, I don't have to calculate the pawn endgame. My
No.
position is winning. I
Mhm.
don't need to. I'm just playing slowly. Rook c1,
Exactly.
b3.
No, the pawns are going to be harvested
Yeah.
on the e-file.
b3.
Mhm.
So, okay, here we were trying to be clever. You know, he didn't want to expose his king with a5.
Mhm.
I thought he could play a6, and I didn't want to play h3. So, I don't know.
But it's those moves of not playing h3 or something that you like to keep in the pocket, because if ever you get into a king and pawn endgame,
Sure.
then you need to make a tempo. So
Yeah.
h3 you're keeping.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we got this, more or less. I mean, this was, I wouldn't say it's forced, but kind of logical. And then rook d5. And here I spent a long time because it was very tempting to do something like this. You know, rook c4, rook e6, and king f3.
King e4 looks beautiful.
I know. But then I wasn't 100% sure that this is so easy.
Ah. Good point.
Yeah,
It's not
f3,
so
rook
easy.
h3,
No.
rook f2, h5. I don't know. Maybe he's in time to generate something here.
Yeah, it feels like he's getting counterspiel.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
didn't-
maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but
Yeah.
it feels like maybe you can let it slip away.
I didn't want a second guess for sure.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
That's
avoid it.
why I spent a long time here,
Mhm.
and then I went for this strange-looking rook b5 move. So I basically wanted to play rook a5 and king b6, rook c5. I mean, it looks really awkward to put your rooks on the 5th rank like this.
But you have a consequent, give me the pawn. You're ready to sacrifice h2 for e5.
Yeah. And then I think I'm kind of in time because rook f5.
I have seen you analyzing after the game, and you had a very nice idea of rook f5 and gf.
GF, yeah.
That is stylish points.
Yeah.
Wow.
At one moment, I thought maybe this is not optimal because I thought, you know, what if he takes,
Okay.
and then after I take, he goes rook a1.
Okay.
But then I thought I'm not going to give the a2 pawn, but I'm going to give the b3 pawn, and then the rook from e4.
will defend the C-pawn.
Yeah, and then I think I'll win this game without much trouble, because f4, f5 is just too fast.
Uh-huh.
He's not really in time to generate counterplay here.
Gotcha.
And so in the game, he decided to give his. He took on h2.
Okay.
Then I took on a7, king b6, and rook f7. Now, I mean, it would be okay for black. I mean, generally, because he can play e4 and attack the g4 pawn.
Exactly.
But he's getting mated. I'm
Simple.
just creating the
Mating
threats
net.
against the king. So
Okay.
if black goes somewhere, rook g2, then a5 takes rook b7.
That's very beautiful.
Yeah, the
Rook
king
b4
is.
and,
Yeah, I mean he has to play rook e5, but this is even rook a2 and takes on e4, or rook
That's
takes
also
e6, and
simple.
then I'll
Yeah.
just mate him.
Yeah.
And therefore it's just completely hopeless.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I mean the rest of the game was kind of easy, because I played b4, a5, and took on c6. Because
Levon, a wonderful start to a very strong tournament. You're coming in, you can win any event that you play in, but great expectations for yourself coming into this. And do you put expectations on yourself?
I try not to put expectations on myself,
But you have too many fans who are doing it for you. So
but my friend Thomas,
yes.
who's going to be my second,
Okay.
he wrote me in an email that he has a very good feeling about this tournament.
Okay.
And when Thomas has a good feeling,
This is a good.
it normally works, because I won Norway Chess in 2017
Okay.
with him being my second. So those are those are signs. You know,
Those are
you
good
need some
signs.
signs.
Exactly. Levon, congratulations. Tomorrow's another day. Big tournament ahead for you. Good luck in the rest
Thank
of the
you very
tournament.
much.
Thank you. And with that, we're just going to take a pause, and we'll be back on the other side of the break for more round one of WR Chess. See you on the other side.
Hello and welcome back to our commentary of the first round of the WR Group Masters. We just had the joy to see Levon Aronian here
Yes.
speaking, I guess, about his game and his experience as a super player and one of the oldest players in the tournament.
I didn't mention that part too.
I do that now for you.
Very
So
good.
I can tell you that we should mention age, because I'm also among the oldest players nowadays in
Oh.
women tournaments, to be frank.
It's always amazing to me when I see these players at these ages of 17 and 18, and they play so good. It's like, and not only do they play good, they're veterans of the game. They've been playing in these competitions, really, really strong competitions, since the age of 13, 14, 15. I remember myself having a breakthrough event in Vaikanze at 20. I mean, almost if you're not a grandmaster by 14, forget about it.
Oh, there are
You
some
have no
exceptions,
chance.
actually. I mean, like there had been players. I mean, for example, I think even about Levon, if I remember correctly, he was 2,500 up to the age of 19. Then he became world
Oh.
junior champion, and suddenly he was striking up the hill
Like
like
a
to.
rocket.
Yes, but he was nobody
That-
like extraordinary in the teenager time.
That's
in my
amazing.
opinion.
That's amazing because again, today you are just seeing people, Gukash Prague, who are doing extraordinary things. I mean, breaking 2,700. This
Yes, so
incredible
that's-
barrier
okay,
at
of
17, and
I think also the
Wow.
timeline of the KIs and brute force engine are of course rapidly like accelerating the progress in general.
Mhm.
And of course also the digital age of internet and the possibilities you have through the internet. So it can't be quite compared actually.
Yeah, the different generations. Lizzie, as we were coming in from broadcast, we were saying, you were telling me, oh, we have two squeezing endings remaining. One is the game between Anish Giri and Gukesh, and when we left it in this kind of position. We kind of thought that Anish was going to, play around with the queen for quite some time. He actually went for a little bit of a surprise, a quick queen trade. We thought about g4 in a position
Where the
where
queens on the board, yeah.
yeah, but in a position where we also wanted the pawn on h5. So we wanted the h5 g4 f3 structure, and Anish did not get the desired setup because of the move g5.
Yeah.
And now, well, okay, of course white is still for choice. I mean, everything, but this suddenly is not as
Convincing as it looked beforehand. Yeah.
precisely.
But I think, objectively speaking, maybe he was not able to avoid the queen exchange in a way,
Mhm.
because there was no way for him to probably like sneak around or go away with the queen, because also of the square of f4, which he had to keep under protection.
Okay, now we get a position though. What do you think of white's winning chances or squeezing chances at this juncture?
Well, since the opponent is Gukesh and not like a patzer, I would say, that.
By the way, very nice German word. We, of course, in America, we use the term Patzer in a derogatory manner to describe somebody we would call a weak chess player.
Mhm.
But is that exactly what the word means in German?
Yes, a patzer is a weak, like it's someone who's just like it's a blunder, like a person who's basically like just making bad moves.
Okay, good. At least we got that part right. Okay, so tell me how Anish is going to set about and to try to squeeze blood from stone in this one.
I mean, like maybe like we can change the rules of chess and get Harry the h3 pawn to h5.
Then we could be talking about a maiden one.
Yes, but it's the problem is like once you play h4, you have to keep the f3 pawn protected, and I don't think that. I mean, maybe you can try something like rook e3
Okay,
in order to manage h4,
okay.
but
So I will be your Patzer friend, and I'll let you get what you want. So this is one way that white could maybe set about.
yes, this is a good chance. But the question is that after rook e3, can I somehow try to tease you? I mean,
Okay.
tease you in a way like keeping you busy with rook f4 or something like that.
Let's go back to here, and you started with the move rook. By the way, rook e6 was played on the board, but rook e3, and you were about to suggest Well, rook f4, then suddenly I can... Oops, excuse me, that was a mouse slip. My bad. Rook e3, rook f4, I can take the 7th rank. And that...
Ah, yes,
is
this can
a-
be annoying. You are right about that. So it's not that simple.
Right. But in any case, this idea of what you're suggesting, that white with the move rook e3 can angle for h4.
Yes.
Uh, mm, and if you ever get h4, h5, or if you ever get h4, maybe even just capturing on g5, followed by rook e5 and bishop e3, life is very, very good.
Yes.
So, but in any case, I think Anish has played rook e6. And I understood this from a different perspective, that,
There might be some Zugzwang situations.
yeah, like, as we were just about to explain, you don't want to give up the seventh,
Rank.
right?
Yes, I agree with you on that.
for sure. So we go back and we say, okay, the king can't move, h6 is hanging. Yes, sure, we can
Go
make
bishop somewhere.
a bishop move for the moment.
Well, I mean, like the thing is like that. How I can put you into some kind of Zugzwang. I mean, I can play rook, bishop f6, but even king g6 is not the end of the world.
I was thinking that I will play bishop e5. And let me make a bad move for you. It's not a bad move, but let me
And
just
then
make
you
it.
go for this, but don't I have? No, you're right. Maybe I thought like I had
H6.
h5. Yeah.
Could be a real problem suddenly in this case. Like if you take, obviously the bishop will be hanging, but really what I was trying to do, and I managed to do it in a nice way.
Maybe
is
actually
isolate the
you're
pawn.
right, and the position is not as simple as it appeared to me.
Yeah, whether we start playing for the advance h4, or whether we start playing for the advance f4.
Was it actually clever to play g5 then?
I think it was necessary. I
It
don't. I
was
don't
because
want
of
to.
the space problems. That's what I also
H5,
saw. Yeah.
yeah, I really, I think there was no choice. It feels like black is simply playing a pawn down.
Yes, that's what
Uh,
actually I was thinking, because a d5 pawn doesn't count.
Exactly.
It's not a pawn.
It's blockaded so
Mm.
nicely that it's just really not pleasant. And then you were saying that we have another game
Squeezing
squeeze.
ending.
This was, of course, Vincent struggling against Andre for, well, almost from the opening.
Yes, but still it's far from over. I mean, probably I can get g4, h5, but the question is like if I want to get blocked on the black squares with my white bishop, maybe not the best scenario, right?
No, I would be a little bit reluctant, especially because, as we say, we have all the time in the world to advance the pawns. But I do like,
The king on g3 and the king on e3.
well, as long as I'm not walking
No,
into a
that's
fork,
that's clear.
but I like defending the pawn on f3 for a moment. So let's just see what the last few moves have been. Not too much, since they made the time control, and by the way, they actually really used a lot of their 4 hours. I mean, they were down to a minute or two each for the final move. We have this.
Okay, what I think can't be wrong is to get the king to g3 and the pawn to g4 as one option, or the king to e3 as you suggest.
So you like g3 and pardon me, g4, and putting the king on g3.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. And at a certain moment, it's all about
Rook c3 and the
It-
principle of two weaknesses.
yes, exactly. And the bishop on f1 is
One weakness, and the h4 pawn to block by black is the other indirect weakness.
exactly. So just a moment, let me just say. So, So if I'm in Vincent's shoes, I kind of close my eyes to the queen side and say, okay, you deal with that. Let me put my king on g7.
Seven, yes.
So I have to keep the h pawn under control. And I just hope that somehow the 4
Knights.
versus the 2
Yes.
will not win. Is that fair? The way of summing it up? I mean, it's not a pleasant defense at all, of course, but
It's possible at least. But the thing is, like, the moment you get the king to g7, I will play rook c3. You will hold the knight on c5 by knight b3, for example.
okay, so this is more or less the maximum.
Okay,
I
let's say
can
king
do.
h7. I just do
Yes.
nothing.
Yes.
And I go rook c3,
Yes, and then I have to drop my,
knight. Not this one, or maybe this one.
because otherwise
The other one you can't untangle, right?
Yeah,
yes,
I'm
yeah.
I'm frozen.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, and we grub, you grub. And so this was the kind of the 4 versus 2
Mm.
that I was describing, but unfortunately, well, this is just instant. No, it's not instant. Geez, okay.
And bishop b7.
And yuck.
Yes,
I am
it's
not happy.
still far away from easy, actually.
I am not a happy camper. If you said to me that this was some losing by force, I would not argue that. It just feels it's completely wrong for black to do this. Let me take this back and go to the current position. He has played, by the way,
Bishop
rook to
b3, no?
A1.
Okay.
Just a second. That was an interesting decision.
Maybe
so
he wanted
went
to avoid like knight b3 and being like some kind of rook troubles, right?
right. So actually, it's very funny, but the move bishop b3 does set up a trap of the rook, right?
Yes. Knight c2 is a small, cute trap,
A little detail.
which could actually change the position upside down.
Could
It's too
change
much
it.
to lose here.
Right? So rook a1 was forced. But in any case, at certain moment, we can imagine that this rook is going to want to activate itself. A pawn will end up being lost. And, well, I mean, it obviously 2 results, but it feels like Vincent should have decent drawing chances.
Yes, I also think so.
Uh,
Yet I don't want to change with him.
no,
Because this
I'm
is a
not
kind
jealous.
I am not jealous about this. Because even like, you're playing then for 6 hours, maybe even 7 hours, and eventually like if you don't make a draw, you think like, why the hell actually I didn't resign after 4 hours and have some free time,
Save myself a
yes,
torture.
It's always like kind of, let's say, difficult psychologically.
Yes.
You need to be a masochist sometimes, to keep fighting.
Yeah, to force yourself.
Mm.
Bishop c2. Okay. Essentially, I understand what Vincent is trying to do, which is literally to prevent white's rook from activating. But he is allowing bishop c4. The bishop on f1 wasn't bothering anybody. Bishop on c4 may be more potent.
There's no tactical trick yet. No, there's
I
not.
mean, again, this h-pawn could be
Yes.
an important distraction. The bishop on c4 attacks the pawn on f7.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I agree with you. To allow this is maybe not what you want. Also, the question is, like, probably black shouldn't try to exchange the bishop on f1 with some minor pieces, or
Mhm.
should he? That's also a good question. How is about, like, when both bishops are off the board, is it really bad for black? Because then I don't have the a6 weakness.
Right, but I think the answer is yes, because I do think that the 2 knights naked
Yes.
against the rook.
Are not as stable as they may look like.
Exactly,
Mm.
exactly so.
You're right about that.
But another question as black, and I'm not sure I would even have a feeling for the answer, is in principle when I'm the defender, trading of pawns are
It's a good thing, yeah.
a good thing. Should I be angling for the move f5 and taking and, trying to exchange off more pawns?
And actually, I can tell you that likely nobody will answer to this from even the top players, because the engine might know,
Right.
but for a top player, it's super difficult. I mean, I wouldn't
Exactly.
say that's. I mean, I would like to ask Robert Hübner,
Yeah.
because I think he may even have an answer for me in this, because he has a very, very deep understanding. But
Right.
it's not an obvious answer whether this is favorable for white or for
Right.
black. And to be honest, I don't know yet, so I will keep this up to your judgment.
I will ask. I will call a friend and I will ask Vladimir Kramnik.
Let's
Just
take a
second.
joker
Yeah.
at 5 on us.
Vladimir, I got a problem. It was very nice. It was very nice. Garry Kasparov was playing in a Spartakiat. This was before he was world champion. And he had an ending, an adjourned position, where he had bishop and pawn versus a rook. He is exchanged down. So he called Botvinnik. He didn't tell Botvinnik the position.
Hmm.
He only said, I'm in an ending, I have an adjournment, I have a bishop and pawn for an exchange. Botvinnik said, is your bishop anchored?
Mm.
And Garry said, no. He said, then you're lost.
Wow.
And it was accurate.
Mm.
And it was like, Garry said, just as you? Wow. He knows something about these endings. And it was because the bishop didn't have an anchored square.
No, usually when you are right, because for example, like if the other knight would be anchored, like, you know, in some good way, like with a pawn on d6 or
Mhm.
something like that,
Yes.
it might be totally different. Yes, and this
Exactly.
knight is not anchored. You're right about
Exactly.
that. Stability. Yeah.
Nice, nice. But I like, I believe you when you say Robert Hübner.
He may
and,
have an answer to that.
And Vladimir.
I would use
they
him
have
as a
this-
joker
Yeah.
in this position.
They have some understanding. And there you go. It was for Gukesh the problems that we were saying, that his king can't move, the rook really cannot move. And, okay, he's going to be relying upon his bishop now for the next few moves. Bishop went to b5. Last time, I think we were trying bishop e5.
Yes.
Should we go back to your idea of rook e3? Would you like that?
Well, the thing is like that, actually I prefer, honestly speaking, your idea, because the h6 pawn is quite loose. So if I go like bishop e5 is the idea of f4, I don't see actually how does black
deal
meet,
with that, yes.
meet this, unless he plays h5 and gives up another pawn.
So something, for example, if we just go down a line like this and we try,
Bishop g6.
that was exactly it. So I'm trying to defend in a very...
But a6 pawn is a problem. And we come on the principle of two weaknesses, back to the favorite topic. But it's really
Correct.
like, usually like if you can win an ending or not is always according to the principle of
Of
two
two
weaknesses. And
weaknesses.
objectively speaking, you got like with a65 one weakness, because the bishop is busy to keep this weakness protected,
Yeah.
but you don't have anybody for the h6 pawn.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I was trying to use the bishop as a defender, a block,
But
the sixth rank, but you're right. The pawn on a6 was
is
too vulnerable. So there's, as you said, the problem with the two weaknesses, and it just feels like Anish
I'm
who
surprised, you know.
is fresh from his victory in Vaikanze.
But this gives usually sometimes a lot of spirit, you
Absolutely,
know.
the confidence is
backwind.
booming. I always said that chess was a game of confidence, that you come into the tournament with a high degree of confidence, you're going to have a great result. And I remember very, very well what happened to me was I worked for Viktor Korchnoi very intensely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was terrible. At least 4 months in a row, every single day, and I mean ridiculous number of hours, every single day, and we were playing blitz against each other, and we were analyzing, and he was playing his candidate match with Petrosian, and we were having dinner, breakfast, lunch, and everything. and I was really bashing my head against this guy who was like number 2 player in the world, and we thought he would beat Karpov. He would be number 1 player in the world. So we worked really intensely, and then it was suddenly I had this break, and I could go to Spain, and I could play in the Grandmaster tournament in Spain. And I looked across the board. You're not Viktor Korchnoi.
At least you were honest to yourself, right?
It was like I was suddenly reborn, you know. I had great energy to win the tournament, and I have won the tournament. But this confidence, and it comes from this intense work.
Yeah.
You feel that you're well prepared, that you're deserving, and suddenly everything goes smoothly. Do we have a move after bishop b5? Or yes?
Do we have bishop e5 on the board?
I
Or
believe
should
so.
I will just double check to be sure.
I believe so. I think that Anish is on the same track that we got ourselves upon with this.
I know we have a delay actually on chess24, so it's not like that I can check it there. But
the idea, at least, of bishop e5 is simply to prepare f4, so that
and
we
I
can.
think there is bishop e5 if I judge it correctly. Yes,
From
the
the-
rook and the bishop seem to be in one line, according to my eyes. But
Very
it's
good.
difficult to say.
At this point, you know, I might even be tempted to play the move d5, d4, just to, I don't know, get some kind of scope for the bishop. If the bishop could actually play a role in the game, so far it has not been able to play
put anything on this.
on any
yeah.
pressure on the
That's
f3
true.
square. Yeah. Overall, Lizzie, what's your opinion of this first round of play? The players
Well,
are
to be honest,
fighting.
like I expected less results. I mean, like 2 results in these 5 games already
Is
is not
a lot.
little. It's not little.
40%.
And wow, you're good with percentages because this is not my cup of tea.
Okay.
But yes, in general, like probably we'll have even 3 results today. That's my
That's
feeling that we will have one more.
Yeah.
I'm not just can't tell which one it is, but it feels even like that for Anish it's probably objectively easier to win than for Isipenko. I
Okay.
mean, if you compare those 2
Yes,
games
I think that
from practical point of view.
he has. He's further on the road. Yes. But you're right. I mean, at this high level, so if you think about White having, it doesn't matter, 54% chance, and you think of how many draws the top players have, and if you suddenly had a 40% or even a 60% start right out of the gate, it means that the players really have come for an intense tournament ahead of them.
I agree, but usually like in Dutch tournaments, if I see black wins, then I'm more astonished.
Yes.
And so far we didn't have any game today at least which was close for black to do a score.
No, and it almost, we would say whitewash, that White was basically enjoying himself a lot.
Yes,
in,
today White was nice.
Yes. Sometimes you have those days where suddenly everybody's winning with the white pieces, and it's like, what happened? Defense wasn't there that day. Okay, so it really feels like the game between Andre and Vincent is slowly going, and it really feels like Anish is pushing the action fastest. With
Yes.
bishop to e5.
But in this game, of course, it's much easier because you know the plan.
Yes.
In the other game, it's not that, like, there's not
Which
an
piece
obvious
should I
plan.
trade?
Yes.
Should I play for f5? Should I be playing g4, h4?
You need a lot of jokers, actually.
Yes, exactly.
to answer
exactly.
these questions.
Right. Exactly.
So we will see. But actually, for me, it's surprising thing what I learned today is because I thought that Giri had much more chances to keep the queens on the board to exploit the weak king. But when I look at this now, I would say I was wrong in a way, and this is like probably something where I don't have experience with because I don't remember I ever had this kind of opposite colored I mean, I had one,
Mhm.
but this one is specifically different because the weakness of the king is in addition, and there were queens on the board, and
Mhm.
in my case, I had the queens exchanged at the early stage. So here, for me, surprising. I don't know how you judge it, but for me, surprising it was that even without the queens on the board, the position is super hard for black.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising for me. Not as great as perhaps for yourself. A little bit surprising, and for me, I would have in Anisha's shoes tried a little harder to keep the queens on the board. Maybe eventually reaching this position, but at least trying to keep the because like yourself. I'm rather convinced that the queens in a bishop opposite color position present the defender with a much harder problem
Yeah, I
than
agree.
with just the rooks. But in this particular case, it really just feels like this pawn on h6 is going to be really well targeted.
A sorrel child, yeah. I don't know how you say it in English. We say in German like ein Sorgenkind. A sorrow, a child of sorrow, or a sorrow child. You can say that in English?
Yeah, a troubled child.
A troubled child, not a
Troubled,
sorrow child,
yeah.
because you say it like...
There's like Benoni is like the son of sorrow, right?
Yes, but this is like from, I don't know, from which language?
Hebrew.
But Hebrew,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So rook d7, okay. Not immediately ready to give up the pawn, but at least ready to play d4.
Yes, but now the question is like, I don't want to allow d4, right? That would be not in my...
Let me ask you that. Let's say I do play.
You play d4, only move,
Okay, and I play f5.
and you play d3.
Well, I won't tell you what my threat was.
Oh, you just want to mate me. That's
I'm a
upsetting.
simple kind of guy.
Good that you tell me about it, because actually I remember this mating pattern with a pawn on h5,
Right,
but I
not
forgot
with
about the pawn on f5.
I remember something like an interview with Nigel Short where, some journalist had asked him a question that he found very annoying, and he said something to the effect that, well, you do understand that the goal of chess is checkmate. That's the way to, hey, come on. The goal of chess is checkmate. So, rook d7, what did you think? f4, and shall we try again? Now we know the threat.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yes.
But actually there's also probably one of the typical issues which are forgotten. I think in general it's easier for men to keep the concentration after hour 4, whereas I think actually I can feel it I'm getting weaker now when looking at the board, whereas I have the feeling you're getting stronger, because you're seeing more than me now.
Well, it's right. I mean, the energy, and one of the things that we had in my days was the adjournment. So we had only 5 hours of play. These players, these 6-hour games, these 7-hour games, for me, I don't understand how they can do it without just collapsing, they just run out of energy. I wanted to ask you what you thought of this ending, because...
I thought this is a draw.
Why?
Actually, I don't need this. I thought that I will get... I will wait until you play g5 and h5. In this moment, I have the bishop on f7 and the king on h7. And if you go g6, I give the bishop and I get to a8. But I'm not sure I get it.
Ah, that was the point.
But yes.
Yes. So there was a very famous game from the Rio de Janeiro Interzonal. It was with Jan Timman, and I think his opponent was Henrik Mecking. And they adjourned in such a game, and all of the Dutch people were sending the comments to the radio so that they could fax the a German analysis to their hero Jan Timman, so he could qualify for the candidates. It was a special era, this era of adjourned games, and this is once again this moment where it felt like Anish should be keeping the major pieces on the board, and then
he exchanged it, but I can maybe I can find the explanation, because
Please.
objectively speaking, in this position, the white's king is not safe as well in terms
Yes.
of perpetual checks, and that's probably the reason why he cannot avoid it in a way, because we were thinking about queen c5. I think in this position, for example, like let's say queen c6, and here I go something like let's say queen even to f7 back,
okay.
and I have this red.
Once again of queen f4 check. We were looking also perhaps at bishop e5, and this is where
Yes.
you gave me
Yeah.
the birthday present.
Yes, I remember. This time I remember, and I will not repeat the mistake, even though I know that you were hoping for it. So, and now
Yes.
maybe I go rook e7.
Okay, and this is what I meant about, like trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. And objectively, if you played, for example, rook e6 here, I do have this idea of queen b8 and trying to flush out
But
the
even
king.
this is not dangerous.
Really?
I mean, I think no. I mean, queen
Yeah.
b8,
right?
you threat one check. That's nothing.
Nothing.
Well, objectively, because we don't have any more checks than that. If I go queen
Okay.
f5,
Queen f5.
I mean, the only thing is like if you can play rook h8 and rook takes h6, but I don't think it works, because I've had
Really?
queen h7 in the end. You can play f4.
I think I like f4. f4 is, how do you say, anchoring my bishop. And at a certain moment, there's going to be a check, and the queen can...
How about I push on the d4? I can still not push. I always forget that this guy is under attack, and because my c4.
Should I show our...
Don't be so cheeky. So maybe I can play bishop f1 here, and then
Yes.
I
Yes,
like
I
you
like
know
the
tease
counter.
bishop takes g2 and rook g6 check.
I like
And
such a
maybe
counter.
you are the one now who is
Right.
like psychologically not on the
Under
best
pressure.
shape.
Yes,
Yeah.
so check, and like you said, rook h6.
Doesn't yet work.
Why?
Queen h7 and bishop takes g7. Are you so sneaky?
Oh, but it's not... but you were right.
And I have king, my rook on e6, and I have f5 check. Okay, but maybe I have something else.
Please.
Like I can.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, we
I
are back.
did
I
it
will.
wrong.
No, don't worry. We will get back to that.
Apologies.
I will just look where we had it. We had it here.
Yes. Okay.
So, and here, if you take,
Yes.
I can also take with a pawn. Then you have g4 check. That's a little bit okay. Maybe I should be a little bit more careful. I agree.
Tactics.
Yeah, more sneaky than I expected.
Right? I'm just an innocent elderly gentleman, not bothering anybody.
You know,
And then
like
suddenly there's some tricks. Yeah,
in
there
Germany,
is.
in German we say like silent waters are deep, and then we add and dirty.
Ah,
So like what
that's-
it means basically like that people can like tend to be like much more
yeah,
cheeky
we're-
than
than
they
you give
appear
them
to be.
credit appearing. But yes, this was exactly the type of tricky ending where what we were talking about was rather trying to hold the queens or keep the pieces. But Anish made the decision, which was, again, a surprise for us, of voluntarily trading the queens. And going into this ending right here, he made the queen trade. And going into this ending, which actually is very
Difficult.
difficult
And
to
he's
defend.
at least playing for 2 results, which is always very nice
Absolutely.
from the start. And especially Anish, I think he's also a very, very solid player.
Mhm.
A little bit similar to Wesley So, I would say. Just in the past few years, I have the feeling that Anish became a bit more aggressive. Because I remember he was at some point like, he and Karjakin were arguing who was the Minister of Defense. I
Right.
remember that stories where Anish was playing the candidates with
With
100%
perfect
draw score.
yeah. And I love the teasing, as did Anish. You have three positions. There was like a checkmate in one. Magnus would make this mate, and then there was another position, checkmate in one. Nepo would make that result, and then there was another position where Anish would force the stalemate. But I think this was a misjudgment. If you look at objectively those games that he played in Moscow, he had three winning positions that he didn't win. I think he just
Okay, sometimes
he's
you are
like the-
unlucky and you don't win what is on the board.
Exactly, and
this
he-
is true.
he was always a very, very, very strong, very tough competitor, and he was having these winning moments. He just didn't cash in that particular. And we have some moves. I beg your pardon. Let me just update the board. What just happened? I'm looking at the screen, but
Rook
I'm not.
d7, like this time it's a bit too challenging to understand. Bishop b5, bishop b5. Are they repeated?
Are they repeated?
So for some reason Anish didn't like. Maybe we missed something.
Well, one more time. So
Bishop e5.
5, rook d7, f4.
Yes, because okay, let's say d4. I have still one time. Like d4 I should play because otherwise,
This is what we're aspiring for.
yeah.
Okay. And sorry, say it again, Lizzie.
I should play d4, and if you
Okay.
play this
F5.
move, now I mean rook e8 is a threat, right?
Correct.
But my bishop on b5 in some way,
Defends e8.
yeah. So maybe I can do something special here.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it will be, but how about actually rook d5? It
Okay.
looks suspicious, I agree, but it's
No,
not
no,
like
no.
that it's mate or something.
Not that it's mate. That is a good point. It doesn't.
You can play f6.
Probably with check first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check first.
And
then
f6.
F6.
Mm,
I'm assuming d3.
and there's no checkmate.
Well,
Okay, checkmate is a long
it's
board.
probably one of those moments where this pawn is strangely enough more dangerous than
This
pawn.
one. And yeah, this looks
a little bit scary, yeah?
a bit upsetting. Can I play
Yeah.
rook d7 or I'm probably somewhere made, no? Rook d7 here?
No, it's a
It looks
perfectly good move, actually.
Looks so suspicious, but maybe yeah.
Check.
King e8 and now sign the score sheets.
Drum roll, and I need something exceptionally brilliant. I don't see it myself.
No,
No.
but maybe this is actually playable in a way.
As we would say, barely. He played rook e3, and guess what? He's back on
my
your
plan,
team,
yeah.
in your plan, which was h4 some time ago. But it's always
Which-
good to test the opponent, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So again, we think that Anish is doing a very, very unpleasant squeeze. Shall we jump to Vincent and
Yes.
Andre for a moment, because that has been a very tough game, literally from the opening. And congratulations once again, Lizzie. You from a great distance, you saw the idea of putting your king on g3.
Well, I
And-
was just not trusting my tactical skills with the king on e3. There are much more forks to come.
Easy way of getting forked. And,
Yeah, I mean, like I realize like that the younger you are, the more risky you play, because somehow like your nerve level
I think
capacity is
I have to
bigger.
strongly disagree. I think it's simply ignorance. You just don't know.
You think it's ignorance?
You just
think
don't
it's fear,
know how
actually.
painful it is to lose. And as a young player, you're just actually just throwing the pieces, and then you win, and everybody's happy with you, and then you go, well,
No, but I think the level of fear is changing. For example, I don't know if you ever experienced that when you were, let's say, a teenager or a kid. Likely you could go up the 6th or the 7th floor and you look down and everything would be fine.
yeah,
But then at some point I realized if I do this, I was at the Empire State Building already, like in 2008, and I looked down, I got some feeling already of
Like,
slight dizziness, you know,
Yeah.
and I have the feeling the older I grow, the more dizziness
these
I actually
fears
feel.
kind of
Because
grew a little
yes,
bit.
I mean the meaning or the appreciation of
Life.
life increases by age and matureness and experience in a way. So that's why I believe that the risk level is definitely higher when you are a young player, and maybe that's why also the level of your aggressivity.
To the moment that you were just mentioning, I was in the 1995 World Championship match between Viswanathan Anand, bless you,
Thank you.
and Gary Kasparov, and they played in the World Trade Center on the 110th floor.
Nice.
Right? By the way, the match started 9/11, September 11th, and was opened by Rudy Giuliani. Anyway, the point was that on the 110th floor, they had this section, say 3 square meter section, of very, very thick glass. So you could stand on this glass. But you saw down 110 stories. And the people, you saw this kind of little ribbon of yellow, and those were taxi cabs.
Not ants, right?
Nobody wanted to stand on the glass.
Actually, I understand that.
But it was absolutely, say for 100,000 pounds.
I even hate this construction where the elevator is outside of the building and then you look down
Yes.
and you just don't want to see that.
Very, very nice.
Totally agree with you.
Here we go. Look at what's happening in the game of Vincent and Andre, because they're going directly into this ending.
What we were
of 4
talking
pawns,
about.
yes.
But
Versus 2, and whether or not, well, I think by the way Andre played it is he didn't allow black the opportunity of ever playing f5, so he got his pawn on g4, and this, we keep saying it, but I think it's true that Vincent's position, his chances of drawing keep getting better and better. I think that it's no longer like some kind of forced technical victory anymore. I think
yes, I mean I can try, of course, to get my rook active as rook e3, rook c3 to get out of this prison, let's say.
exactly, which it rather is, yes. But even when you get your rook from e3 to c3, you will deal with bishop to d1. So let's start. Yes, something like rook e3. Let's
Get the knight to some anchored
Sorry.
positions. Maybe
Yeah,
knight
I-
c6 even, but okay.
Yeah, I was, funnily enough, I was absolutely following you, but for me, the anchored position was f4. So, in my mind,
Yes.
I was going.
Yes, this of course. If you reach that, I agree with you. But I thought like
that would be the dream. Yes.
so rook e3, and then you want to play bishop d1.
Bishop d1 or this one.
Knight
Yes.
d2, and I cannot play f4 here.
Yes. No.
No, I cannot. Sorry.
Certainly not.
Actually, bishop
Yes.
takes e4 is actually a threat.
Yes.
Ah.
It turns out by happenstance that indeed bishop takes e4 is suddenly a threat.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
That's
and
where
actually
the minor pieces are beginning for the first time to actually
get
flex.
annoying,
Yeah, themselves. So that's why I had this feeling that Vincent's the very, very difficult defense. I don't envy him at all that what he's suffering through He's still got a long way to go. But
How about
you know,
if I now
start
go
with
f4?
immediately?
Okay, or yes, it probably it's like different move order, but to do it now is maybe like you have to. You have less, like you don't have knight c4, knight c6 at some
Right.
point.
You definitely curtailed my options, no question about it. But you know, somehow you've also isolated your e-pawn. That wasn't like the
Yes.
most clever thing you did. Check.
King e5.
Wow, 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 wow.
Well, okay, and then I know that I play with fire, but let's assume I'm young.
I made that assumption a long time ago, by the way.
So, bishop, I take.
You take.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
At least my g and h4 pawn are still untouchable.
correct.
So I go king d6.
Necessary not to walk into a fork. Yep.
It's always good to. So now you have
Ideas.
knight f3.
Ideas of knight f3, that's right.
Yes, but it's not like yet. Ah, no, e4 is also hanging.
Correct. That was what I meant about isolating the e-pawn. Is okay.
Rook e3.
Rook e3. By the way, a good move. I was trying to induce you to play
Nah.
h4, so okay.
Actually, I
rook-
can tell you like some like funny story about like giving away voluntary squares, but I will tell you later.
Okay.
Will be the cream of the cake.
Yeah, just give everything, right? Nice. So here,
I agree. This is like much
some-
more dynamic now, but I mean, like if White wants to push, and I don't think there's a huge risk, he still cannot lose it.
no.
But still, yes, I agree. This
Chances
is likely.
of,
It's not
drawing are
doing any better.
are increasing. So let's just see the live position, and
And,
we're waiting for this. Times 21 minutes.
Yeah, but the
versus
position
16.
is fairly easy, I would say. Fairly easy in a way you know what you want to do with both colors in a way.
Exactly. Any interesting comments, questions from our audience that maybe
no,
we've missed
because
for
they're
some
like
time?
15 minutes. Like they are speaking about food.
Uh,
Someone mentioned I like cooking, so now they're speaking about sauerkraut, like which is typical
Ah.
German, and some Calcedonia and stuff like that. Actually, so
okay,
they found their own way of discussing the games
right.
connected to food.
Connected to food.
No, I will tell you the story about like this kind of moves where you give your opponent the color of his desire. You know, so for example, like we had at some point we had a very nice match between Azerbaijan and Germany. And, you know, at some point, like one of our players made a move, you know, which, like, if you ask someone what is the worst positional move in this position, you could have
Yeah.
asked me the same. I would have told you it's h5, you know. and in the moment, like, she was playing this move, she played, like, in the King's Indian structure, f5, f4, and, you know, the square on e4. It's just like the white squares are just dead. And in this moment, like our coach was like, of course, watching the games, and I had a glass of like cup of tea in his hand. And the moment he saw f4, like the cup of tea really dropped because he was
Like-
so much
Taser, yeah.
shocked, actually, in a way, you know.
Oh my, oh my.
So
I had a similar experience. So I was playing an Olympiad. I think it was in Manila. And Boris Golko was on the black side of a hedgehog position, you know,
yeah,
a hedgehog. But in this position of the hedgehog, he had made a double fianchetto. He had a bishop on b7
and the bishop on
and
g7.
the bishop on
yeah.
g7. But white had a pawn on f4, e4, and c4.
Yeah, so typical
And-
Marochi kind of hedgehogs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Boris Golko played the worst positional move
f5.
I've ever seen in my life. He played d5.
Ah, and then he allows the c takes d5 and e5, and then he was blocked on both
Bishops.
diagonals. Yeah.
And Eric Lobron came to me and said, "My God, that's like the worst positional move I've ever seen." And I looked and he said, "You're right."
Yeah, sounds nice, you know.
Like, what were you doing? What were you thinking about? I don't know. I just lost my head.
Yeah.
King g6. So is it at last? Is it time to play h4?
Well, it's now or never, no?
There is, as I understand it, Anish is debating because there is this annoying move Rook F4.
And this connected to H5 as an option.
Well, for the moment, I just want to be able to push my pawn, to push the bishop away and to push my pawn
Yes,
to
and after
D4.
bishop E5 you have even rook A4. It's not like that you're mated yet.
Correct. Although I would be a little bit scared.
Even D4 is
That's what I was
interesting
more...
because this
yeah.
might be just a draw actually.
Correct. That might be more of the problem.
Probably even H5 can make a draw here, but I mean I don't want to
Yes. but-
battle on this. Maybe it's easier to first play bishop E2 before
Exactly.
we sacrifice pawns.
But we're... Let me No, I'm sorry. That is something else. I apologize.
No, this is
Let me just
15 minutes
refresh the
too
current
late.
position. So yes.
So maybe the position is after all still a draw.
But I
And
don't
you-
understand... let's say I go
We
here.
go back to the position we had
Yes.
with F. I mean, I also believe that bishop E5 and F4 is a way to try,
Right?
in a way, but
Sorry, I've just... yeah, this is the moment there. I was really... well, not pounding the table, but I'd like to say I was really pressing this position after F4. And I didn't see a clear-cut way.
I mean, like, the only thing what we have discussed was that the move D4 here, no?
Yeah, and then...
We had this F5, and then we had the sneakiness of rook D5.
correct. That was what we were doing.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, we were doing this.
And then we believed that it looked very suspicious, but still it was fine.
But somehow it held. Yeah?
It held, yes, because even the position which looked very risky at the end with rook
Was
D7 was okay, yeah.
Wow.
We had F6, D3, and then we
Yeah.
had rook G7, and then we had bishop C3, and then it turned out that rook D7
Was saving.
was saving, yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. Nice. All right. Let me just refresh the board. What was one of the longest games that
I
you've
lost.
played? Not lost, just
But
played.
actually, the longest game I lost was against Areshenko in the Tripolta event. I think I played about 7 hours.
Oof.
And I was so close to make a draw, but yet I lost. I think
Oof.
he just like outsourced me by my concentration abilities. Even though I was like 10 years younger, but yet I think he just waited until I fall from the chair. And I literally like, did at the end.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Just
Nice.
imagine you play like 7 hours and then you learn that the food is gone because the dinner is over.
Oh, yes.
And
Oh,
you got
yes.
punished with a nice little
Little
Easter egg
big
on the score
zero,
sheet. Yeah.
I've been there, done that many, many, many times. Yeah. I think the longest game I ever played was about 220 moves.
This is moves I don't even know, actually.
Yeah, and it was something like 5 adjournments. It was the game that could not devour China. So it was from an Olympiad where my American team captain ran away with the Soviet lady.
That's a very clever thing to do. I mean,
It was
he
a
got
very
my-
complicated Olympiad.
Well, reminds me of other kind of stories which are happening in the Olympiads, and I can tell you this is not the wildest one I heard.
But yes, and she was the top scorer for the Soviet women's team too.
Well, at least like he had a good taste in terms of chess strength, right?
Exactly. So we were playing this a German, and I had a queen and let's say 5 pawns, and my opponent had queen and 4 pawns. We adjourn again, and I have queen and 4 pawns against queen and 3, and so et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And eventually the game was drawn, but both team captains were destroyed after this because they had to go to the playing hall at 9 o'clock in the morning with the players to sign the
Are
final.
we seriously seeing what we were discussing?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. These guys have been following our analysis. I think we
That's
should
very
speak a
clever.
little, speak
Lower
a little
in the voice.
softer. Yes, not enjoying ourselves too much. But what do we have in the position? D4. Did he move his rook or did he take the rook?
Well, if he takes the rook, he can sign the score sheet immediately.
So you're saying he moved the rook.
He must have moved the rook in order to win the game. Yes, I think
Okay.
he moved it to A3.
Makes sense. The rook has dropped back to F7. If I see the.
Yes, it could be. Yes, you're
uh,
right. And then probably
Now it's
will-
time to take the pawn on D4 before it. If it gets to D3, it's alive.
yeah, it's alive. Yes, actually, I didn't know that I could just take. So
But now, our problem, if I understand the situation, is bishop E2, H5, or
okay, if it's bishop E2, it's my move, right? I go
Yes.
F. No, I can't go F4. That's but actually, I can take the A6 pawn, but
okay, I'm ready to agree to such a trade of the F3 pawn for the A6 pawn. But I was thinking that in case you wanted to play King G3, I would play H5 in that case.
yes, and then you can sneak me out. But okay, let's say King G3, H5, Rook
Okay.
E3.
Yes.
If you play H4, I go King F2. And I pretend that I'm not scared.
I understand what you're pretending. I'm trying to.
Oh, that's evil. That's
Thank you.
very evil.
But I don't know if I get there. I don't get to A8.
yes, because I don't take on G4 actually, no?
Right? I think you get the position you want and you zugzwang me and then win.
Yeah.
Oh. So I'm not so evil after all. I'm a friendly guy.
Yeah, so it's not that simple as we thought.
Right. Let me update the board. So rook F4, bishop E5.
What was actually the last Olympiad you played?
Good question. What was the last Olympiad I played? 2002 Istanbul?
Oh, you played in
Maybe?
Istanbul.
Istanbul, yes. By the way, just to shout out to our audience and let them know that we have other commentators that will come on board, including Boris Gelfand. And I played Boris Gelfand in Istanbul, and Kazım Janov will also join at some point, and we can provoke them. Yes, ask them all kinds of.
Who played more Olympiads?
Yes,
It's a tough competition actually to say who played the most Olympiads.
I think it's pretty clear at this point. I mean, I only played 10. I only played 10.
Oh, I have to
I
calculate now.
think Eugene Torre played 22. I think he's got the record. And I believe Lajos Portish played about 20 for Hungary.
Okay, let me actually calculate how much I have. Because I thought early.
Mm.
98.
Irina
2,
Krush also
2,
played
2,
many
2,
Olympiads.
4, 6 to 8, 10,
You need
12
any
to
help?
16 to 18. Yeah, and 20 we didn't have. I played 12.
Not
No.
bad. Not bad.
Now it's like 12, and yes, but I'm not sure that I will break the record of Lajos Portish because I didn't intend to play like furthermore. But I think Pia Crumling in
Oh,
the
yes,
women's section
Pia
should
also.
be, at least according to her age, I would say she would be the absolutely leader of Olympiads. By
She's
intuition.
amazing, and of course she also played in the Open Olympiad.
Yes,
That is to say,
but
she
Olympiad
played for
is
the
Olympiad.
Swedish team.
Yes. Olympiad is Olympiad. I
Yeah,
mean.
but so in this way, she played for both the Open as well as the ladies. Yeah, she for sure she has played in a lot. Well, we'll leave that to our audience to come back and tell us who have played the most Olympic games. Let's just I'm a little bit astonished that Gukesh was allowed
To play H5.
to give up the d-pawn to get this pressure, but you were mentioning, how do we get our rook? How did we?
But how did he manage to play h5? In our scenario, he didn't manage because somehow he made 2 moves in a row. King g3 he played. Because we had bishop e2, but we didn't have bishop d5.
Exactly.
And then it's crystal clear that after bishop d5, king g3
was necessary.
is necessary. And this is like, not good news for Anish in a way.
Exactly.
This
Exactly.
This I don't believe anymore.
Me either.
Even so that, rook f3 here might be premature.
After what we discovered with king e4, I would be a little bit reluctant. It may be worse style points, but no.
Not in this regard,
Yeah, if it misses the mark, it's really bad. So this could be a miss by Anish. And let's just jump into the game of Vincent again. Yes, we have seen a number of...
Are we really at this position? I can't believe, because we analyzed it. I will check because I'm not sure.
Normally for every broadcast I say it at least once. When they follow analysis especially, of course, I mean to say. And it's important for you to know this as well for your future commentaries. These guys are really good. They follow our analysis. They're very, very good.
So this is really the game?
And the position.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, like, either we are great or they are as strong as we are.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say. And it's a tough question to answer. Which one is correct? Very, very hard.
True.
Still, I mean, if I'm on the white side, I'm still feeling somewhat optimistic. On a good day, I get to play e5, rook f6 check, drive
yes,
the
you're
king
right. I mean,
back.
like, objectively, practically speaking, it's still like white has the upper hand, but...
Exactly. The knights are a little bit tethered.
But I would
one
bet on
another.
the engine. I mean, if black was an engine, I would bet on the engine.
Right.
And if black was actually like Giri or Karyakin, I would still bet on the Minister of Defenses.
Nah.
Because they got this nickname,
Yeah.
like, during the candidates.
Deservedly so. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So... But maybe Vincent will become our German Minister of Defense.
Mm-hmm. It was very nice earlier in the broadcast. I want those of you who are watching now to replay the interview with Levon Aronian, because Levon had prepared a queen sacrifice, which was a real beauty. There's no brilliancy prize in the tournament, but had there been a brilliancy prize, it would have been a stone-cold winner.
But the queen sacrifice
did not
happen.
occur.
Yeah,
It did not occur. But it was a real beauty. Nezhmedinov, as this great attacking master from the Soviet times, and he played some remarkable games, but it was in the style of Nezhmedinov, this queen sacrifice.
So who is for you the most inspiring player of all time?
Sorry, but it's so obvious, it's not even a question. You had to play him at the board. And there was only 2 types of tournaments in my day. The 2 tournaments were as follows: those that featured Garry Kasparov and those that did not. And when Garry Kasparov was playing in the tournament, it was like electric energy.
Yes,
all of the attention came to his board, and he was just this amazing, ferocious...
magnetism in the room.
Absolutely, and it was extraordinary. And I think Bobby Fischer had this great charisma, but the problem was that Bobby Fischer stopped playing. It would have been very interesting to compare if Bobby had played in 1973 and 74, 75. But Garry was extraordinary. He was inspiring, and he was
Yes,
best
he was
player in the
also
world.
quite some character, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it was just amazing to be at events with him, where yeah, he was just.
I mean, like compared to Magnus' style, who is a totally different
but Magnus
stylist,
is
actually.
but Magnus is really developing also this fantastic aura of great success. And when you visit Norway and you see literally children with their Norwegian flags greeting him at the airports and like doing this, you think to yourself, wow.
Yeah.
That's a different
We don't have
player.
this patriotism yet in Germany. Because actually,
Work on
like,
it, Elizabeth.
no, but honestly, like speaking, when Vincent got the silver medal now on the rapid, I had rather the impression that the newspaper was saying like that he was just second instead of like underlining it was a sensation, you know, like
Only
it was a
second.
like, you know, it for me objectively it was a sensation.
Of course.
Because I mean, okay, look at the field, right?
It's unbelievable.
And
how
then
strong.
actually, like
Yeah.
when you open the newspaper, you see darts everywhere.
Wow.
And I was thinking, like, where's Winston's
That's so
success? I mean, like,
unfair.
it was in the newspapers, of course, but I think it should have been like, you know,
Really
marketed
marketed,
in a
yeah.
better way. You
Yeah,
know, it was
yeah.
a bit sad. in my opinion.
Yeah, that is sad, because when you think about how strong these events are,
Yes,
I mean, Magnus
but-
is amazing that he wins them almost with a consistency that is
Yes,
ridiculous.
But, yeah.
But these events are so incredibly strong, and to be second at Vincent's young age,
Yes, but
it's a phenomenal breakthrough.
I believe, like in a country like Germany, and Germany is very famous for the football, and then you compare it to a very small country where suddenly you get a hero in something.
Right.
And this, I have the feeling, the smaller and less meaningful sport-wise. Okay, even though the Norwegians have great, I think, skiers and
ice
biathlons.
skating, yes.
But still, like, since chess is
Winter
not
sports.
typical for Norway, I think this is like how the hype was even developed. Whereas in Germany, we always had the biggest number of members
In sports,
not in sports and chess, actually. I think worldwide we have one of the biggest
Federation.
members. Yeah, no, not federation. The members registered, actually. In the German
Okay.
Federation, I think is one of the biggest numbers in the world.
I
I think
believe
that's what I heard, at least. But
Mhm.
still, even if you have a hero, if the hero is not a tennis player or a footballist, it's somehow it's sad in a way.
Mhm. Yeah, I come from a country, obviously, that has so many incredible sports and sports heroes in all kinds of fields. It's really it's really almost a breakthrough when they announced that Fabiano Caruana played for the World Championship. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so hard to get the television to even pay attention to our sport.
Yes, because you have basketball, you have all like
Football,
you
baseball,
have
tennis, everything.
okay,
that you-
America is huge. That's why
Yeah.
I think like the smaller the country is, the more appreciation and attention you get.
Mhm.
I mean, for example, Nordicbeck, he was celebrated as a hero of the
Fantastic.
planet in his country.
No question
when he
about
got
it,
the
and
title.
deservedly so.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you win the gold medal in the Olympiad when the American team is playing a team with literally the world's all-stars. You know,
Yes.
I mean,
I mean, we couldn't even call the American team like something natural American
No,
produced,
no,
not made in
no,
America.
it's amazing how powerful was our team, and for
Yeah.
Uzbekistan to be the winners, you just applaud. And for the Indian B team to do what
Yeah.
they did
Yeah, but
was
the Indians, you know,
performing.
like probably they have 3 or 4 teams who can all win the tournament depending on the daily shape.
Uh-huh. And by the way, we have quite a number of moves going on very quickly here. No, I'm sorry, that was not Anisha's game. Yes. No, where is it?
This can't be the game. This
No.
was like we have a piece too much on the board.
Oh, it looked like they were moving quickly, but it was actually...
Well, actually,
just a
nothing really
trade.
happened.
Yeah, it was just the trade. Sorry.
So yes, but actually we can go back to Esipenko's game because you mentioned this idea with on the good day we make rook f6 work, and
Yes.
actually like there might be the good day approaching.
It's coming. Okay, let's go back. Here we are.
I mean,
Yes, but he did it with g5, not with e5, but with g5. And now we're getting the ending. If I was black, the ending I didn't want was with just the 2 knights.
But some pawns are off the board. I mean, the a5 and a6 pawns are not there anymore.
True.
And also, like, if I exchange my knights against the pawns, I mean, like, if I sacrifice one knight and get the pawns off the board, it's still...
Okay, let's see how we got here, just to remind ourselves. So here we were. Rook f1 was the move. Bishop, and
Here it's
you went for-
interesting. If
Yes,
I
please.
give a check on f6,
I suppose I drop back to
g7, right?
yes.
And now the question is, what do I take? Which piece?
Or you keep everything. You keep the tension, or you take the bishop, or you take the knight.
Well, I need a joker now.
I'd like to call a friend.
Yeah, now it's a joker because do you know the answer to that? What is your
I wouldn't
intuition
take
saying?
on e6. I think my choice that I would find myself looking at most would be bishop takes b5 as well as bishop to d5. I would not want to trade the knight.
Okay, my question is, imagine I would trade the knight.
Okay.
And I have two plans. I can get my king to e5. The question is if I manage that.
How do you
we-
get your king to e5? It's
because
not so easy.
no, not this way, the other way. King f3, king g4. Yeah, no, king g4, and then yes, I go the
Okay.
white route. And then I have threats like g6 and
Yes, if you can put your king on e5 and threaten to play the move g6, I agree. In such a worst case scenario, let's
That's
put
okay.
some move.
Yeah.
Let me give you the right of everything you want, the right of passage, yes?
yes, and you go bishop h5.
I stick...
I go rook h6.
Okay. And
I take on g6. That's what I was hoping for.
Ah, very nice. Very nice. And then I have to resign.
Yeah.
That is very nice, of course.
Because, you know, like, even so, you, in my intuition, but this is like maybe like some kind of like female instinct,
Okay.
I would take on e6 probably as one of my favorite options,
Okay.
because if I get my king to e5, I have g6, and then I have h5 as an idea.
Mhm.
And if the knight goes away, I can anyway push h5 and h4. And the good thing is like that the bishop on b5 can only serve the white colored squares of defense.
All right. So now that you say it, let me put the
Yes, I
white
know that
color
you.
square defense. You gave me inspiration. Thank you, Lizzie. How will you get your king to e5? If it was born there, I think we'd be talking about g6
Yeah.
rapidly. But I just
Well,
don't.
if my king is on e3, then I had h5 at least to come up with.
Okay, but then I will not allow you. I will play knight takes g5. Yes,
And you don't get in Zugzwang because you have bishop a8 to come.
I have squares. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right on the diagonal.
Okay, okay. Agreed. Agreed.
Well, I don't want to beat you. This ending. It's just one of those endings where you get to a position, and when you are in these positions where you're favorable side, yeah.
Mhm.
And with simplification, you can force a win. There's nothing to discuss. You make the simplification. But with the simplification, you still don't see that you could force the win.
Yes,
Then
and
unfortunately, you have to
yes,
keep the tension as long
yes.
as... And that's why
Yes.
I would probably be the one playing
Bishop
to d5. Only for the idea that you couldn't play such a way, bishop takes c6, bishop c6 takes d5.
No, I
because-
agree with you. Like, likely you should keep the tension, of course. And that's again the rule of the tension. Like, you only release tension when you either have no choice, or when you get a favorable pawn structure, or when you get material.
Look
These
at
are the
this.
three. Yes.
He did go for the bishop takes b5 because he had a trick. His trick was that after knight takes b5, he has the move h5. Yes.
Okay, this makes it easier because
But-
he releases attention because he's improving the pawn structure according to the
But
rules.
wait. I mean, suddenly we're in the table base. Yeah?
Well,
Because the table base with the h pawn is probably one of the worst pawns to have rook and knight with. And unfortunately, I can't tell you instantly whether or not this is a draw.
I mean, I thought like you can try something like f6, knight g5, and king h6, no?
These types of things. But yes, something like that. But also, I can play for a fortress with a knight on h6. Let me just show you what I mean when I say that. It doesn't matter, yeah? I just play knight h6, and you can, and then I say to you, okay, do your worst. I'm going back and forth, yeah, with the knight. It could be a table-based draw, but I'm not sure.
Okay, for the table base, I will leave this up to the technicians.
Yes, we have to give them something to do.
Yes.
And by the way, a shout out to our technicians, Andre and
solved the
Vladimir,
problems
who
today.
solved a lot of problems, including a complete electrical blackout.
Yeah.
So our thanks to our production team. Would you be anxious to play knight takes g5 and knight takes e4 yourself? Or would you be thinking, oh, what's the problem? I'll just play a position with two
This
knights
is
versus
like
the rook.
I couldn't give you the clear answer. It depends really how I feel on that day.
Even, okay.
Yeah, it might be something about intuition in the moment it appears, but it's not like that I would give you like it's always this or that.
Mhm.
Probably like if I'm not sure about the table base, and to be frank, I don't know,
Right,
I would probably keep the knights on the board
okay.
by
so
intuition.
So let's say knight d6, just to choose a square. And then let's
H6.
h6.
And king, well,
Mhm.
king h7, king g8.
King g8,
Yeah.
and away we go.
And maybe you convinced me that I should have been a bit more.
It's starting to look a little scary. Let's just say it like
Eh.
that. Maybe it's just gone, actually, at this moment.
Yes, actually, okay, maybe if this is gone, then it's clear what you have to choose. Then it's the elimination method.
Yeah. How many rules you have, my God.
I've been teaching for 2 years, so I can tell you I have a huge list of rules. Some of my pupils actually, some of my pupils even ask me like, maybe I can write down a list of all the rules.
Like the chess Bible, according to Ebeth, Lizzie.
And they make fun because I'm German, and you know Germans are all about rules,
Rules and
so I stick to
regulations.
my mentality here. But yeah,
I thought it was very funny. Maybe it was the third time that I went to Sweden that I really understood for the first time that Sweden was an incredibly regulated society too, that they have rules literally for everything under the sun. And I was amazed by...
they can't beat
by
the
that.
Germans in this regard.
yeah, they're competitive. They're
I mean,
ready to
like,
compete.
The thing is, like, the Germans not only make rules, they're even like so originally, lately, especially in the last 3 years, that despite the normal rules, they make the rules which don't exist in any other country.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
you give you like a funny. I mean, a country like, let's say, European Union, right?
Mhm.
For example, like we were the ones who had this kind of protection with the masks until I think the very end. We just abandoned it now in February, where everybody else around us, like
In February.
in very
even.
on the 2nd of February, it was
The
the time
restrictions
when
were-
the restriction on the FFP2 mask, not
Yes.
the operational mask, was abandoned in Germany
Wow.
on the train system. And it was always funny when you went from Austria to Germany, and on the border the staff told you, the security staff, it's time, the virus is entering the train. You know?
It's important to put on the mask. By the way, Vincent said, "Look, I'm not sure about the table base either. I'm not going to go for the knight takes g5 variation right here. This is the one where I was saying that it could be that this is simply a draw.
yes.
Yeah. But he said, look, I can hold the position with the move knight f8. Is he right? And I think we have rook c6 on the board. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, actually now
Yeah.
the strategy could be we will cut off the knight, and the thing is like,
Obviously, if this knight were literally anywhere over on the king side, it would be so easy.
yes,
the knight would be
yes.
on e6.
Yeah, but
that
the
would
knight
be so easy.
is off the board.
Yeah, it's really literally on the one of the worst squares. And do we have the knight coming back to e6? I think we do. So these were the last few moves. Knight f8. Rook has come to c6 in order to keep the knight somewhat out of the
way.
game. Yeah. And then came knight e6
Uh-huh.
with, well, simple idea, give me the pawn.
So now I need to be inventive. Can I play g6?
Very creative, yes.
I have to do this, I think. I'm not sure that I have another choice.
Okay, so let me double threat, yeah? I want to take the rook, I want to take the pawn. So I'm assuming rook d6, maybe you
Yes,
have a
but
better
then
idea?
Yes, but then if I exchange this one pawn, I don't think I make it.
Precisely. That's was
so I
what
can't
I was,
play g6. But on the other hand, what else I can do?
right? Yeah, sorry. Did
Yes.
I think he has played g6, or no?
Yes, he played g6.
He
It's on
did.
the board.
Okay, g6 and knight. Well, Vincent just came back and said,
Knight
"Please be
c7.
my guest. Trade whatever pawn you want."
Yeah, I
Now
think
it's
this-
feeling
Drawn.
very, very drawn,
Yeah.
very close.
So we have our new Minister of Defense.
Peter Leka will be proud.
Yeah, Peter would be very proud. His
Look
pupil.
Look what I
they
have created. I'm thinking of Dr. Frankenstein. It's alive. It's alive. Nice. Nice.
But can I take on f7 and push h6?
Let's have a look.
It's not like that I have a choice, right? But the
Yeah.
h pawn usually is not the nice for the knights. But then you have king g6 and you just take these pawns.
Do you want to try to include e5 and king e4? Or do you want to
Yeah,
just
yeah,
play
let's-
h6 right away?
No, h6 right away is premature. I should
Why?
play because I thought like king g6 is coming.
Oh, of course. Of course. And then king e4, king...
So I should immediately go.
Sorry, I apologize. I hate to be pedant. Of course you're going to go king g7. Okay, I understand. For some strange reason, I had some ideas that I was getting my king to f5, and I think it's tiredness. So you know we're in trouble when the commentators are flagging. Okay, so we have knight c7
He took on f7, king f7, yes.
very quickly,
And now e5.
and now e5. Obviously, a much more sensible move with the intention of king e4 and h6. Wow. At the board, if you're playing a very long game, as these two players are, is there anything in terms of nutrition that you will take to give yourself some energy in a moment you feel like you're really flagging?
I can tell you, fortunately speaking,
Mhm.
like we don't have such time controls in the ladies competition.
Ah.
Actually, even in the World Championship matches and in the Grand Prix, we play with different time controls. And I
Mhm.
think it's very reasonable to do that because we are women and our endurance is on average not as great as
Mhm.
for men for physical reasons.
Okay, but even in those cases where you have, for example, the Rapid and Blitz championships, you can have incredibly long days, yeah?
Yes, but even these days usually never exceed more than 6 hours and you have breaks between the games.
That's true.
You have
You
always
can
like
get
at least a
snacks.
15 to 20 minutes break between the games.
Mhm.
So we speak of high-level games of 5 to 5.5 hours in the top
Mhm.
competitions
Gotcha.
maximum, and this is, I can tell you, a much better scenario.
Yes, not as much suffering. Got it. Okay.
Mm.
That makes a lot of sense to me, too. Yeah. we do have some moves on the board. E5, King F7, and let me just double check, by the way, because I don't want Anish Giri, should he win the game, to be a
I
surprise.
think he's still very far away, to be honest.
Very, very far indeed. I think he's seen better moments, and we do have, I think, E5 on the board, or not?
No, the
No,
pawn
I
is
see
still
the
on the
pawn on
white
E4.
square.
Okay. So let's imagine E5.
Yeah.
And this knight is, for my eyes, completely terrible.
But
We-
maybe I can play the knight to e7, like king e4 and knight e7,
Precisely.
guarding what I need to guard.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on C7 was rubbish. And at least in this case, I can maybe go back and forth, check, 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 check. Try to induce.
Okay, rook d6, let's say. I just don't
Rook
want to give you the
d6.
d5 square.
Makes sense. Sorry, rook to D6. And if I do give my little...
King f4 and king g4. That was my idea.
Okay.
And now I want to play h6.
And I must stop you, I suppose.
Now you are getting like...
I'm drawing the line. Yeah, the line is getting shorter.
rook g7 check
Yes. Okay.
and rook h7.
To stop knight h6, which would
Yeah.
be, let's say, a useful blockader.
Yes. It's
You know, I feel myself really terribly squeezed up against a wall, but for the moment, I still haven't seen completely a win for you.
okay,
after-
h6 can't be wrong.
Can't be wrong.
Yeah, because sometimes I have this kind of tricks like rook f7, h7. It doesn't work yet, but
Yeah.
who knows, you know?
Okay.
I just give you the
you give
double
me-
warning already.
I get the warning message. I'm feeling it. But the problem is, I simply, do I have a move? I don't know if I have a
I think this is very tricky.
very unpleasant.
Okay, I need to bring you in Zugzwang.
Maybe you just even don't need to be
Is that
tricky about it,
precise?
but just
Yes, actually, yes. Then
I
maybe
think-
this is not the way to play it.
no. I feel like
I'm surprised that this is still tough,
yes,
at least for us.
yes, it is tough. King takes f7, e5 on the board.
Yeah, yeah.
But this was the ending that I was saying, that the two knights naked against the rook.
Have the anchor problems.
Yes, this is probably one of the hardest
Yeah.
endings.
Would-
And again, I think this is a decent thing to bring the knight.
It's natural.
Yes,
And rook d6 is also
Yes.
natural. And then to bring the king to g4.
and then we have to be a little bit more clever on the defense. I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to be more clever.
I'm also wondering.
I have my limitations.
But you know, maybe you should get away from the knight on e6 type dependency, because the moment the knight is like on pre, the king cannot defend the h pawn.
Right.
So maybe instead of going this knight g8 stuff, you go the knight f8 stuff.
Okay, let's give it a whirl. Knight f8. And again, you're doing some kinds of blockades. The knight will go to h7, the pawn will go to h6, and somehow you'll keep me at bay, yes? So I'm following your prescription for victory. You told me I'm going to put the king on g4. I did. Just a second as I kiss myself. That was a very good idea.
But if I
How do I
do
go?
nothing, it's now white to move, right?
Yeah, I was thinking that I should probably,
First go away.
yeah, you know, you understand the professional blitz players when they put their rook completely on the edge of the board against the knights. This ensures that they don't.
Usually a clever blitz player is exchanging the knights at the early stage, you know.
To get the rook out of the way so that it can't be forked.
So
Is it time for h6?
Yeah, why not?
At a certain moment, I have no choice, yeah?
Yes. So you have to anyway stand still.
Yep.
I give you check on f6.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Again, I'm feeling this squeeze. It just feels so unpleasant.
The question is if I can bring you on Zugzwang or not. Well, if I play e6,
Okay. Can I win the pawn? Do I win the pawn? Knight takes e6 is my intention.
No, e6 is premature. You're right.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah,
I will
sorry.
do it. Don't worry.
Okay, that is when we were in commentary.
Now I have to search where we are.
It's all the way in the bottom, somewhere in the bottom.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Instead of e6.
E6.
Okay, this means like the moment I play e6, I have to be. What was the answer after at knight d5? Okay, so this doesn't work here.
So maybe you play a move like rook to d6 and just kind of like
I thought even about rook
Squeeze?
f1, but maybe this is too optimistic.
rook f1. Wow. It just goes to show how very, very difficult chess is. I
So if you
mean,
go knight h7, then I want to play e6, not to lose that particular tempo.
knight to h7, e6, and now you're ready for rook f7, and that feels like a
This
a
feels like
massive,
more annoying. Yes, because
oh
that's.
my gosh!
I will do
again.
it.
Okay.
So that's why after not e6, so I will go rook f1.
F1.
Let's assume, and you
I have to
Welcome.
play knight e6.
knight
e6.
knight e6.
You can play h7 check. Oh,
Yeah, is it over yet? Because you can go king h8 and pretend everything is still fine.
in the immortal words of Bent Larsen, nobody believes you. It was a really beautiful moment. I played Bent Larsen a game, and afterwards we had a post-mortem. And I was going boom, 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 and I made a very cogent argument as to why I was winning. And at the end of this very long analysis, Bent said to me, "Nobody believes you." I mean, it was immediately put down, closed the show. Nobody believes you. That was very, very funny. I feel it's a little bit on the edge, yeah?
Let's say, like, objectively speaking, I don't want to be in the skin of. We would say in German, like, to be in the skin of someone.
Yes.
I don't know how you say it in English. Probably you can't
Right.
say like to be a skin of someone,
No,
but it's like to be on his place.
Yes.
You know.
I wouldn't like to be in your shoes.
That's how we
Is-
say in German. I would like not. I don't want to be in your skin.
And that's how we say,
Yeah.
I don't want to be in your shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. This is not pleasant. Maybe a draw, but you're just hanging on barely. And let me just refresh my board to make sure that
But table base is
Yeah.
already solving that. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yes, 7 pieces. Table base is doing. I think.
yes, I'm sure this is
Yeah.
in the table
7.
base.
7 is doing. 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but 7. I'm
No,
sure.
8 is
Okay,
too
the
much.
KI systems actually they're getting better and better.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're eventually going to do it, yeah?
The 8 pieces could be depends on the capacity of saving
Mhm.
the information.
The storage, yeah?
Yeah, the storage because it's a lot of data.
Yeah.
Even this
yeah.
is a lot of data.
True. So e5 on the board.
Yes.
Again, it just feels like knight d5 to e7 would be.
Yes, it's
so
natural, but on
incredible
the other
natural.
hand, like the situation of the knights, it's much better to get the knight on c7 to f8. This looks to me actually rather like a forced stress because you remember this typical pattern to defend, at least when we speak about the H pawn, right?
Yes.
So this could be a kind of
Fortress,
fortress, which maybe is
So
more.
knight on e6, knight on with the knight which is currently on d5 needs to go to f8.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's see how we can get it there.
I'm not sure we can get it, but it was just my dream scenario maybe to try
Okay.
it.
Do we have king e4? I believe so. King e4 on the board. So we're dreaming of getting this knight
To f8.
to f8.
Not sure you make it. Unless you go knight f4, which might be clever. And
Gift me the pawn.
yes, because I can't play king f5 for obvious reasons, and if I play h6, I have king g6, but then yes, this doesn't work. But
I'm afraid to
I would-
press
I
the
would- but
Every time I press that button, it gets me right.
so
to
knight
the
f4, and the thing for me is like that.
h5.
If I go h6 now,
Yes, pardon me,
because
h6. Sorry.
yes, and now
King g6.
king
maybe.
g6, and if this holds, then it's much easier than all what we were discussing beforehand.
But the problem is you're in
Zugzwang,
Zugzwang.
rook
yeah.
a, rook b6, maybe just in case.
Not to allow
just,
knight
just in
c5.
case.
I was trying to get the rook as far away from f4 as possible.
And now you are in.
Now I have to play king h7, yeah? But it doesn't matter. I
Yes,
must be losing
yes,
now
it's-
suddenly.
Zugzwang.
Hello.
Bad luck. Well,
Bad luck, everybody. I'm sorry. Please sign my score sheet.
but at
Um,
least we can say these two boys are quite young. They're both under 20, or I think Andre is 20, so they have a lot of energy.
18 for Vincent.
Vincent is 18 and will turn 19, as far I remember, in November. For
By the
Andre,
way, I met
yes.
Vincent. We had dinner together the other night, and I was amazed how tall he was for an
Well,
18-year-old. I mean, I was looking up. I mean,
can tell you this is not so untypical anymore because our generation's getting taller and taller.
exactly.
And you should be used because in the
In
Netherlands,
the
they're
Netherlands,
even
it's
taller.
remarkable. I mean,
They're even
yes.
taller in the Netherlands compared to the Germans.
it really is remarkable.
But actually, I think our German team, to be frank with you, I mean, now the youngsters who are playing, they're all quite tall. I mean, the whole
Mhm.
national men's team is super, super tall from the Germans.
Wow.
I mean, Donchenko, Swana, Blüber, I'm not sure how tall he is, but I remember that Donchenko is tall, Swana is tall, Vincent is tall. I mean, the plain Germans, they're all quite tall.
Right. Yeah, it's good when they're in the box. They can go for the headers.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, wrong sport. So king e4. I didn't like the knight f4. That somehow I would. So one more time. How did we get after knight e7? Rook to d6.
Yes, and then we had the other issues with the king going to g4. That was the problem there.
Right. Can I? This knight on e7 is somehow really awkward.
Yes, that's why I mean the knight should be on f8. But I'm not sure we make this.
Okay, so just go ahead and defeat me in this one. It shouldn't be that difficult. I'm having a terrible, terrible time coordinating myself.
I can go rook d7 check to start with, no?
Exactly. That was the one that's the most disturbing.
Yes, and now rook h7.
Again, the most disturbing.
And then
But
we had
very
this idea. Ah, no.
fortunately-
Okay.
The
1
most
point for you.
disturbing. No, it was, again, sorry, knight g8. How did you do it? Rook d7, and now you have to just find another square, yes?
Yes, go
Okay.
far.
But here, do I
I
have...
don't have spare moves for the knight fox to get.
I have some crazy dream of, I don't know, knight f7, knight g5, check. I don't know I don't know how I'm supposed to defend this. This is just not easy.
Yeah. So, but at least I don't have rook h7 in this scenario,
Still.
which is not bad to start with.
Lucky me, right?
No, somehow I wanted to play rook h7 back, but okay.
Still, yeah.
I still yes, but here actually it's maybe not so easy.
Magnus had this very famous quote of, "I don't believe in fortresses," and it was like that tasered the whole chess world, because much of the chess world relies upon fortresses to defend bad positions. But it's actually a very insightful quote, because there are a lot of times that you think you have a fortress when really you don't. You get zugzwanged.
Yeah.
I just have this awkward sense that the knights are poor. Stop. And that you're not going to have the ability to deal with these pawns. Again, this could be a table base where yes or you're wrong.
Yes.
It's just the answer is an absolute yes, it's a draw, or you're correct.
But apart from the fact that we are trying it out here and we are losing most of the time, not always, in
Right.
this game, it actually indicates that this is almost feels a little bit like lottery whether he will hold it or not,
Agreed.
depending if he brings the knight to the right square or not. And
Yeah,
it's not
it's a
like that you can calculate this.
Exactly.
And this is a problem.
Right. Because again, when you look at this position, it's such a natural intention of putting the knight on e7. And if you tell me that, the only way to draw this game is knight f4,
Yes.
it would just be so artificial.
Yes, besides that, you also need to take into consideration, even if there's a losing move, also white needs to be precise then. But
Mhm.
likely for white to have a practical try is much easier than for black to have a practical good defense
Exactly.
if there are not many options
Right.
left. Is actually Anish still playing, or is he...
Let's have a look. I don't see a
is he,
result.
is he still fighting?
So it just seems like the start of the tournament is going to be a very, very long. The commentators,
No,
you and
actually,
I, are going to be really struggling throughout.
I said beforehand to Sebastian that 9 rounds in this time control with one free day is quite tough.
For the players,
Yes,
for the commentators, yes.
Quite tough. Okay, the commentators I consider as like having a great
Yeah,
endurance, and
get
don't worry,
out, yeah.
I will come up with some stories. in the
Very
worst
good.
case.
I will.
But
I will.
yes,
I will look forward to your Olympic tales.
well, the Olympic tales are quite funny.
Okay, but yes, I think it's going to be a big endurance for the players.
But
yes.
they're young. The average of people here are, I think, if you take the age average of the tournament, it must be like 25, something like that.
Because of the young.
Because of the
youngsters.
youngsters.
Yeah.
Also, when we speak about the tournament, what is fantastic, because it's like with the WR group company,
Mm-hmm.
it's the first time that we have organized such a huge and big event by a private sponsor. We had the Dortmund Chess Classics in the past, as
Wonderful.
many
tournaments.
years, but it was always like a group of, I think, not so many people. It was slower, with a double round. Here we have a totally different format, plus we have a good mixture of, I would not say old and experienced, but the experienced ones and the youngster ones.
Right.
And it's great that actually such a sponsor exists, because it's not like something automatic for German standards. It's huge.
Yeah.
And it's of course a great opportunity also for Vincent Keimer to compete in such events. So
Exactly. It's all about getting experience,
Yeah.
and if you can have such a sponsor, and,
Yes.
who, by the way, has very, very creative ideas for the future as well.
Yes,
including
he's.
the team championships.
I read about Vadim Rosenstein a bit. He used
His
to be also
interview?
he used to be like a player from a club
junior?
called Mülheim.
Okay.
So he actually was a player who had quite some passion for chess, but then it was difficult for him, I think, to be a professional player because there was also school and other things, and maybe he didn't have the support he would have liked to have to become really like a very strong player. And this is why he gives this support and this opportunity now to the young generation of chess, especially for Vincent. This is great, of course.
Absolutely. And last night it was quite fun to play Bug House. You were my partner, and it was
I didn't get mated once.
Rub it in. We very, 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 very barely lost to Vadim and Emil Sutovsky, the executive secretary of the FIDE. They made a good partnership, and
but I could feel that Vadim is quite strong. I didn't expect that he was so strong being a chess sponsor. Usually, like, you have a passion for chess, but it's not automatically meaning that you're such a strong player. But I was actually surprised. That
it was a nice surprise.
This was a nice surprise because I didn't know anything before, and yeah.
You could feel it, absolutely.
I could feel it, like.
So it was fun for me to see Emil. He was on his way to the FIDE office in Lausanne, Switzerland, and he stopped by. So it was nice. So in this position, I'm not even sure what Anish is considering. If you don't play Rook G1, how are you ever going to
increase your chances on moving this pawn?
Correct. So, for me, I'm playing the move Rook G1 and just hoping that I will one day, a good day, I will play King H6, G5, and go.
Go with the flow.
Yes.
Cherry the cheap pawn is running.
Yes.
Yet somehow I believe that this is likely to be easier draw compared to Vincent's position, where it's harder.
Agreed.
And remember, like 1 hour ago, we said the opposite.
Yes, exactly. It's an amazing blurring of the lines there that just happened.
Tell me, what is the funniest chess thing you ever experienced?
The funniest chess thing I've ever... funnily enough, I actually had a lot of great times with Vasily Ivanchuk. Okay. So one time, I was a commentator in Vaikanze, and Vasily is suffering very, very, very badly.
From a cold?
A game. He's losing to Jobava. Jobava. And he really, Vasily has been on the back foot, and then Jobava made a very interesting decision to go into a rook ending where he's better. But can he win it? It's very hard to imagine that he would win this rook ending. And then Jobava made even a more amazing decision to go into a king and pawn end game. He offered a rook trade. And then something very strange happened. Ivanchuk captured the rook. And I was trying in this king and pawn endgame to understand how Jobava is supposed to win this. And Jobava immediately resigned. He just immediately resigned. You're supposed to recapture the rook and then resign. But he immediately resigned. And then instantly, Vasil was in the studio. Vasil, explain what has happened. And when you give the chessboard to Vasily Ivanchuk, he is like a dolphin, swimming in the ocean. Everything's beautiful. So he gets up, thank you. I said, Vasily, wait. Just for the audience, you understand? Could you explain why Jobava resigned this final position? And he goes, like a 14-move variation.
Well, okay, why not?
Okay. Thank you, Vasily. But for the audience, could you please show one move at a time? And he goes, talk. And the two pawns are bridesmaids, you can't stop them. I said, thank you, Vasily. And he said, any good grandmaster would see it right away.
So
Any
basically-
good grandmaster.
So basically emphasizing that either
right
you
away.
are a panzer or Chubaba was. I don't know.
Exactly. Okay. So then I turned to the camera and I said, thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thanks,
Vasily.
Ivan.
We're going to take a break. I'm going to take the sword out of my stomach that Vasily has just put there, and we'll be right back. Okay.
Germany.
Yes.
And for the very first time, also in a city, in a big city like Düsseldorf, which is, by the way, the capital city of the state Nordrhein-Westfalen. Maybe you knew that.
I did not, but now I feel very knowledgeable.
Yes, now you're super educated. Because actually, like, one of the biggest mistakes I do in school is like when you have to, write down the capital cities of all the states, and we have 16 states. I think Nordrhein-Westfalen is one of the most trickiest one because people would
remember.
consider it would be Cologne,
Ah,
and it's not Cologne; it's Düsseldorf.
no. All of the American school children who have to struggle
Well,
with knowing the 50 states and the 50
yeah,
capitals.
I
You have
know.
16, so it's
We have only 16, but
Mhm.
okay, I mean, like, in general, it's not so difficult in Germany. However, the funny part is we have 16 federal official states, but we have 17 federal official chess states. Now
I
you're
didn't see that
confused.
coming.
Because, okay, we have 16 states, but in some states there are two regions. For example, Bavaria, in the north, it's a region of Franken,
Okay.
and in the south it's Bavaria. So they Bavarians would not call themselves all Bavarians because the most of the north are the Franconians.
Absolutely.
It's very important.
Yeah, get the distinction right.
But this state actually is not separated chess-wise, even though I'm sure that the Bavarians and the Franconians would love to see that too.
Mm.
But the state of Baden-Württemberg, where the capital city is Stuttgart, is separated into the Baden and Württemberg Chess Federation.
My goodness, just to make it complicated.
Well, that's so complicated because even like the Baden and the Württemberg people, depending on where you live, they would also like make a huge discussion to really like differentiate who is from Baden and who is from Württemberg region.
Impressed. I am impressed.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's why 17 states in chess.
Wow. As we were coming into our broadcast, Elizabeth, by the way, good endurance. You're right here with us. You had mentioned that you looked it up in the database, the table base, I mean to say, and that the game between Andrea and Vincent is a draw.
Well, it's not me who looked it up. It's Gunny,
Okay.
one of our chess commentators for the German Federation, who's doing a lot of chess streaming as well, looked
Yes.
it up for me,
And
and he said it's a draw. Yeah.
But of course, that's the table base. I mean, you have to know the defensive setup that you need to make a fortress. It's not that easy as we see the two players still at work battling rook a6. Did you understand what the drawing setup was?
To be frank, nope.
No.
And I mean, like
Could
when
you be Bavarian?
well, actually, the Bavarians, there's something else about the Bavarians, but this is like now a different chapter.
Mhm.
If you ask a German on the street, and he is German, he would say he's from Germany. But if he is from Bavaria, he would answer the question that he's a Bavarian.
Ah, they
Very
really
important
Take great
knowledge,
pride in,
yeah. But
their
since we are
identity.
Nordrhein-Westfalen, the only thing you have to basically be careful about is you should not say to someone who lives here that you like Cologne, because Cologne and Düsseldorf are enemies.
Ah, boy, now I
You're learning
really
for
feel-
life. You get Germanized.
Wow, I'm really on eggshells suddenly. I don't want to make such a blunder. By the way, not for nothing, but we're seeing a knight on f8.
Yes, actually.
And we were actually talking about if we
Then-
could have this knight here and this knight on f8 or this knight
on
e7,
E6, yes, yeah.
on e6. That was the setup that we wanted, and it's kind of intriguing that we see the players going in this direction. Okay, just a second, hold on. I just wanted to go back a move or two.
How much time do they get after the 60 moves?
As I understand it, finally, the increment.
Just
starts
the
to work.
increment?
No. They get the 30-second increment from each and every move onwards
Yes.
with a 15
Minutes extra, so we still.
Yes.
And just to also like mention, the idea of this time control was based actually on Nepomniachtchi playing also a match of the World Championship, and everybody thought it's course including the organizer, that it's very nice that everybody of the top players who at some point will likely in their life have some world championship match face this,
candidates.
or candidates would face such a time control, which is a
Exactly.
good practical exercise.
Exactly. And we do have rook b6 now on the board. So a lot of landmines, the most obvious one being that knight g6 would immediately be decisive in white's favor, rook check followed by rook takes g6. So that is a landmine. You cannot put the knight on the g6 square.
But can I actually play knight h7 and pretend I wait?
Okay. Knight h7 and pretend. Now, am I seeing ghosts? Let me just see what is going on here. Here, yes?
And I can take on,
That was what I was thinking. I was trying to calculate it.
if you
but I
take
but I think
king
it's a draw.
g6, knight f8 only move,
Correct.
king g7,
Right. Knight e6 check. And if you go
no,
to
but this is
g8,
always draw, because you
then
have
it's
this,
easy draw.
yeah.
Knight h7, and I will just give up the knight.
Yes, but here actually, like, you have all this route which we were discussing earlier, like this
Mhm.
e6, f8, h7, g5 route, actually is
Oops.
not taken by any pawns. That's why it's still the draw.
Right. So you were saying knight h7, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I think it's rook b6. The rook is on b6.
Maybe it was played rook a6 as a waiting move that did something. King
Yeah.
g4.
King g4.
Okay, maybe he makes some triangle. Okay, if knight f8.
Knight f8, I think, is going to encourage rook f6 check, yes? Bless you.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
Danke.
That was one of my favorite scenes from a movie with Tyrone Power, Marlene Dietrich.
And here we had actually this Zugzwang with e6 and rook f7 coming, right?
Yes.
We had this at some
Yes,
point
we have
discussed, I
seen
think.
But hold on. Is this such a moment? If you go
E6.
e6, I do have this.
And then didn't we have some tricky tricks?
Maybe rook f3.
Even rook f7 is interesting.
Even rook f7 is
And then the question is, are two knights against the queen? How is this?
according to the table base, it's a win for the queen, but it's
Okay.
not easy.
Oh
At
boy.
one time, it was two bishops versus the queen,
Yeah.
and that was considered a draw. But then they table base forced a win, and it's quite remarkable.
Actually, we are approaching now hour 7, and if I remember correctly, the World Championship match between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi,
From
this,
Dubai.
yes, was one game with 8 hours something,
Yes,
right?
I remember that was killer.
And this was probably like the killer, objectively speaking, in
Of the
Nepo's
match
of the
as
match,
well.
because Nepo actually afterwards couldn't find back to his normal strengths in a way.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, that was the backbreaker, as it turned out. I have many other wonderful, hilarious, funny stories in the world of chess. How about yourself?
Actually, like, I'm just like, we speak about the story, and some people say like that we got muted when you were telling the story and they
No.
missed it.
No, I can't believe it. That's terrible.
Yeah.
They got muted. Oh no, it means that I will have to repeat it one day.
One day, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe you can ask like Kazimjanov or some of the other
What is
audience,
very
like
funny-
Gelfand, you can ask. Maybe he knows the story. But actually, when we speak about Ivanchuk, there is another very funny story, because in Qatar, in the World Rapid Blitz Championship in 2016, he happened to be first place, I think, in the Rapid event. Could also be the
Mhm.
Blitz event. I don't remember.
Right.
And while the opening, the closing ceremony was prepared, he was actually playing a game, and you can correct me if it's right or wrong, but I think he was playing a game of draughts against Shubava.
Yes.
So we
Draughts.
get back the same scenario. And like there was some like filming, I think you can even maybe find this on YouTube.
It's brilliant.
And he was like playing this game against Shubava, and he's also like, what people don't know, actually quite a decent draughts player. So he's not
Yes.
so bad according to the Dutch
Standards.
draughts players
Yes.
actually I was talking about. And then the prize giving was taking place, and everybody rushed to the prize giving, and then they called Ivanchuk's name, and while they were on stage and the national anthem of Ukraine was played, Ivanchuk was not very much concerned, because I mean, like, he was in his thoughts still at the draughts game, and with his fingers he was pointing out the variations he was calculating. Meanwhile, the national anthem was played, and Carlsen, who was only third in this event, looked so unupset, but it was not in the concern of Ivanchuk, because Ivanchuk was never really there. I mean, he was physically there,
And then when
but
he-
in his mind he was in the draughts game.
And then when he received whatever it was that he received, he immediately was rushing off the stage to the drums.
Yes.
It was genius. You can't make this up. It was
Yes.
just so very, very, very funny.
Yes, this was one of the
Yeah. So best friend of mine, Leo Stefrak, he was born into a family with many sons. A number of the sons were born deaf. Leo spoke and heard, but a number of his brothers could not hear. And one of the brothers who was deaf had asked, would I give a charity simultaneous for the Deaf Association of Washington?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I happily agreed. And the day came, and then my family, my girlfriend, we all went to this Swedish center in Seattle, where I gave the simultaneous exhibition against the Washington Deaf Association. And I was giving the rules, please don't make your move until I am standing in the board in front of you. And one of my competitors, opponents, said, Mr. Sirawan, how will I know when you're in front of me? So I looked at the man, and I understood that he was deaf, blind, and mute,
Oh, wow.
like Helen Keller.
Okay.
And I said, I'll kick you. And he goes, oh, that'll be fine. And the simultaneous began.
Mm.
So we were in this nice ballroom, and during the simultaneous, they pulled the wall divider, so
Okay.
that the ballroom was cut in half, and I was playing my simul. And on the other side of the room divider, it was amateur night for bagpipes. Do you know what is the Scottish bagpipe? You hold it?
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Okay, bagpipes played well.
Mm-hmm.
I can last 5 minutes. But bagpipe night played poorly. This was a disaster. So during the simultaneous, after 1 hour, my head was pounding with this worst headache ever, I said, would somebody please shut these guys up? And I said it loudly to a room
But
full
no-
of deaf people.
I wanted to say that's not of their concern.
Nobody moved. Like, what the hell, man? This is really tough. It was tough. Vincent, but I'm seeing also, what's going on? Are they doing a repetition?
Well, I think
They were
Anish
talking or
made a
no?
draw.
Did he finally?
Yes, but they are still keep on playing. Okay, but
Okay.
in Anish's game it was kind of obvious.
Yes, at that moment of bishops of opposite color where he's only one pawn up. But that was pretty. My family had all left. The bagpipes they ran away the moment the bagpipes began
But
playing.
can I now play rook f6 check? I think this is a
Yes,
game. And then
okay.
e6.
You have to.
Yes, that's what
And-
is played.
Okay, so
Now
I think
the
I was going
question
to
is-
go, let's say g8, just. And if you play e6, can I do this? The whole idea, of course, being that I want to trick you.
Yes, I was sure that you will come up with something like that.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
See,
Yeah.
I get the same.
But at least I can come back.
Ah, you're clever.
So you said king g8, right?
I did. Although that may be Vincent's move. I think you might have played Vincent's move already, king e8. If you look at the monitor
yes,
there,
it looks like
the king didn't
went.
go to g8.
But okay, that's like
Oh,
once
it did. I apologize. It did go to g8.
knight h7. Was it knight h7 here?
No, it was
was
knight
knight
to d5.
d5.
Yes, I was tickling the rook.
You're tickling the rook. And the thing is, like, if I go rook f5, you take.
That's correct. Rook f5, knight takes e6 was my intention.
Yes, and this is actually the way to make a draw.
Indeed.
Because here I would be super creative, but I'm not. But I don't see anything.
Me either.
And the difference would not exist even with the king on g5 because of other issues.
Right.
So
Even
yes.
check. Wow. For me, if I'm in the shoes of Vincent, I
In the
feel
skin.
like yes, the skin. I feel like I have won.
The game, yeah.
Yes, it's like to draw this very, very difficult game. It feels like a victory.
Yes, I can recall. I had a totally winning rook ending just a few days ago, and it felt like a loss when I didn't win it.
Yes, exactly.
On top of it, I was declared a patzer on the internet and on Facebook, just to add some ice to the cake.
Right.
It was not enough just to spoil it. It was also like visible that a lot of people had a lot of fun about that.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
At your expense. Very, very, very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. But again, I have so many incredibly funny stories about the chess world. I think everyone can relate to this story. So I was living in Seattle, and a group of us climbed in my car, and we drove down to Portland, Oregon for a major tournament down there. I think it was the Oregon Open, doesn't matter. Anyway, the point was it was the last round, and everybody in the car had a very good chance of winning a decent prize, and everybody in the car lost the last round. It was absolutely terrible, including myself. And the point was that nobody wanted to talk on this 3-hour ride home. We were all very, very quiet. And somewhere between Portland and Olympia, we couldn't find the radio station. There was no music on the radio station, and the car was quiet. And then finally, after a lot of fiddling, a radio station came on. And it came on very, very loud, which means at last we had a radio station. And it was country western music. And
Country roads, take me home.
but nobody in the car liked country western. But at least it was better than nothing.
That's true.
So we
actually.
tolerated.
Sometimes it's good.
So we tolerated it. And the DJ comes on, and the DJ goes, and now we have that great new song by the great new band, the Hillybillies.
Oh boy.
And the record begins to play. So exactly in this moment, my best friend Leo, who's in the back, he rolls down the window and he throws up. He had a bad tummy, and it was a shock for us all. I had a towel. Leo, are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You didn't warn us. We could take care of you. No, it's okay. So while that was going on, the music is playing, and it's awful. Easily the worst song I've ever heard in my life. Easily. So at some moment, you heard the needle go across the record, and the DJ comes back on air. And he goes, "God damn, wasn't that the worst song you ever heard in your whole life? Didn't it make you want to throw up?" That destroyed the car. We all had to pull over, fall out of the car.
Why?
It was terrible. It was terrible. And here we have the final countdown going on. What is happening as we speak? Certain moves have been played. After,
And the rook went to f1. We also had this at some point, if I remember correctly.
but knight to c6. Intriguing. What? What is going on? Knight to d7?
And now playing e6.
Wow. It almost feels a little like Vincent is playing with fire here. Wait a minute. Are we sure he did it the right way?
I don't know. But on the other hand, if I go knight e7 now,
Knight e7, rook c7?
knight fg6.
What? I'm afraid you're getting in zugzwang. Knight e7, rook c7, knight f g6, king g5.
Dangerous.
Exactly. It feels very, very scary suddenly. I don't know. Uh-oh.
King g5
Uh-oh.
is played
We do
now.
have knight e7 on the board. Uh-oh.
But the rook is not on. I don't remember. Like, not I don't remember, the wrong word. I don't.
Uh-oh. Our crack production team may have just
Is-
dropped the...
It's dropping everything because of nervosity.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We do have knight d5 on the board, but wait a minute. What is this?
What is e7?
Check. Oh, you want to play e7 immediately? I'll take the rook.
And then I don't have h7 as a kind of. Yeah, I thought like I
Okay.
have this.
But this is... Knight... No, this must be losing. I can't believe that this would not be winning, right? You have to go check. No choice.
But actually, how is it? If I take on e7, this is losing, right? With a pawn on h6.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes, you might be in Zugzwang at some point. Yeah, with king f. Yes.
So Vincent, in those last minute of play or two,
What I said to you that it's very difficult in a time in terms of preciseness because it's like a lottery.
yes,
Either you find a way of a fortress or you don't. This
the
is the
pawn is
position.
on e7. And
Yes, and you have to take it now, I think, no? And hope for the best. But I don't know how this position is. Probably it's...
yeah, I think if you take, that there I would rather have the position with a knight on h6, the pawn on h5, and a black pawn on f7. Remember when he could have gotten that fortress.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Did he take on f7?
Yes,
he
you
did.
take on e7.
He did, and takes.
And now king g8, only move.
Okay.
I think you may get king knight h7,
Yes.
king f5,
Yes.
knight f8.
Yes. And so what I want to do is I want to cut. Whenever you're playing a rook versus knight, the dream is to separate the king and the rook from the king and the knight from
yes, and
each
you can
other.
hunt it down. Like
And
for example, king f6,
Exactly.
knight h7,
And king e7
or king g6 even, because you cannot go back to h7. King g6, you
Yes.
have to. I know you go knight g5, you can go, but then I have h7. It's also losing.
Oops, sorry, I did it wrong. Takes, king. So it was, yeah, it was one of those things I was saying that you want to separate the king and the knight from one another.
Yes, and then you can go king f6,
Exactly.
knight
yeah.
h7, king g6,
Or just
and knight f8. Knight f8 doesn't work. I actually like this is
yeah,
knight f6. Still fighting.
still fighting. Oh, you're right. You're still
King
fighting.
f7,
Yes.
and you
not
have
fi-
to go with the knight somewhere.
Yes, and then finally you're very, very, very far away, right? And I will go and I will just hunt down the knight.
Yeah.
You can have my pawn, but
And
I
I
will
will-
just hunt the knight.
Yeah.
And this will be a very easy way of
Hunting it. Yeah. Yeah.
yes.
No, this I know.
Yes, exactly. So I think we are now in the table vase win
Yeah.
for
But that's what I told to you. I mean, it might be draw, but taking into account the hour of playing, the
Yes.
nerves, the time control, and the probability to find the right defense was anyway very low.
the tension that you had been in under for these last 4 or 5 hours. You're just so close. And I must say, I tip the hat to Andre for maintaining for so long this pressure. And this is how
Machine.
Magnus, by the way,
Yeah.
has
But he's
beating
20. Just
remarkable.
imagine one of us sitting there.
It
we-
collapsed a long time ago. Exactly. And there he's done the rook g7 to separate the king and the knight from one another.
I can see
And
even the
then-
body language of Vincent that he
He
understands.
understands, yeah.
Pity, because he kept such a long fight. He was so close.
True.
Yeah, that's
Let me
tough.
update my board. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, life is cruel. Or
That's
chess
what-
can be a really cruel game.
That's what my friend Jeremy Silman always says. It says, chess is cruel, and then you die.
Yeah, okay. It's like this phrase, life is a bitch, and then you die.
And then you die.
But actually, like, recently I had a discussion with Anna Mutsushuk during the Grand Prix, and it was very interesting what she said. The moment when you are successful, you of course happy. For example, like you take a medal or something. But this moment, for example, lasts a very short time.
Fraction of a moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the tournament is finished and this feeling will quickly disappear.
Mhm.
But the moment when you had a very bad tournament, it's not like you go home and this feeling quickly disappears.
No.
It might hunt you up to the next tournament where you're still remembering the previous one, and actually like your confidence also starts to lack.
Exactly.
And from this perspective, the question is like, what does make you like
Happy,
Is this
exactly.
really chess only the moments when you're successful? For Magnus must be easy because he must be happy all the time.
he keeps going like a rocket. Yeah. But it's absolutely true that you remember your losses
More than your wins. Yeah.
very, very, very much so. It's like it's more painful, your losses, than. So we always joked about Ulf Anderson, that he would much, much, much rather play 3 games and 3 draws than play 3 games in which he won 2 games and lost 1.
Yes,
Because
I
he will
know.
remember the losses
Forever.
forever, but the 2 wins he'll forget about it.
Yeah.
And we do have a result, and well, I think that's it.
Yes.
That's it.
It was a nice 7 hours chat.
It was beautiful. Lizzie, we survived, and here is the final result. It was a whitewash.
Yes,
3
it was a
victories
whitewash.
for white
Yes.
today. And it almost felt like black didn't have any chances in any of the games as far as victory was
Yes.
concerned. And it was rather remarkable that Anish, a big shout out to Gukesh for saving a very difficult game against Anish.
Yes, I mean he was maybe lucky that this kind of ending was not as tough as the one of Vincent from the technical point of view.
Exactly. Well, everybody, we want to say thank you very much for having joined us for this, the first round of the WR Chess Masters. It was our pleasure, Lizzie and I, that you joined us. Tomorrow, the same time, same channel. We will do it all again as we will bring you round 2. In the meanwhile, let's get running to dinner. What
Yes,
do you say?
very good idea.
Good night, everyone.
Bye bye.